Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. Are you ready? Inflation is down. Let's get ready to go. In 3, 2, 1.
Quite about 11%. But I do think that FedEx
The bell
is a
has
great
gone. We're off to the races. Welcome everybody. Very, very exciting stuff. Let's see how the market opens. We are up today. I'd be up a lot more than this. I'd be up way over $1,000. It's because of my margin interest got paid today, but I'm still up because my dividends covers my interest payment. We'll talk about that later on. Otherwise, I'd be up even more than this. So anyway. The bell is going. Thank you very much, Faz, for a great show. Appreciate you very much indeed. Let's get ready to rock and roll. And we are off to the races. Let's go, 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 go. Here we go. Let's go straight through our positions now and see what is up and down today. So we're going to start off with the overall portfolio. As I say, today is my payday. It's the day I pay my margin interest. So I pay every month on this day. So this morning you see my position was down, boom, because they take out a load of money to pay the margin. That's fine because it's gone straight back up anyway, so it's covered that. Plus I get the dividends end of this month into next month, and I will have more than my dividends, more than my actual cost of margin covered by dividends. So there you go. Very, very nice indeed. Virtually free now, and it's going to get a lot better. And I'm now paying off margin, and I'm also reducing rates as well. Okay, let's go for our positions. We've got the S&P is flat right now. It's popped up from this morning. Again, it would be up a lot more than this because of my, my position taking my margin. Anyway, the Virgin Galactic up 1.1. Are we still going to get a big breakout? Yes, I think we are. Palantir is surging today, up 3%. We'll talk about inflation in a moment and the CPI report. Gold up, but going back down. Why would you be in gold? Take your money out and buy something that produces something. That's my opinion. That'll upset Sensei. Anyway, there you go. Amazon up today, over $200 again now, 1.18, where it belongs. Apple going up now. Nice, just starting to move on the bell. Next Era Energy, one of my favourite stocks, this one. It's a great company with a great record-beating dividends, trying to go for dividend king status in like 10, 15, 20 years. Enphase Energy going down. Maybe a time to buy once again. This down today. Let me see when the report is expected, July 22nd. It's a bit of a way off, but this is definitely a good buy for me. Coca-Cola going down because people are taking profits now out of Coca-Cola to buy the Mag 7 once again. Same as J&J. This is what they do. These are piggy banks like gold. They get sold off to buy back the dips when it's rising again on the Mag 7. Chevron Oil down today. Tesla popped up but going back down again. McDonald's down 0.23. McDonald's is down 0.23 today. Google, we like Google at this price, very much so. Microsoft, too expensive. Nvidia, what did I say? What did I say 2 days ago? I said 140 on earnings. It will beat on earnings and it keeps pushing up. This is the best value of the tech sector. I prefer to buy it through the S&P. That's how I've been buying it. But there you go. You are seeing Nvidia going up exactly as I predicted. You see I predicted in the chat and yesterday that would have an inflation beat. We did. I was right again. And I said the market would be up today again. And I'm right again. I've got to be wrong sometime. Walmart's going down. Tilray Brands, I wouldn't touch it because all this positivity is not even moving. Waste of time. Robinhood, fantastic. I said again, $40 stock, and I said after that it's an $80. We reevaluated this. $80 is now already $59. Going to $80. You can still buy Robinhood. I mean, it was better at $8 when we first bought it, but $80. Still a good time. IonQ. This stock is just so volatile. I just can't touch it. It's the best. It's the best quantum computer business. However, the accountants are all the scientists, mad scientists with big scruffy hair, a bit like Alex Karp. And I'm afraid everything just gets overhyped, overbought all the time, and I just can't touch it for that reason. I'm sorry, I'm old school like Warren Buffett. I'm looking for value. I can't just pay anything just because a bunch of idiots tell me to. It's great, but the people that pump this up is just nonsense. Rocket Lab, great business. Again, it trends like a meme stock though. So it's something I just couldn't get involved with. Plug Power. You can't touch it until legislation changes. Bitcoin up 1%, XRP up 2.47. XRP breaking away from Bitcoin. That's good. There's my rundown for the day. But look, I'm going to add something new. Why add something new? Well, Martyn Lucas, boring investor who only owns the S&P. I now own every single crypto that's on the Coinbase exchange. In 3 days' time, they will join the S&P 500. Damn it, I wish someone could have kept that quiet, and it surged once it joins the S&P. It's rallying into that news, which is a pain in the arse because when it joins, I'm just guessing, that growth it's got now won't affect the S&P, but it's already grown. Anyway, I promised you today, again, I'm right, again, I said we'd get a pump and would get a beat on inflation. Again, and we did. Again. Now, why was this? Now, why am I so confident in the inflation report today when our analysts weren't too sure? Why am I sure? Well, I read a report last night and I've been following this for 4 years. And the thing, you got to remember one thing. One thing is inevitable here. Everyone knows more than me. Everyone knows more than me. Absolutely. I'm not the smartest cookie in the box. Of course I'm not. Everybody knows more than I do. Bloody obvious. The difference is people like to manipulate, sell stories, sell news on the TV. CNBC is the biggest waste of time. I used to watch it a lot. I now watch it for audience reaction, and it provides some value when they do a report or news story. But whenever these guys have a little chin wag, it's not broadcasting now. Whenever they talk nonsense, I am not interested because they're all just trying to sell the TV. That's the business. They don't care if the stock goes up or down. They got to get you to watch the show. Just like YouTubers. Why I always say I'm not a YouTuber. I told the world as the world piano man. I'm here now to build a TV show and be honest and provide a value to my audience, not sell videos. So everyone knew what I knew. They knew more than what I knew. They're more qualified and clever and smarter than I am, except they have a different agenda. We knew, they knew, everyone knew inflation would be down today. Why? Because the tariffs have not affected it yet. And Trump knows, whether you like Trump or hate Trump, he knows the worst thing for a president. The worst thing for a president is inflation. With inflation, you can't do anything. You can't bring down taxes. You can't invest. The market can't go up. The economy is weak. You can't make any money. Unemployment surges. I mean, you name it. Everything goes down the toilet, even though Donald Trump now has a gold toilet given to him by the Saudis. Did you see his big new plane with always gold toilets? Anyway, solid gold toilet. Ridiculous. Solid gold toilet. You sit on it and it folds up. Anyway, don't have a curry, mate. If you have a curry and then you go to the poopy in oopsie doopsie in your gold toilet, you'll rot it. It'll melt it. So just bear that in mind. Never good to have a curry if you own a gold toilet. I'm just saying. I know because I own a solid gold toilet. I'm just saying. So at the end of the day, we knew inflation would not be affected today. It's going down. Now, the first thing and the biggest thing for a president is keeping inflation out of your economy. So that's half the reason why he's stripping away all these tariffs at the rate he is. They won't have an impact because most people overbought before on the tariff news. They imported stuff, so now they can cool down stuff. They're not paying these prices, and then it will go back down again, and then they'll pay those prices. So we're not going to get an inflation boost. Jerome Powell knows it. We all know it. That's why he said it's transitory. It's a one-off anyway. And what that means is inflation is like a constant rise of prices. Because remember, prices always go up. It's not inflation's going to go away. It's the rate prices go up. That's why you have to invest to outperform inflation. Inflation's 2%. That's what the target, but typically it's 3 and 4. So if you don't make 3 or 4% on your money in the bank, which you don't, you're losing money. You're going backwards, right? That's why you invest, always stay in, especially for days like this. So at the end of the day, we all knew that inflation wasn't going to go up today. Jim Cramer tried to scare you last night, and everybody scares you, talking on rubbish to sell videos. Meet Kevin's always saying the market's going to zero while he keeps buying more and then buying another jet to accommodate his lifestyle. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. So the inflation was coming down. It has come down. We're now going to get rate cuts. And I've said the first rate cut will come in June. I've said it for over a year. I've said 2 rate cuts, and I stand by it. June. We don't need to wait to July. It's bloody nonsense. We can get on and do rate cuts now. Inflation's down. Employment is strong. GDP is good. Tariffs is transitory anyway. So let me explain what that is. If you've got inflation and its prices are going up all the time, which they are, 2% is the standard. But if they're going to 3%, 4%, so you're accelerating inflation, that's out of control. However, when you get a sudden change of prices due to tariffs, everything jumps 20%, 50%, 100%, whatever it does. A lot of that will be absorbed. A lot of that won't exist anyway, but assume it all got out to you and it hit everybody hard, right? Assume all that happened. Okay, great. But then it doesn't carry on going. It's a one-time hit. It's the same. It doesn't increase. 20%, 20%, 20%. Every time you buy something, 20%, 20%, or whatever. It doesn't increase. What inflation concerns are is when prices keep going up ahead of the rate of the standard inflation. That's what we're talking about. That's why this is so important. So none of that's going to affect. That's why the markets are up. That's why I said inflation would be down. That's why I said it's going to be a pump ahead of time, and it is, and I'm right again. All right, so anyway, great day, fantastic. Look how much money we've made in a week. Look at the month. It's actually now, this is a false number, really. It says I'm up 31 grand on the month. I'm actually up now $62,000. 62 from the bottom. All right, if you look at that dip there, from the trough to the peak, well, where we are now, actually, I'm up 62,000. Yesterday was 60, now today is 62. I'm up 62 grand from the trough. And the reason for that is, and why I'm outperforming the market, again, is obviously I'm in margin. The S&P is not up 0.56. It's double, time and a half because I'm in margin. But now I'm paying my margin down. I'm all in margin because I knew that this was going to happen. I used all my cash, all the money in the bank, all my income, all my wages, refinance, all my margin. I mean, you couldn't be more bullish than me. There isn't any money to get. I mean, unless I rob from Leah. I haven't tried that yet. I suppose I could rob from Leah. Leah might have some money buried in the garden. I don't know. Maybe she does. I had not explored that option. I thought I won't bother. Now I have, of course, I could remortgage my house. I have a house with no mortgage on it. I have a house complete. I have a couple hundred, I don't know, $250,000 sat in a house doing nothing. Now I could remortgage my house because remember, money you make from borrowed money is tax free. So let's say I knock on the door of the bank manager, say, you know my $250,000 house that I own. He says, yeah. I haven't got any a mortgage on it. He says, I know. You're in a great position. Do you want to borrow some money? Yeah. I want to borrow some money. I want to borrow £100,000. Pounds, please, because it's in pounds, my house, right? It's in the UK. I want to borrow £100,000, please. Can I negotiate a rate? Because I've got a perfect credit score on both continents. Not because I'm rich, because I know how to work the system, and I can tell anybody about that if you want to know how to build a credit score. So can I borrow 100 grand, please, at 2%? Yeah, of course you can. You've got no mortgage. You've got a house worth $250,000. There's 100 grand, mate, at 2%. I take that 100 grand. I put that 100 grand in the S&P 500. Marvelous. Put 100 grand in the S&P 500 and buy it on typically earn 10% a year. We've got a 35% year this year from the trough to the peak. 25%'s gone. We've got 10% left. All right. So I make 10% this year and it cost me 8% profit. Why not do it? That's what businesses do all the time. That's what I could do. However, I'm not doing it because Leah would divorce me. Now, the reason why, well, she probably would, but the reason why I won't do it is I don't need to do it because I don't need the stress. I'm 56. I get stressed from time to time. This show is increasingly hard work, and I woke up this morning with stress in my chest. I get stressed. It's I'm going to go for some exercise in a minute after this show, but I can't take on any more stress, even though it's perfectly fine. Cost me 2 to make 10, I make 8. But the wonderful thing is the 8% that I make is tax free because you've done it on borrowed money. That's how the rich get rich and the poor get poorer. They use money to make money. Money is not for spending. Money is for making money. Now, when money makes money and it perpetuates and it goes viral, right? Think of a video going viral, so it doubles and doubles and doubles. It keeps making more money than you're draining from it. So when I get to $1 million, which I will get to by the end of the decade, maybe a lot more, but might be upgrading that soon. But $1 million, it's going to earn 100 grand a year to do nothing. Well, let's say I spend 50 grand a year. Let's say I sell 50 grand's worth of stock every year or dividends or whatever. I take 50 grand a year out or I borrow against it, which would be the better way. It's still going to grow because it's growing by 100 and you're only taking 50. So it's becoming viral, right? It's self-perpetuating, right? So what you have to do if you're for an investor, you've got to build a life and a portfolio where money makes money. When money makes money more than you're spending, then you spend it. Now, this is what's important, a strategy here, which I always talk about. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer because the rich invest everything and spend what's left. They know that they have to own assets. They have to outperform inflation and their money has to make money. And I'm not on about earning money. I'm on about money making money. All right. So you've got to earn money the old fashioned way, regular job, work at McDonald's, work down the bank, work in wherever. Earn money, don't spend it, invest it. Yeah, you got to spend so much. You got to buy the mortgage, the car loan, whatever. Live within your means, but invest first. Spend what's left. Now, poor people, they do the opposite. They spend everything and invest what's left. You got to do the opposite, and that requires sacrifice. Now, I made sacrifices. I worked, I got out of debt first, paid the car loan off, the mortgage off, the debts off, did all that first before I started investing. That was the first thing that I did. Once I did that, then I started to invest. But when I started to invest, I lived to the minimum. I started this show 4 years ago. And I spend nothing. I go nowhere. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't have holidays. I do nothing. I work. And maybe work too much sometimes. It's stressful, right? But I'm working to build a portfolio that could be self-perpetuating. And I only started 4 years ago for $5,000. Where am I today? Well, let's have a look where I am today. My individual holdings is 362. My Roth IRA is 37. So what's that? 40. We are now $400,000. 400,000, nearly $500,000. I cannot believe it. I've never had so much money in my entire life. So 400 grand. That makes 40 grand a year by doing absolutely bugger all. Don't do anything, right? Which is great. So now what I'm doing is I'm working harder and harder and harder. Vaz has joined me. Sensei's joined me. The whole channel's taking off. We're earning more money and we're going to pay down the margin. That's it. So that's what today's all about. We knew that inflation would be down. We knew that the market would pump. That's why I invested. That's why I went all in on margin. Now, the only time, in my opinion and my experience, you should ever use margin, only two examples. Never, ever use margin for crypto. There's no underlying fundamental value, so you can't value it. You're speculating. You can't gamble with borrowed money. That's what you're doing. Sorry, and I'm more bullish on crypto than anyone. I've always said I'll own. The time will come when I will own more crypto than anyone, and that is true. By the fact now of Coinbase joining the S&P, I've got 400 grand, so I own a lot of Coinbase soon, and I'll own Ripple, and I'll own more than most of you who own crypto, right? By owning the companies that own the crypto, right? Or run the exchanges anyway. So there's only, you never, ever use margin for crypto, ever. You never, ever use margin for an individual stock, ever. No matter how good the company is, you cannot predict stock movement. You can't predict price action. And price action could get you margin called. You could end up losing money. Just get margin called or have to sell for losses. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, and as Dan Penner would say, there's nothing humble about me. If you knew who owned Bitcoin, whoosh, you wouldn't sleep at night. Anyway, I just quote Dan Penner. He always makes me laugh. Anyway, so if you don't know who Dan Penner is, he's the secret billionaire, whatever. Anyway, so you never do that. But you can use margin because that's what Apple do. That's what Microsoft do. That's what Google does. That's what every successful business does. It borrows money. In fact, that's what every millionaire and billionaire that I know does. And I know one billionaire. In fact, I know two billionaires, actually. Yeah, I know two billionaires. But anyway, the point is you only borrow, first of all, if you have an income, whether it's dividends or you have an income stream that you can service the margin debt, so you cover the interest. So you have to have an income. You can't do it otherwise. But then only buy an index like the S&P 500. So you go, great. Okay, I've got an income. I've got margin turned on. I'm buying the S&P 500 because you've been spot on with all your things. This is great. I want to be like you. You're not like me, though, are you? You're you, I'm me. I don't know you, you don't know me, right? Well, you probably know me better than I know you. But anyway, you're not going to do what I do because you don't know what I know. You don't feel the way I feel. You don't have the same support as I do. I don't know your situation. But also, you can't do it now just because it's going up. What gave me the go sign and why I spent so much on margin and I increased it as it got lower and lower. When I was on the way up, when the market was going up before Trump, I was buying, on a little dip of 1%, I'd buy 2 shares of the S&P. I'd buy 5 shares of the S&P. When we dipped after the was it the February the 7th Liberation Day? I forget what whatever it was now, what day it was. But anyway, when we went down 25% from peak to trough. Right, I bought 30 shares of the S&P at a time. I was going 6 grand, 7 grand, 10 grand purchases. I was going more and more on the way up. So on the way up, I can do what's called tax lots. And if you don't know what I mean by that, go on to my video on the homepage and it tells you all about it. Always Win, the Always Win video. You've got to go and check that out. And it shows you how to time the market, how you can, in fact, time the market. And also, I show you how to tax lot. So you swap the expensive stocks for the cheap ones. I'll show you how to do that. If you go on the homepage of the channel at the top, if you don't see it, type Martyn Lucas Investor into YouTube, Always Win. You must watch that video. I made that video to show you exactly how to do it in real time, real trades, real money, live on the show, unedited, so you can see exactly. And that way you can swap out the most expensive shares. So let me explain that again, just for those of you who just want a quick headline on it. So essentially, this is what happened, right? I'll show you in real time. So this is my real money. There's the S&P. Lovely. You can see, look, we're only up 0.31, but I'm up time and a half. That's because of my margin position. But if we look down here, you will see. Let's go to trade. You can't see this at the moment. Sell. Shares, tax lots. You can do this on Robinhood. Now, if you don't have Robinhood, let me give you the link for Robinhood USA in the link, Robinhood UK in the link in the chat. You can now get Robinhood UK and Robinhood USA. Get it right now. Don't do it tomorrow. If you do it tomorrow, you never do it. I'm always about do it now. There's no tomorrow. Now, do it live on the show. You will get some free shares from Robinhood. Tell me what you got. I'll look on my app. Tell me if you're in the UK, US. I will show what I get. I get some free shares. You get free shares. Do it now. Do it now. All right, there you go. There's USA and Robinhood UK in the chat. So you can do this then, right? So I click tax lots. Now then, look at this. Select my lots. This is a new service that you've now got on Robinhood. This has only been out a few weeks, and it's a major, major winner. So you can see these are all the lots. Now, what a lot is when I decide to buy a stock or an ETF, whatever. When I buy something, that's a lot. 3 shares, 10 shares, 20 shares, 1 share. That's a lot. It's that transaction. Now you can see all the ones that are now green, how much profit they are, how much money I made on that lot. You see there that there's one for 20. If I highlight it, you see, I told you I was buying more on the way down. There's 20 shares there. Now you can see I bought that at 482. That was the nearly the bottom. There was one at 470. Was it there? There was the bottom. See, you got 10. See how the numbers have gone up? 20, 10, 10, 10. All this was on the same day. See that April the 16th, I bought 20 shares. You say I was going mental, like margin crazy, the margin crazy man. So you can see, look, the ones I bought there at the bottom, the 20 shares there at 482, we went even lower, 470. You can see how much money they've made. Now, you can't see this because it's the bottom of the screen, but at the bottom of the screen, it says those lots are worth to me a $1,700 gain, which I'd be taxed on. We don't like paying tax, not because we don't like giving money away. It's money we can't invest with. If you pay tax, that's 20% you have to hold to give to somebody else, the tax man. You can't invest it. You can't invest it anymore. 20% gone. We don't like doing that. We don't ever like doing that. We keep our money. We don't give it the tax man. I don't pay tax, right? Very important. So I can sell those shares. I don't want to do that. If I sell those shares, those were the ones at the bottom protecting my account from a margin call. Those are the most important stocks to hold. They are my average. They're the bottom. They are the safe stocks. We're not going down there again, ever. You will never see those prices ever again. That's done, finished. 99% certain you will never, ever, ever see those prices again. Even if you have a dip or a crash in 5 years, 10 years, you will not see those prices. Those prices are gone. I want to hold those because they have the maximum gain, the maximum profit, the maximum tax. We don't want to sell those, but those hold my portfolio up. Lovely. So we'll uncheck those. We don't want to sell those. We want to keep those. We bought the S&P when it was 17 times earnings, when we were below the 200 moving average, when GDP was up, when inflation was going down, when every macro condition was telling you, buy, 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 buy. So I did. I frigging well did. I didn't just use margin. I refinanced. I margined twice. I really went for it, right? Was I right? Of course I was bloody right. There was no question about it. Exactly what Warren Buffett does. You buy with conviction. So we scroll up the list. These are the latest ones. We're going back in time now. Look, everything's green now. Oh, making money on every single share. Hooray. Hurrah, Martyn's a hero. There we go. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. You bought these shares. Look at these. Look at these shares here. These 5 here. Let me tick they are. See, there's 5 shares there. I bought those at 540. We're at 538 now. We're nearly at 540. That's why they're showing a loss. Now then, there's a very, very, very good reason to sell those now. Spoiler alert, I'm not going to. Let me tell you why. If I wanted to reduce my margin now, the best way is to earn money the old-fashioned way. Get some dividend money, yeah, put that in your margin, or earn some money. Go down to a McDonald's today, do a few hours, earn some money, put it in, reduce your margin. That's the best way. That's the best way. Second best way is to start selling some shares, because you have to reduce your margin if you're concerned about the market going down, or you're concerned about you don't have an income coming in, or whatever reason it is. So you don't sell the ones from the bottom, and you don't sell the ones that you bought at the top for a loss. That's stupid, unless you want to bring your tax down for a reason. You know how much tax you owe, so you want to bring it down. You want to sell these ones. And the reason why I want to sell these ones is because I'm only going to lose. In fact, look at this. That's the better one. That one there. That's the best example. That one there, I can sell 5 shares of the S&P 500 and lose 18 cents. It's now 13 cents up, right? I can lose 18 cents. Hurrah! I'm losing no money at all. Yes, you are. You're losing 18 cents. Why are you doing that? Because I'm not posting a tax profit, not paying any tax. No 20% goes to the government, so I can't invest it. I keep the cash. I keep the money. But what I do is I reduce my margin because I've just sold 5 shares. Now, you might say, well, why the hell would you do that? You didn't make any money. Because I was buying on the way down more and more. You saw as it got lower, I bought 10, 20, 30 on one day. I got ones lower. Now, in my case, maybe I'll keep all these because I've got an income, I can afford to hold them. But if you think the market's going down and you bought too much on the way down, you can swap these for the ones you bought at the bottom. I'll use the example. If you went into Walmart today and you always buy a pair of Levi jeans at $100 and they're now on sale for $50, you buy them at $50, right? Because you know you're going to get 2 years wear for $50. I'm going to buy them. I love these jeans. 50% off. I'm buying them. So you buy them. Next week, they're on sale. The stock market went down even more. They're now $25. So you buy another pair. But then you go, bloody hell, I don't need 2 pairs of jeans. I only need one. I only need 1 pair of jeans to serve the purpose of what I need. So you go, hang on a minute, I'll buy the ones at 25, which is what I did. I bought stocks lower. And then you go back to the shop and say, you know the jeans I bought for $50 a couple of weeks ago? They go, yeah. Can I bring them back and get $50 back? Well, yeah, you can, can't you? You can do that in the shops. You can also do that on the stock market because you can use these tax lots, the ones I've just ticked just there, to take back the ones I paid too much money for. Now, if you want to keep them all, hey, we got a new member.
Wilfredo has become a member.
Thanks a lot.
Boom. Collision emoji. There it is. My 1 month badge.
Boom. If you want to keep them all, because you don't think the market's going down and it's going to keep going up, sod it. And you didn't overstretch yourself. Maybe your income's gone down. You've lost your job. You're earning less money. I don't want so much margin. I want to reduce it, or I want to get out of margin. I only did it to time the market. I bought more than I really want. I unbalanced my portfolio. I want to keep the ones that I bought lower. They're the ones I only want. Let's say you only wanted 10 shares. To your position, you only wanted 10 shares. So you bought 10, 10, 10, 10. So you got 4 times too many. But you got the 10 at the bottom. Then you sell all these 3 to the 10, 10, 10. So the 30 go on the way up. That's what this is for. That's how you always win. That's why the video is called Martyn Lucas Investor Always Win. Go and check it out. You probably don't need to now, do you? Bloody hell, I've done myself out of a video. Oh, well. So I tell you what, for the money that I'm going to lose for giving you the top tips of the day, because you're not going to watch it now, I earn about 1 cent per person per ad on the video. And there's 3 ads in that video. So I've lost 3 cents per person. So everybody owes me a 99-cent super chat. We'll call it quits. All right. So I win a bit more out of that. Yeah, I win it by about 97 cents because you can't do a 3-cent super chat. If everyone does that, I'll be happy and I'll carry on with my amazing analysis. Because I made a video that no one's going to watch, right? So I'm losing money. What was the point? And I spent 2 hours making it when I could have been doing something else. So I'm losing more money. Just saying, folks. Anyway, so the point I'm making is here, that is how you sell lots to improve your position. Now, if we scroll back, you can see these were on the way down. These were at the top. We got quite a few. Now we come into a period of time when I bought ones a while ago and now we're up again. It was that dip in the middle. See, now all these are winning, all these are winning, all these are winning, all these are winning, all the way down to the bottom. There you go. So that's what tax lots is about, and that's how you can always win. There we go. Denise.
Denise Bruckner donated $1 through a super chat.
How many people are watching? 336. All right. Now, I reckon, look into my crystal ball, I reckon if you'd all watched the video, I would have earned $336. So I reckon every single person who's watching, there's 334 now, 2 people have said, sod this, Martyn Lucas is just trying to get me to give him super chats. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm trying to earn money so I can buy the S&P 500. Yeah, I am. Yeah, it's my job. He's always trying to get money out of people, this channel. It's all about me, making money. Yeah, it is. This is my job. This is my job. This is how I live. And I think I provide a service. Yeah, you do provide a service. I know, but the trolls say that it's all about me making money. Ignore the trolls. They only wish they could make some money. Yeah, I know they do. But why do they say it? Hang on, I'm getting confused. Which one's me and which one's the other me? I'm confused now. Doesn't matter. It does. I'm confused. I've always been confused. So yes, you're right. It is about me making money. It's about me making money so you make money. That's right. We all trying to make some money. So anyway, there you go. Look, at the end of the day, I've lost my thought now. Shouldn't have been chatting with myself. Anyway, there you go. So people in the chat are going, Archer. ACHR. Let's have a little look. Now then, Archer Aviation. Archer Aviation. We covered the earnings last night. And this is where me and Vaz had a difference of opinion. Vaz, do you want to call in? Vaz, are you live in the show? Do you want to call in? Do you want to call in? Is Vaz here? I've got to get Vaz on the show. Vaz, are you here? Are you here? I can't spell are you. Does it matter how I spell are you here? All right, okay. Is Vaz on the show? Let me open up the phone line. I'm going to give, this is for Vaz, nobody else. Vaz private phone in. Vaz video link. There you go. Right. There's the Vaz video link. Let's see if he calls in. 2 minutes. Hurry up. Get off the toilet. I know what's going on. Denise Buckner. I want to thank Denise Buckner. She's the only one. So Denise, who do you like best? Michael Jackson, Richard Marx, Michael Bolton, or Andre Bocelli? Which one do you like best? Which one do you like best? Which one do you like best? Because Denise Bruckner was the only one who gave me a super chat, so she deserves a special treat. Mike, what did I say? Michael Bolton, Andre Bocelli, Richard Marx. Oh my God, I love them all. Denise. Well, pick one. Pick one. Or Vaz. You know what time it is? Martyn, you know what time it is? Right, Denise, pick one. Anyway, let's do Richard Marx. Okay. All right. Have I turned my effects on a minute? Hang on. Oh my God. I haven't got the thing on, have I? Ugh. One. Okay. All right. So all I'm doing is look at the portfolio. Should be illegal to make this much money. So what all I'm gonna do is turn echo on. There's no voice auto tune rubbish, right? Look, press this button here, and all I got is echo. Denise Bruckner, this is for you. And if anybody else thinks this is the best impression ever of Richard Marx done by a financial investment channel on YouTube, gonna nail it down a little bit, then everyone needs to give me a super chat. I'm a busker on the street. You ready? I need my busker's hat. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you. Whatever it takes, oh hell my heart breaks, I will be right here waiting for you. I took for granted all the time. And I'm singing to you, Vaz. You're not even paying attention. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be. Yeah, I'm singing to you, you miserable sod. Right here. He doesn't even realise it.
Am I live?
Yeah, yes, you're live. I'm singing. Bloody rubbish. Don't know why I bother. Don't know why I bother sometimes. Don't know why I bother, Vaz.
Yeah, but everyone,
You know what time it is?
it's time to start talking.
EVTOL.
Let me
By the way,
I have a great idea, Martin. I'll put
Oh,
you on
do
the
ya?
other screen.
What's that then?
Facing you. How about that?
Hey, that's very good. Oh, I like
better,
it.
isn't
Look
it?
at that. That's like the
I
two
can turn
Ronnies.
around.
It's like the two Ronnies, mate. I love it. Brilliant. Look at that. I tell you what, mate. I was right again, and you were wrong. What am I talking about? Archer Aviation.
I was literally, as the bell opened and I got notification on Archer, I'm thinking, yeah, what did I just say like 2 minutes ago?
And let me tell you why. There it is. For those of you who just tuned in, Archer Aviation exploded. Let me tell you why it's gone up. All right, and it's simple, really. And I'll let Vaz to be. Because it's my show, I get the advantage. It's like having the advantage to always win, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Vaz to go first and why he thought it would go down. See, that gives me the advantage. So Vaz, why did you think it was going to go down?
Because...
Are we interrupting you? Do you have a problem? Got ants in your pants or something? You can't seem to sit still on your chair today.
Just grabbing...
Oh, hello. Hang on. What's this?
David Knight donated £5 through a super chat. Only recently started investing last year. The crash wrecked my portfolio, but I used emergency money to buy the dip. Now I am only 15% down. Thanks, Martin.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome, mate. I tell you what, that was rubbish. I didn't get one super chat for my amazing Richard Marx impression. I'm very upset. I blame Vaz for that, for calling in and ruining it. It's because he didn't react. Anyway, Vaz, why do you think it went down? Or you think it would go down?
It will go down after some time. It probably wasn't an immediate reaction because it's on the back of the market sentiment.
Don't spoil it. That's where I was going. Don't spoil it. To stick to the bits, you stick to the fundamentals. You're just spoiling my punchline.
Yeah, the fundamentals are not amazing.
No.
And investors will get bored after some time if we don't see any more news, any more updates. So I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of weeks we will break below $9 easily. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
And that information you provided was spot on and responsible, and why we have you on the show, right? That was the right information, right? The reason why it's gone up today, folks, is not because you learned anything on the earnings that it should go up. Absolutely not. Vaz was absolutely correct. The reason why it's up, and this is why I made the prediction today, it would be a green day. I said it would be a pump, declared it ahead of schedule, so no one's going, oh, you said it afterwards. I said it before. All right. What's the point of saying it afterwards? Was because inflation was going to come in, expectations now of rate cuts going down, expectations of tariffs all going away. Of course, they're not all going to go away. Some of the Chinese tariffs are still going to be quite high. Historically, it's because a rebalance is being done. However, we've got complete FOMO in the market because the markets were oversold. So now anything cheap or appears to be cheap, and because Archer's it was under $10, it's regarded as cheap. Now, like I've always said before, if there was only if my business was worth $100 and there was one share of 100, or there was 100 shares of $1, the same thing. You've either got 100 pieces or one piece. The business is still worth $100. However, when you've got a small business like Archer compared to Nvidia, for example, it's a tiny business in comparison. So they can either have lots of shares, a lot more, for a small amount, or they can have few shares at a high amount. And that's why you have reverse splits, forward splits for all kinds of options, reasons and contracts and so on and so forth, right? But retail investors who like this sort of stock because it's innovative, it's sexy, it's cool, and we have said this is the next sector. This is why we are heavily investing in VAS. This morning, I had some messages. Why did you end Sensei's stream? He's had like nearly, I think, 3,000 views now for his opening bell show this morning. And I would have had 10,000 on this stream if I'd gone at 7:30. Why did I do that? Now, this is important. I'm glad Vaz is on to talk about this because we're investors here. We don't just invest in the stock market. I invest in me and I invest in the people that are on my show. We always invest. Investing is for the future, not today, not running around trying to, what can we get the most views out of today? That's very short-sighted. I know lots of things I could do. I could talk about Soundtown today. Have 20,000 views today, make about $200 because it's about $100 per 10,000, just to give you an idea, right? I could make about $200 today on Soundtown. However, I'm investing in the future of what comes next, not is where we are today, right? So I'm looking at this and I'm looking at Vaz because Vaz is bringing us the next sector that's going to take off. Not today, not tomorrow, even though it's pumping right now. It can go right back down again. I'm looking at this, particularly when you talked about the Olympics, seeing people, seeing athletes arrive in EVTOLs, landing on the grass, the field, whatever you want to call it. That's an exciting time. Now, we want to be in now, not in then, because that's when it's going to be pumping, right? But that's why we're talking about it. So someone to those that asked, why did I not go live this morning on an inflation report that was going to pump the market? Why did Sensei end to go into an earnings? Is because we are investing in the future. We're investing in our broadcasters and we're investing in you. And we're bringing you the best news for that end. Not, well, we can pump the hell out of Soundtown today and everyone's excited. Well, it's already pumped. What's the point of that? What's the point? We want to buy it before. So I thought I'd share that with you because you might have thought, well, yeah, you might have thought that as well, Vaz. You thought, because, that's what we do. That's why we do what we do. Anyway.
Yeah, I do appreciate it, Martyn. Namely, the vertical aerospace earnings was quite important because nobody else covers vertical aerospace. We are the only channel regularly covering and updating on them.
Yeah. Well, that's why it got low numbers as well. Low numbers compared to if I'd done a stock market pump on a whatever, because it's a new stock. It's small. I heard the size of the size of the market cap. It's a small business, right? And it's great that we're the only ones doing it, but it also means no one's looking for it because it's only us doing it. However, when they start looking at it, which they will in about a year's time, we'll be like we were with Virgin Galactic. We'll be like we are now with XRP and Nvidia and all the other ones that we trend for. So that's what we're about. We're investing in the future. So that's why Archer is pumping today. It's a cheap stock as far as people think it is. It's not. It might be expensive, right? Just because it's $10. So that's that. And also space is now trending. Look at Virgin Galactic. I know you're moving also into aerospace. So you'll be looking at SpaceX, you'll be looking at Virgin Galactic, you'll be looking at other things in this space. So you can see Virgin Galactic is also up today. I was paying attention then to the monitor screen going, okay, I've got to talk for another 10 seconds yet because Vaz has just nipped off. He's back again. That was a very quick pee, I'll be honest. I'm very impressed with that. But look at the market, Vaz. Look at this. Look at that. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Lovely.
and I'm down by about $800 because it was margin payment day today to pay the interest. So I'd be up $4,000 today on top of the 60 grand we did yesterday. So
just casually. Yeah.
Casually. So I want everyone who's watching this now, you can see, we're excited, we're loving it, whatever. It is great, but this is not the time to buy. You might have to wait 6 months before you buy again. And that is the key. Mass up cash. Because right now, and for the last time in years, you're earning good money on margin, as in uninvested cash. I said at the beginning of the year, I'll say again, 10% year this year. 35% if you bought the very bottom. Nobody bought and nobody was all out and then bought the bottom at the exact bottom and got the full 35%. But that's what you could have had if you'd got everything out, bought the very bottom, and then no one's got that. No one was that clever. No one, right? I got some at the bottom, but I was still already in, so some were on the way down and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, 35% from the trough to the peak. But where we are now, it's 10% year. So if you can earn 4% on uninvested cash, obviously that's not as good as 10%. You're 6% out of the money. However, I expect the market to go back down again next year into spring. So if you've got cash now, you don't buy the pump, you leave it in your cash, earn 4%. Lovely, you're making money, you're making more than inflation, and you want to do it now because interest is about to start going down. And when it starts going down, then it's not really that good to be holding cash as much because it's not earning as much money, okay? But right now, you're still earning 4%. End of the year, you got 4%, or over 12 months you will have. And then as we start dipping next year, you can buy then. You don't want to be buying on a pump because like we just said about Archer Aviation's fundamentals does not... Oh, hello.
Matt Dillon donated $2 through a super chat. Martyn, tell the aides about RGC, please.
Tell the aides about RGC. What's RGC? Let me just take the notifications off the screen, only because I have a guest on the show and it doesn't look very nice. Yeah, I know. I wish I could put it somewhere else, but there is nowhere else to put it, really. Anyway, so... I could put it over my face. I know that's what you're going to say, right? Stick it over your face. There's plenty of space there. Yeah, Archie Aviation, fundamentally, the stock should have gone down. It's pumping because everyone's FOMO'd in, so you don't want to be doing that.
I would just say one fundamental thing.
Yeah, please.
Archer don't have enough money to take them operationally to the point when they will start being profitable. So
they're going to dilute, are they?
Say again?
So they want to dilute. Is that what you're saying?
There is definitely, not definitely, but there will be potentially at least one dilution along the way.
Right. So you don't buy now, do you?
Yeah.
No one buys into a dilution pump because you're going to get stuff when it goes down because the news of it, the dilution will send it down. The rumor, the news, whatever you like. And then you are literally diluted anyway because the stock's gone down. So there are more shares. Not because it's gone down, but because it's been devalued. So no one buys into a dilution pump. That's crazy.
You could see the operational expenses last night. It was what, 128 million per quarter. That's a lot.
Right.
And although they have $1 billion on their balance sheet, it's not enough. That's only probably 2 years, and they won't be profitable in 2 years. And you have your production line you need to set up, you need to accelerate your production, you need to start producing vehicles. There will be initial costs. There will definitely be at least one dilution along the way. Yeah.
Someone has just mentioned in the chat called Freedom. Have you actually took your 60 grand profit? No. So you're right. If not, you're not in profit. You're right. You're absolutely correct. However, you don't understand what I'm trying to achieve. I'm not going to take my profit. I'm going to grow my portfolio to $1 million more, like 2, but I haven't declared that officially yet because the moment I do, then I'm committed to doing it. But 1 million, I will then eventually borrow against my money. I won't sell my shares. The idea is I'm earning money to invest to get $1 million portfolio that earns me 100 grand a year, and then I borrow against it. So it carries on making money without me actually taking any money from the pot. So you're right in the fact that I haven't sold it and ended up filing a tax event. You're dead right there. But I've no intention of selling either. So you're right. I haven't made the profit until I sell, but I'm not going to sell. The idea, what I'm trying to achieve is acquiring more stock at better prices, at lower averages. I was even able to lower my average during this crash. My average on, was it February the 7th, Liberation Day? I forget what, was it called Liberation Day? It was, wasn't it? The tariff thing, Liberation Day. Oh, I'm going to go with that. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. I think it was February the 7th. probably February the 2nd. It's probably Independence Day. Bit of independent. I don't know. I've got no idea. There's spaceships coming down. Donald Trump was on the green talking about tariffs. I don't know. Anyway, we were there live, but I've slept since then. I was at my average on VOO was 517. My average on VOO was 517. So look what I've been able to do. My average on VOO now is 494. That's a huge drop. Now, some people said to me, why are you getting so excited? 494, that's nothing. From 517 to 494, that's not a big drop. It is when you have $400,000 worth of VOO. It takes a shit ton of stock to move it anywhere because you've already got so much. If you've only got one share and then you buy it $5 less, well, it's going to go down to $2.50, isn't it? Halfway, because you had two, now you had one, now you got two. So it's averages, isn't it? Well, when you got, I think I've got like 700, 800 shares, you're not going to move it that much by buying 10 here and 10 there, are you? So it is a big deal. To go from 517 to 494, over $400,000 is a lot. So, that's how it works. Anyway, great to have you on the show.
While we speak, I sold 75 shares of Archer for the profit of 35%, 34.
You just took a profit?
As we speak. I took profit because
I think that's a very wise thing to do.
If it goes even higher, I will be holding. I don't think we will break through the 12, the high, the main resistance, and I think it will start cooling off. So yeah.
So you took profit. I think that was the right thing to do. Totally, because it's pumping for no reason. You know dilution's coming. You know the stock better than anyone I know. You follow it all day, every day, which is the key anyway, isn't it? You know the business you own and you have taken profit and you love it and you're passionate about it, but you know that's a good price.
This is the thing. I started looking into the proper fundamentals. I started looking into the shelved filings. I started looking into the warrant exercises. And I know that at one point, this stock can I don't want to say crash, but it can retract very massively. And it will usually happen on a pump when the stock will be high, because the institutions are not going to be exercising their warrants at a low price, will they?
No.
So, yeah.
You're doing the right thing there, mate. Even though you'll pay tax on that, you have done the right thing. Now, if anyone's watching going, I don't pay tax, there are ways to avoid it. First of all, you're under the tax bracket, so you don't earn a lot of money, so you're under that. But you may be doing it in your Roth IRA. Now, remember, whenever I trade, I only trade in my Roth IRA. I do sell in my main account when it's using tax loss for a wash, because that doesn't cost me any tax. But if I'm selling 30 shares of the S&P today for a nice big profit, I don't do that on my main account. I do that on my Roth IRA. Did you buy Archer on your main account, or was it a Roth account?
No, I'm in ISA.
ISA. So you bought them on your ISA account?
ISA, yeah.
So you just traded tax-free anyway?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I've got 20 grand allowance a year.
Brilliant. So for those of you not familiar what we're talking about, in the US, it's called an IRA, right? It's a tax-free, you're allowed 8 grand a year. The current, depending on your age, of over 55, 65, whatever, it's about 8 grand a year. That's dollars. There's a Roth IRA, a traditional. Speak to your CPA, your accountant. For me, it's best to be a Roth IRA because I'm a corporation. Sounds posh, that, doesn't it? It's not really posh, Faz. But Martyn Lucas LLC, it's a limited corporation. Sounds really grand, like I'm Amazon, like Jeff Bezos, and technically on paper I kind of am, but not really.
Are you doing this when you're drinking your tea? Are you doing this?
Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm definitely doing that now with me Rothite, with me LLC. In England, it's called a limited company. And when I was One Night in Vegas Limited, I had a plaque on the office door and everything. Martyn Lucas, CEO. Oh yeah, very good. Anyway, so. In the US, if you're not in the US, you're in the UK, like Vaz, you don't have IRAs, you have ISAs, individual savings account. And you can go very, very easily. There's lots of websites. Everyone's bank does it, but obviously banks make a little bit of money from it. Go to an ISA, and you've got two options. You've got cash ISAs, where you can put your cash and earn interest tax-free, or you can buy stocks in an ISA. So you can go into an ISA, just like Robinhood, just like a brokerage account that you normally use, like Robinhood, for example, and you can buy 10 shares of Archer or whatever you like, and they are tax-free. They're part of your ISA, part of your individual savings account, tax-free. So when Vaz sold those at 30%, he did that tax-free, which is the absolute perfect thing to do. He's got a pump on a bad, well, not a terrible earnings, but it wasn't great. You've got a dilution down the road. You've had a 23% pump. You've got everything pumping beyond pumpingness. It needs to cool down now, right? And you've got dilution coming, and you did it tax-free. If you hadn't have sold, I would have slapped you across the head. It was a brilliant, brilliant trade, a brilliant trade. Now, it won't matter to you, will it? If it goes up to 30%, you go, oh, I missed 7. You don't know when the top is, but you know it's coming back down again, and you'll take your nice bit of change you've just made there with that nice bit of profit, and you'll buy it lower. And any price lower than where you sold it improves the situation. Now, some people say, they message me this, and they go, hang on a minute. If I bought it at 10 and I sell it at 20 and then I buy back at 19, I've lost money. No, you haven't. If you bought at 10 and you sold at 20, you've got all this money. All this money is where you left at 20. So if you then buy at 19, it doesn't go, well, I had it at 10 and now I bought back at 19. What a bloody idiot. No, you still got the 10 to the 20. Your average will go up. This is why I say averages aren't important. Everyone goes, oh, I don't want to learn. I don't want my average to go up. Get over it. Your average is going to go up over time. You can't buy the S&P 500 in 20 years from now for your average, right? It's going to keep going up. Archer Aviation one day could be $1,000 stock. I don't know. You ain't going to buy it for, you can't keep your average where it IPO'd at, right? If it's successful anyway, right? So of course your average is going to go up. But if Vaz bought at 10 and sold at 20, he's got all that extra cash. He buys at 19, he's still saving $1. He still improved his position by $1 a share. Does that make sense for everybody? Does that make sense to you, Vaz? Yeah. Definitely. But people go, oh, I don't want to do that. It's like me now. If I sell using my tax lots and I sell the S&P where it is today to get rid of those ones, I didn't make any money, no losses, just straight wash, okay, and then I buy back tomorrow, but it's higher than my average, which it is because it ain't going to go down that low again, have I lost out? Well, yeah, my average will go up slightly, maybe, but when you got 700 shares, it probably it won't even move, like 10 cents, it won't even move. But the point is, I swapped shares I paid, let's say $500 for $499. Well, obviously I'm in a better position. Would be great to wait for it to go back down below my average and lower my average, but that's not going to happen. So that's what you're going to do, right? So you're now going to wait until you feel it's a good time. Now, when it goes down for you, you've got 2 calculations to do. You got to think, okay, it's gone down 10%. Hurrah, I'm saving money. However, if the 10% is still higher than it is before the calculation of dilution, you might want it to go lower because it might still be more expensive than it was before. Even if it goes down 10%, it might still be more expensive because it's now worth less because it's been diluted, right? So you've got to do the calculation. You can work that out. You can see what the market cap is, how big the business is. If they double the share allocation, well, then it's the shares are worth half, aren't they? Just simplifying it. So it's got to go down 50% just to match that dilution. So if it goes down 60%, I'm just picking numbers out of the air, then you've got a better deal, right? You get that, right? There's no point in just going down a couple of percent and going, oh, it's cheaper. Yeah, but you've not built into it the cost of the dilution. So you've done the right thing, mate. Brilliant trade. That's why you're the expert on EVTOLs, mate. See?
You mentioned the average. When I first started trading Archer, my average was like 396. That was back in October last year.
Yeah.
When it hit the bottom and then it started going up.
Yeah.
And I was just selling, trimming, buying in, and my average went up to like I don't know, 5.50 or something like that. I was taking profits along the way. And by Christmas, or around Christmas, my 20% of my portfolio was just net profits from Archer trades. And then when it was all about $12, $11, and then it started retracting, and then it crashed, and I could buy back in again, and my average was 7. Now I've been selling again, trimming, and my average now is 8.27. So it's been going up, but I've been gradually making more and more money.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your average.
There's so many people that hold Archer for like $5, $4 average, and they have thousands of shares. And I keep telling them, why don't you take any profits? You're not gonna lose money if you don't if you're taking profits.
You can acquire more stock by doing that. You see, there's two ways of looking at it. You come into a business like Warren Buffett, and when he bought Coca-Cola, he bought like half the business. Poof. We're on the board. Okay, different. He doesn't need to ladder in. He got in. He bought. Take control. That's one way. And then you hold forever because you now own Coca-Cola. Wow, imagine owning a Coca-Cola when it's a couple of cents a share. Bloody marvellous, right? That's one thing. And then you've got traders who trade the momentum. They want to just catch the hype, pump it up a bit, take a profit, and there's those in between, swing traders, day traders, long-term investors, whatever. So you need to know who you are and what your goal is. It sounds to me that you love this space, you understand it, that's why you study it, that's why you broadcast it for us, all of that stuff, and you're trying to own more of the business as possible. You want to acquire more and more stock. Well, the only way you do that is either you're a billionaire like Warren Buffett who just comes in and buys 50% of the company and gets a seat on the board, or you have tons of money and you earn millions of dollars and you can buy whatever you want whenever you want. That probably isn't you either. That's not me. So you have to take some profit to buy back more because you want to acquire more. And I think that that's the wise approach. And anybody who regards themselves as an investor, who's in their teens, 20s, 30s, 40s, barely 50s, just getting a bit too old then, like me, 56. But if you're in those positions, your job is not profit today. Your objective is to acquire more stock today. Yes, if you take profit like you've done today in the purpose of owning more, that's a good move. Because you are young enough and you're looking to build, you want millions of shares of Archer and millions of shares of vertical aerospace. Well, you can't do that because you don't have millions of dollars every month coming in. So you have to take some profit to buy back at lower prices, that thereby, gaining more and more position. And when you're my age, you've then got 1 million shares of everything. Then you can trim, you can sell, you can do what you want to do with it. But anyone who regards themselves as an investor rather than a trader, and you're trying to build a pension and a future objective, your job isn't the day-to-day price action. Even though you'll take profit, the objective is, how do I obtain more shares of what I want? I know that might sound like the same thing, but it isn't. If you're just focusing on profit every day, like me, I could have gone, sod it. Sensei keep going live, I'll follow it. That'll be more views than if we covered the earnings. That's immediate profit. But long term, that's a stupid idea because I want to widen our reach on YouTube. See, we could rocket down a very thin alley today, or we could go wide and wide and wider and then rocket down the entire stock market. And that's what I'm building. That's what I want us to do. So that's the same as owning stock. You're trying to get more and more shares. So you did it right. And a lot of people also message me going, they forget. They know, but they forget. You can just sell one share. People go, it's all or nothing. I bought this and now I've got to sell it all because it's complicated to work out what shares are in profit and which ones are not. So if I just sell it all and then wait and then buy it all back, I kind of know where I am then. My balance is my even. I've even had people say to me, right, I like to buy a whole share. I don't like 0.9 of a share, or I don't like to fractional share because I want to own a whole share. And I go, why? Yeah, but it sounds better, doesn't it? I've got 10 shares of Archer, not 10.06 or 9.9. Doesn't matter. The shares don't know you own them. What's important is how much money do you have invested? How much of the pie do you own? In money terms, the shares are not important. You know, you might have, what if Elon Musk tomorrow said, I'm going to do SpaceX, and there are 10 shares. Every share is $1 trillion. If you only owned 0.0000001, it might be $1 million, but you've got $1 million of SpaceX, right? You can't own a whole Bitcoin. Most people don't, but you're quite okay with that, right?
I've got a good example. I will tell you my vertical aerospace position. It's 1,000 shares, 0.34708.
There you go. Yeah. Now,
5 decimals.
Yeah, exactly. Now you fractional share, and also you need to get over that, because if you have a dividend paying stock like I do, then you'll go in and you reinvested it, the dividends. When it comes in, it's going to end up buying a fractional share, because let's say I earn, for me, it's about $1,300 a quarter. No, it's not. It's more than that. It's 5, 10, 50. It's about $1,800 a quarter I get now. Bloody hell, isn't that amazing on the S&P, something like that. So $1,800. Now, if I had it set to auto reinvest the stock, it would buy $1,800 of the stock, and it might give me 6.2 shares or whatever it gave me. It wouldn't give me exactly 6 and go, do you want the change? No, it gives you 0.2, right? So you've got to get over that. It's not important. So averages is not important. Fractional sharing is not important. It's how much money you have invested is important. And if you are in a stock that you absolutely love, like you've just said, there are people holding on to their shares at $5. If it's had a massive rally, not because of its performance, but because of the broader market, sell 2 shares, 5 shares out of your 1,000.
Yep.
Buy some more. It's not, you never lose money taking profit. Now, if your approach is, no, I've got enough shares to make me $1 million. One day, Archer Aviation is going to be $1 million per share. I'm just silly, whatever. So, then fine. Then it doesn't matter. But we've proven on the show that if you do trim and you do buy a dip, you'll end up owning more shares. Now, if you've got enough and you don't care about doing that, fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that either. But you've seen, and Sensei did it on his show many, many times, the XRP crowd that we have, the XRP army. And he said, it's going to go down 50%. And people went, oh, no, it's not. He said, I'm trimming, I'm taking some profit, and I'm going to buy back more. And he showed you over and over again how he acquired more and more and more XRP of what he liked without spending any more money. He didn't need to use his wages or his income. He just made money and bought back more.
Yep.
So we're now getting our first little, the end of the party's coming now. People are going, okay, all right, 25% from the bottom. Let's take some profit. So we're going to get a bit of a dip. Like I said, it's 10% year. It won't go on forever, right? So for me, I'm just going to hold it and just going to go sideways, and I'm just going to be paying off margin. But and once the overall market starts going down, then you'll start seeing Archer Aviation. You'll start seeing stocks that didn't perform great that are at these pumps following it, because they will. Don't think they won't. Don't think they're oblivious to the market. They are. They're not. They know exactly what the market's doing, and all of a sudden you'll see these stocks that have pumped 22% drop 10%. And imagine if you'd sold right now, you'll have a lot more money to buy that 10% drop, and you'll end up owning, from 10 shares, you've now got 11 shares. And I did that actually the other day on the show. I actually sold 12 shares of the S&P using tax lots for a wash, no profit, no gain, no loss. And I bought back 13. So I gained another share. What does that actually mean? Well, it means I've got one more share that's going to compound over the next 20, 30 years, and also earn me another $1.85 every quarter in dividends. And I've now got slightly lower average. I've got one more share. That's what this game is about. Not where we are today, where we are in the future. And yeah. Anything you'd like to add, Vaz? It's been great having you on the show today.
Yeah, I would like to add. I would like to say thank you for giving the space for Vertical Aerospace earnings call, because I can see in the chat. I've been eyeing the chat, and I went through the chat after the earnings, and I see we have sparked some interest in some investors. it was great earnings in terms of fundamentals as well. Not only the presentation itself, but the fundamentals were massive on this one, and it's just a matter of time. This will be very trending stock, and this could be the next Archer on the stock market in next.
I totally agree, and it's our pleasure because we're all investing in you, Sensei. We're all giving our time to support you, and you do a great show. And if anyone has not yet seen Vaz's shows, he's going to be every Saturday, not this Saturday, but after that, other than illness and whatever other reason. But he's going to be, basically aimed every Saturday, like Sensei goes every breakfast. You'll have that. And then he'll cover the EVTOL and the space, and he'll cover, he's also widening out now into the aerospace. So anything aerospace, he'll be there. So you never know what he might cover next. So, and if you watch his show, you'll see he does provide the best quality service. The presentation is great. The sound is great. The visuals, the audience reaction, the way you do it, is absolutely fantastic. And everyone should check out your streams. Now, when you do see a stream from Vaz and it's an earnings, don't think, earnings boring. We get people still think earnings is boring for the ones that we trend for, like Nvidia. All right, or wherever. But earnings are essential viewing, because if you're going to invest in a business and you can't spend an hour or two listening to the earnings call, you have no business buying the shares. Now, of course, you can do what the bloody hell you want, but would you buy a house without looking at it? Would you buy a car without test driving it? So you might want to know what the CEO says about his business before you decide, because you've seen somebody on YouTube spouting a load of nonsense on some channel somewhere telling you it's great or whatever. When you want to hear the CEO, so I strongly recommend everyone watches every earnings that they're investing in, and we cover everyone that members request and all the rest of it. So yeah.
This happened to me. This happened to me recently. I missed New Horizon aircraft quarter report, and I missed a good trade of like 35-40% profit just because I missed the earning. And I get back to it, I found out 2 weeks later, and the price was already up, and the fundamentals were basically the same.
Well, top tip there, and I'll say that when I was investing in individual stocks, and I made a lot of money doing this, and I'd be doing it now. It's a top tip. This is a solid. If you're invested in any company at all, whether it's Archer Aviation, whether it's Tesla, Microsoft, Google, whatever you like, you should, and you are a long-term investor, and your outlook is to gain more shares. That's your focus. That's what you're trying to do. You should always, if you've got the funds and balance a portfolio, you should always have a buy order set on an earnings with a stupid drop. I used to put it for 10%. Stupid. Like 10% drop. Who wouldn't buy it? If you bought it up here and went 10% lower and you wouldn't buy it, why did you buy it up here? I mean, stupid, right? Of course you'd buy it. So as long as you've got the funds and can afford to, right? So what I used to do all the time is I used to have 10% buys in everything. Every time there's an earnings, I had it set up, right? And there was a famous incident. I say famous. It was famous for me. It was famous for us at the time. So there was a famous incident. It was about a year ago, 2 years ago maybe. And we were covering the Amazon earnings. And the report was leaked. Was you watching that? Did you see that event? No, you'd remember. So basically the report leaked. And it was a good report. But it leaked, and it had provided somebody to take some profit very quickly. It was obvious. It was SEC. It was looked into afterwards for compliance rules. It broke all the bloody rules. But it happens all the time. This is like a regular thing. This is not one off. This happens a lot. So the report got leaked, and Amazon went down 10%. Woof. Guess who bought 3 shares of Amazon? Me. I went, oh my God! It just went through. I was like, and it went straight back up. Like 1 second later, I went, sell. It was a brilliant, forget day trade, mate. It was a second trade. It went, vroom, vroom. I bought, I sold, I went, bloody hell, sell that. It was absolutely brilliant. It just got leaked, and then someone was able to, dump a lot of shares. So, or if you are, an investor, for me, the S&P 500, same thing. Always have a buy order set. What if we get a flash crash tomorrow? It's different than the S&P because the overall market, it's not, it's a macro condition. It's because we've just gone into war with somebody and there's a bomb coming and the whole world's gone down the toilet. But if you've got an earnings where you can get a leak or a breaking news story, if you've and you understand the valuation, 10% cheaper would be great. Then have that set all the time. I think that's a great thing to do. I don't like the what do you call it, the stop trail orders and all. I don't like the stop losses. Bad idea. Stop losses, it basically says you don't understand your stock and you've bought too much and you shouldn't afford to. You shouldn't have done it. It's an insurance policy, but we all know insurance policies work for one person and one person alone. The insurance companies who sell the insurance, right? How many people pay insurance and never claim on it? Same thing. If you've got a limit order, stop loss, you're basically saying, if the stock market goes down, it sells my shares. But you don't know why it went down. Maybe it just went down and then straight back up again. And it just tripped you out and you just sold all your shares. So people that do stop losses, I think, are people that are passive investors. They're not watching their account. They don't really know what they own. They've got it in place just in case because they don't know what they own. And they're never going to lose any money because the moment it goes down, it sells out. But you're not going to make any money either because you're always going to be out on the sidelines going, oh, shit, it went back up again. So I don't believe in stop losses. It's not for me.
May I sidetrack a bit?
Please.
Can you bring up vertical aerospace chart?
I can.
It seems to be recovering from that sell-off.
Yeah.
I think it was profit taking, and now it's slowly going over $5.
Well, the overall market just had a little blip, and it got bought up again. So it's a very green day. It's a very bullish day. That's the S&P 500 vertical aerospace. Look, it had that drop this morning. It's the overall market. It's the fact that we are in FOMO. Let me have a look at the CNBC chart. I bet it's gone a bit crazy this morning. There you go. I said yesterday, didn't I? I said yesterday. Some people said would be an extreme greed. Oh, it's great. No, what did I say yesterday? Greed touching the edge of extreme greed. So I said yesterday, live on the show. I did not go extreme greed. People going, it's extreme greed. What do you mean? 25%. This indicator does not just go, well, the markets are going up. So, this is a very complex calculation, folks. I get people go, well, it's up 20, the S&P is like 25%. You've made that should be extreme greed, shouldn't it? Well, no, it's not just the price action. There's volume, there's this, there's a whole calculation. So I said yesterday, greed touching extreme greed. So I was predicting here, and we're just about there now. We're nearly there, right? Extreme greed, we're nowhere near there. We're nowhere near. And this is the problem. When people see the market moving, I see people in the show, when you were doing earnings and when Sensei was doing it this morning, someone goes, you always get someone going, XRP's crashing. And they're like, whoa, it's crashing. And I look at it and go, well,
where?
It's up 50% in the last couple of weeks. It's down 0.1% today. Just stand back a little bit and you go, actually, it's really up a lot, so people get, and that spills over into the professionals. If that's what retail does, imagine what professionals does. Every single time the stock market oversells, and then it overbuys. And right now, it's overbuying again. You don't want to be buying. You want to be selling when, if you want to trim off now, if you're worried about margin or anything else. I'm not selling because I've got a longer term horizon. But, anyway. Anything you want to add, or is there anything you want to share with anybody? Or
No.
Great earnings this morning. Vaz, thank you again. Thank you. Recommend everyone. Now, I'm going to share this with you. So I'm going to give it all bloody out. Have you seen the rate of my X account in the minute? It's going up really quickly. Getting a lot of people from your sector as well, the EVTOL sector, following me, and I guess mine are following you because we're all growing together. So me and Vaz have got a thing called Synergy. right?
Synergy, baby.
Synergy, baby. And Sensei's in on that as well. And you are all in it too. Every one of you going, hang on a minute, what do you mean? We're not in it? Yeah, you are. Every one of my members, we support you. We want you to grow. I invest in everyone. I invest in me. I invest in the show. I invest in Vaz, Sensei, and every one of you. We all could grow together. I appreciate you might not have a YouTube channel and so on, but you probably have an X account or an Instagram and you want some sort of growth, right? Well, we all help each other. I've seen Vaz comment to you, Sensei comments to you, I comment to you. And as some people in this world don't understand, Vaz is going to... Some people don't understand it's all about sharing and engaging. And when bigger creators or bigger businesses come to you and say, hey, we want to help you, that's a good thing. And we love doing that. So if you've only got 1 follower, we'll get you 10. How? Because if you comment on my post or Vaz's post, we will, wherever possible, will engage with you. We'll comment to you. And the way you grow online, X, Instagram, YouTube, wherever, is when somebody bigger than you comments on you. Because it drives their audience to you, because it thinks, oh, hang on a minute, if Martyn's commenting on this, maybe his audience will like this. And it starts to show you in places. And Vaz will tell you that since I started linking my channel to his X account, exponentially, his account went up and I'm getting some off him as well. And then Sensei's doing it. So you can all grow together. So we're an army together, all developing our online spaces. So on that note, there is the X and Instagram in the chat. If you click on my X account right now, don't do it right now because you're listening to me, right? If you click on it afterwards, right, you'll come to my X account. Here I am, Martyn Investor, Martyn Lucas Investor, right? There I am. And you will see I don't do follow for follow. You might go, oh, you miserable sod, why can't you follow me? Because if I follow for follow, my channel has no good engagement. Because if I follow 4,000 people today, X looks at that and goes, well, you follow 4,000, you got 4,000. There's no strength in what you're saying, right? That's what people do who don't do anything. They just follow everybody, right? I only follow 3 people, and I follow myself because I like myself a lot, right? This is my music channel. Well, someone's got to follow my music. No one else does. Vaz used to play. He stopped doing it now. He's got too busy on YouTube. He used to play my Ya Ya Ding Dong and Take On Me 1,000,000 times a day. He used to have it on a playlist going loop-de-loop. Stop doing that now. He's too busy. See how I'm investing? I'm losing views now because I got Vaz on here, see? Investing. Right. So there's my music channel. I follow me because nobody else will. Vaz used to. Couldn't care less anymore. He's got too famous on X. And then there's Sensei. You can click on Sensei, look. So you can follow all the stuff. Look, and he's followed by EVTOL Hub, which is Vaz. Good, isn't it? And then there's Vaz. So if you click on Vaz, you can learn all about it. And I remember, oh my God, was it like, how long ago was it? Just a few weeks ago. 20 views.
6 weeks, yeah.
How many followers did you have 6 weeks ago?
6 weeks. That was your first bump. I had like 10 or 12, and you brought me like 27 people.
Straight
and
away.
Since it's been just going up.
Well, let me tell you, in just 6 weeks, it took me years to get to 100 followers. Years. I think I've been going about 4 years now. I think it was 2 years to get to 100. It just was nowhere. And now it's like 30, 40, 50 sometimes a day. It's going up. And it's really, 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 really hard to grow on X. Because on YouTube, it's visual, you got entertainment, whatever. On X, it's just a thought. I think this. So for anyone to care about what you think takes a lot of work. A lot of work to build up a following, especially when you don't follow for follow. And I'm really proud of you, mate, because you've adopted the same philosophy. You don't go, let's follow everybody just to get them to follow me, and then I'll unfollow them. Stupid. Don't do it. So I'm very proud of you for doing that. And I had a little word with Sensei, and he trimmed it down as well. By the way, did you notice that?
I noticed, yeah.
Did you notice? He went, okay. I'm not going to unfollow everybody, though. I like this guy, but unfollow him. Does he follow you? Well, no. Well, why are you following him then? Well, because I like him. It's my account. Can't I do what I want? No. No, you can't if you want me to help you. Anyway, well, I want to follow these people. Oh, go on then, follow them. Anyway, we had a good old chat about that. But it really, really works, guys. Follow the people that engage with you. You were going to say something.
I just see in the chat we have Dieter, who joined us yesterday on the Archer earning just because I spammed his channel. I didn't spam his channel. I just dropped a little hint that we are doing the earnings because he's reported what earnings are happening this week, and I just said, look, we are broadcasting it live. And he joined us last night, and he's back again. So welcome, Dieter.
I saw that. Shall we put him on the screen? There's Dieter. Yeah. I saw that.
Yeah.
And I think I've been commenting. There you go. Synergy. Dieter, if you comment on something of mine right now, as long as it's nice, if you say you are a bloody idiot, mind you, when people say that, I often do comment back to that as well. So you might, if you think I'm an idiot, that's fine. I'll say, all right, mate, thanks ever so much. Do what you want. But Dieter, if you comment on me, I'll comment back on you. And if it's something really nice, it's fair, isn't it? Should we say something? If we say something really nice, I'll repost it as well. I'll put it on my homepage. So I'll repost it with a quote. So then you'll get all my viewers, all right? So there you go, Dieter. Only because Vaz mentioned it. And he's obviously trying to like make friends with you for some reason. I don't know. Are you famous? Are you important? I don't know who you are. Who is he? Who is this bloke?
He's got quite a few followers.
Has he? Brilliant.
You'll find out.
I'll find out. Okay, Dieter, the challenge is down, right? Comment on me, say something nice, just because I'm trying to influence it, and then I will repost it, I'll quote on it, and I'll invite everyone to go and check you out. All right, there you go. There we go. Synergy, we'll even do it for you. And I just met you 3 seconds ago. There we go. $1,000 XRP to $1,000. You know it. Impossible. 100% impossible. And now why do I say that? Not because I'm smarter than anyone else, but I've done the numbers, and so has Sensei. And essentially, for XRP to go to $1,000, and the argument I will get from you, and this is what anyone says to me who says this same statement, they go, look at Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's 104, so why can't it go to $1,000? It's only, that would be like 10% or 1% of Bitcoin. Why can't it? Why can't it? Because of the supply. There's 21 million total of Bitcoin, and I think it's 5 or 10 billion of XRP. So essentially, what you're saying is, you're saying for it to go to $1,000, I can't remember now, but we did the calculation, and it was something like it would replace the entire global GDP of every country, of every fiat currency, not just for planet Earth, but for the same population living on Mars. So he came to the conclusion that's unlikely. So I'm just saying, all right. It's like saying Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu, it's only like 2 cents and blah, 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 blah. That's what, yeah, but everyone buys a billion coins when they buy Shiba Inu, right? That's why they did it. Why do you think they did it? Dogecoin was a joke. Elon Musk says it's a joke. Shiba Inu was a joke on a joke. So they made it so stupidly cheap that people like to say, I've got 1 billion coins. I remember when I think Mike came in. Was it Mike? I think Mike came in and went, I've got like 1 million Shiba Inu. I went, yeah, I know. It's about the value of what's in my trash can, mate. So again, numbers of shares and numbers of coins don't mean anything. So saying $1,000, Martyn, you got a good name there, but it's I wouldn't say it if I was you, because it basically tells everybody that you're not even counting the basic numbers. So anyway, I wouldn't do that. I used to be loopy too. Oh, loopy do. Did we talk about something a minute ago? Loopy do. I think Nvidia will hit 40 before it goes back down again. Now, I made the statement, and I stand by it because I've been right. Again, on the last, not the last earnings, the previous earnings, I said Nvidia will go to 140. It did. I think it was 142. I said it will go to 150 on CES, the Vegas presentation. It did. And then we had all the disaster with the DeepSeek, and we had Trump, and we had everything else. So on the next earnings, I see 140 for Nvidia, and I see a beat on earnings. There we go. You can clip that, and you can play that back, and you can troll me and go, it didn't do it. He's writing it down. Martyn said 140. Time is important. It isn't for everyone. Warren Buffett proved it. Unless you're me, then he says Then he, unless you're me, then he says you have rubbish. I don't understand that. Do you understand that comment, Vaz?
That's probably out of context. That's
yeah, lovely Stacey. I don't know what she did. Denise Brookner, I trimmed it and Monday will be good news, I believe, for Nvidia. Although one earnings, I believe it will pump and then people will take profits. I will only buy it if it goes down a bit. You've got enough from the sound of things from the size of your portfolio anyway. I may trim at 140. I'm not sure yet. Denise, you got to ask yourself the question. This is what no one ever does. Everybody plays checkers. Not everybody plays chess. Why? Checkers is easy, right? You've got the black and the white. We call it drafts in England. Do you call it drafts in Czech Republic? Drafts or checkers?
We don't call it. What do we call it?
Don't know.
Dama. Fair enough. Well, if you play Dama, drafts or checkers, it's one move at a time. Well, it's not supposed to be, of course. People go, oh, no, it's not. I'm the world champion. Drafts, it's at least 3 moves ahead, Mr. Martyn Lucas. You're talking rubbish. That's because I'm rubbish at drafts, but you're a world champion. So, there you go. But we can all agree, essentially, that chess is a lot more complicated, right? You look at the moves. So, Denise, you've got to ask the question. You're saying, I may trim at 140. I'm not sure yet. So, let's go back to the beginning. Where did you buy? Well, more importantly, when you bought Nvidia, did you buy it for what you perceive to be undervalue? In other words, it will be worth more in the future. Or did you buy it overvalue, hoping it will be worth more in the future? So then it's kind of speculative. And what do you see it being worth? What is the business worth to you long term? Did you buy the stock to trade it because of momentum? It's sexy and everyone's talking about it, so you can catch a momentum trade. Or did you buy it because you like the business and can see in the future it's going to be worth 200, 300, 500,000, whatever number you can come up with? So if you're going to sell it, you've got to know the answers to all those questions. But then here's where chess comes in. What do you do next? Because if you sell it, and the way you described it was, I'm going to sell it. Oh, trim it. I beg your pardon. You said trim it. Okay, so you're not going to sell all of it. So you're going to trim it. Okay, you're going to trim it to bring it in balance of your portfolio. Has Nvidia got too big? Should Nvidia be 90% of your portfolio? I would say not. Should Nvidia be 6% of your portfolio? I would say so. That's the proportion in the S&P. People far smarter than you or I determined 6% was the right balance. Bearing in mind, it's done by market cap, so it would be 6%, all right? So do you want to trim it to balance the S&P's allocation, 6% of your portfolio? Are you doing it because you think you can take profit and it can buy it cheaper? Why do you think it's going to be cheaper? I would suggest that the Nvidia is always expensive. It's always a premium stock. It's been oversold recently. So if you sell it, are you done with that? Are you trimmed that out and you're done with that? Or do you want to get it back? And if you want to get it back, at what price would you buy it back? And if you don't know the answer to any one of those questions, you shouldn't do anything at all. Because very often retail investors, we make the mistake of trading because we can trade. And remember, the only winner is the brokerage. Oh, Robinhood's free trading. No, it's not. They wholesale trade with the market maker. Every time you trade, they make a penny profit. Billions of times a day, they make a lot of money. So they always win. The house always win. Own the casino. We were talking about that last night, weren't we, Vaz? Own the casino, don't play the casino, right? So if you play the casino, the odds are you lose. So because you can trade doesn't mean you should trade. How many times when Warren Buffett bought Coca-Cola was it down from his initial price? Many times. He never sold. I think he added more. He never sold. I think he's trimmed now. I don't know exactly, but I'm sure he has. But why, you've got to consider if you sell, what do you do next? And if you can't answer any one of those questions you just don't know, then don't do anything. Just stay where you are. And 9 times out of 10, if you bought a great business, it's a great business today
it should be a great business tomorrow. Because I wouldn't buy any business that I cannot comfortably own for 10 years. It's like when I married Leah, I didn't think she'll do for a couple of years. That'll get me by. That'll get me a green card because I really want to get out of England because I hate England. I want to come to America. I want a green card. I need to marry an American. No, I saw Leah as a life partner. When I bought my house, I still live in it, but I've had my house for 30 years. And so on and so forth. So if you're going to buy something, I'm assuming you're buying it because you think this is a great business. Jensen Huang is a great CEO. I can see it lasting for 20, 30 years, whatever. I want to own the business rather than own the stock price. So if you can't see, if you've got no answers to any of those questions, you shouldn't sell anything. So I hope that's given you some food for thought. Would you agree with any of those points or disagree with any of those points, mate?
Yeah, definitely. I sometimes think like if something happens and I end up in hospital for a while, or if something happens and I ended up being imprisoned for a certain period of time, and I've got these thoughts: what would happen with my portfolio if I got back in a year's time? For whatever reason, I wouldn't have access to my portfolio for like a year, and then I would come back. Would I be rich? Which stock would be massively appreciated? Which stock would be depreciated? Would I be making money? Would I be losing? That's just, these random thoughts in your head when you're doing nothing and just sparkles in your head. But yeah, if you don't have access to your portfolio for a certain period of time, say a year, look at it this way: where do you think it's going to be next year this time?
I think that's a very wise thing. That was why when I was using margin, one of the reasons, there were several reasons, when I was in margin, which I still am, but when I was in margin for individual stocks, remember when I had Virgin Galactic and all these things, and I was using margin, and you may remember I cleared all my margin, started again. One of the reasons, other than going mainstream media, going fully, transparent, only owning S&P, blah, blah, blah. One of the reasons was this, and you just touched on it. What if I die tomorrow? Leah has access to my account. Of course she does. I've set her up as the whatever they call whatever the word is, the beneficiary, whatever it is. She can access it, but she doesn't use it. She'd be thinking, what do I do? I got all this margin. Oh, do I sell everything? Well, she might do the wrong thing. She might go, well, I don't understand it. I'm going to sell everything, and then she get a bloody great tax bill because I've made a lot of money, right? So don't do that. So there is that issue. And if you were ill, if you didn't die, but you were just ill, had a bloody heart attack, and Leah said, you're not touching your phone, right? I need to get to my phone. I've got to check the stock market. You're not having your phone. Yeah?
Need to pay my margin.
Yeah. She said, you can't. Well, bloody hell, you've no idea how much I need to look at it. You can't look at it. So these are things to consider. If you were incapacitated in any way and you had a car accident, you wasn't dead, but you're lying in hospital and you can't move. And you can see on your face, my Robin Hood, my margin, but you can't tell anyone. I'm trying to write it down, but my hand's in the plaster and I can't write it down. So you do need to think about those things. So it's important that when you invest, can you walk away for 6 months? And the answer to that, I've already asked myself that question, is yes, 100%. Because the stock market will have to go down 50% from here before I start getting a margin call. And that doesn't mean everything gets sold. I've got to raise it by $1 if it went $1 below or whatever it might be. So that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And every single month, even if I was incapacitated and couldn't move, the margin interest gets paid automatically. The dividends come in automatically, and the dividends are just about 70% covering the margin. So I'm covering the margin. I'm not going down, so I'm going to keep going up. And the only thing I wouldn't have, of course, would be my income on YouTube. So I couldn't then keep putting money in. I would have to manually, come out of me cast and me whatever's on my arm and press a few buttons and go, all right, Bank of America, I got paid today, let me transfer some money. No one's doing that for me. So you got to think about those things, I suppose. But it's important to think about it because, you know, you could have that situation. So again, another reason to buy businesses you can own. And you might day trade, you might watch it every day, but can you walk away and leave it for 6 months? And I know 100% I can. Would I do as well? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if there's a massive rally right now and I thought, I'm trimming some of this because there's going to be a crash, I missed that because I'm too busy in my hospital with me cast on, right? Same with you, Archer. You took some profit today, and if tomorrow it drops and you were in your hospital bed, you can't buy them back more. So you want to be able to do that, right? So, you know, you're not going to do as well if you can't actively trade, but you want to be in a position where your portfolio doesn't go to zero if you are incapacitated. I think that's important. Any more questions? Any more comments from anybody? Matthias, this is too funny, Martyn. I said something funny. Fidelity.
Sasha, he's asking, is it possible to message me on X? Yes, I'm open to messages. Oh. And also on Discord. Do you want to talk about Discord?
Who was that?
Remember?
Someone wants to private message you? What's going on here? Yeah. Who's this?
On X.
Yep, that's right. Very, very good thoughts. Thank you. Denise, you're welcome. When you said you want to help people get followers and businesses, I said, unless you're me, then it's rubbish. Oh, I see. Bootleg. Yeah, apart from you, Stacey. Yeah. Well, Stacey, if you get an X account, if you've got an X account for your bootlegging stuff, I'm not going to tell anyone, for that stuff, then I will certainly engage with it. I will certainly comment on it. Don't worry about that. Fidelity is a pain to access each other's accounts, being done it for 31 years. But now terms of service, rude, can't talk to you. Yeah, I think that's terrible. I think Robinhood is phenomenal. Have you got Robinhood yet? Here's my link. Robinhood USA, Robinhood UK. I'm going to take a little break and I'm going to go for a walk and talk, except I'm not going to walk and talk. I'm just going to walk. I haven't exercised for a while, Vaz, and I've got some hypertension in my chest again. You know that? You know when we get angina, you get stress. It's a killer.
I'll tell you what, I've been on a diet. Like I had some issues as well, and I just said, cut it everything, complete detox. I had very strict diet, and I cut like 99% of sugar intake. And what you said before, when you stopped eating sugars and stuff, and then you said you had a piece of cake, and it massively impacted your body. I had the same.
Did you have that?
Actually, I had something sweet, and it was like a pack of sweets or something, or cake as well. And I was really feeling like rubbish, and I was fighting with myself and thinking, is it coming back or what's going on? And it was just literally that one cake I had after like 4 weeks, and it impacted me so much. And I wouldn't believe it until I've experienced it myself.
Yeah,
it happened last week, and
it's
I was
weird,
like,
isn't it?
Yeah, I might not do it again. Or I might take it slowly.
Yeah, that happened to me. If you don't know what we're talking about, a few weeks ago I had a scare with my health, and I really cut down. I'm still cut down. I have got a little bit bad again, but I'm still pretty good, much better than I was. And I did what you did. I cut out sugar, nothing. I mean, Leah went out and she bought all me the best foods. I mean, it was like no sugar in anything, nothing, no cakes, no biscuits, no nothing, 100% nothing. And I told Vaz about it. One day I had a cake or something, and it was like, I think it was my birthday, wasn't it? My birthday. And I thought I'll have a cake on my birthday, and it was a sweet cake, and it was like being hit over their head with sugar. It was like, it's like hell. It was horrible. It was like really over sweet and over strong, and everything went. Yeah, it just shows you how we're getting used to the bad stuff, and then all of a sudden, when you eat the pure stuff, you go, "Oh my God, this is terrible." So yeah, it's worth thinking about that. But yeah, I've just got a bit of stress. We're working very, very hard. All three of us working on getting everything to link and everything else. There's a lot behind the scenes that goes on, and it's getting up earlier, try to have the Sensei show, go into whatever the next thing, and so on and so forth. But yeah, we was actually planning our holiday. We've not had a holiday for way over a year. Longer than that, actually. I very rarely take breaks, as you know. But we are coming up to the 100,000. So we are currently, Leah's talking to her boss and seeing if we can move our holiday to later in the year so I can get the 100,000 and then take the break. Because I'd hate to be on a bloody break and then we hit 100,000. It's you and Vaz, you and Sensei celebrating as me doing nothing, going, I wasn't even there. Synergy. Yeah, synergy without me though. Synergy, that don't work. Synergy, I've got to be involved in the synergy, ain't I? Otherwise it's that. So yeah, so I said to Lee, I said, I really want to be, because the next couple of months we're going to be at 100,000. So can we put the holiday back a little bit? You can imagine that went down well, can't you? That went down well. Yeah. But anyway, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, this is where we are right now. We are 80,273. So it's coming. We got our fourth birthday anniversary of the show, which is next month actually. So that'll be a big day. We'll be moving into the 5th season of Martyn Lucas Investor. So that'll be great. Anyway. So anyone got any comments? Plant-based diet, mate? Yeah, it's all good. Basically, what it comes down to, you don't have to complicate it. Is it this food? Is it that food? Basically, it just comes down to processed stuff, not real foods, and added stuff. If you just pick up a fruit or a vegetable or a fish or a bit of meat or a potato, generally speaking, that's going to work for you, innit? Would you agree with that, Vaz? It's all this stuff you add to it, the sugars, the chemicals, the processes. Yep. Cut that out. That's 99% of it done. Go for a walk, drink some water, get some sleep. 99% of your health issues sorted.
I've noticed sleep is a massive factor. I used to be in a regime where I sleep like 4.5 hours a day, and it worked out for me because I was in a rhythm, I was in pace. Can you see that, Rambo? That's sorry if you can see some noises, that's from the outside. I was in a pace and my body was used to it. I slept like 4.5, 5 hours, and it never caught me up. But now, not because I started doing the show, but sometimes it's better to come back from work, have an hour kip, and then get back to it. But when I have a kip, I can't fall asleep in the evening, and I'm awake till like 2 or 3 o'clock in the night. And I ended up essentially sleeping like 4 hours a day, broken into short periods of sleep.
No good.
And I think that's what caught me up as well.
Yeah.
So definitely go for a good sleep.
I tell you what, I did some research on this recently, and we all do it. We all work too hard. We try and do too much. We stay up on our phones and all the rest of it. And I did some research into this, and sleep, is the most amazing, magical thing. You just don't appreciate how important sleep is because, I'm not tired. You might not feel tired, but your body wants to reboot. Now think about it for a minute. The only thing that you've got of any value in all this world is your body. The only thing you own of any value, your iPhone, this computer, this camera, this studio, it's all stuff I can buy again. I can't buy a new body, right? The only thing that's important that gets you from the beginning to the end in the most comfortable, productive way possible is your body, right? And you reboot your phone regularly. You reboot your iPad. You turn your computer off at night. You do your maintenance. You do your virus checkers. When you go to sleep, it's not just, I've got to go to sleep because I'm bloody, Martyn Lucas on his channel says I've got to go to sleep. It's not because of that. You go to sleep. It's not just I'm tired, so I fall asleep. When you go to sleep, not only do you get sleep, but the body actually repairs itself, and it does a defrag and a reboot, and it's this, and it processes stuff. The brain does stuff. It sorts stuff out. It refiles, like, your filing cabinet. It sorts stuff out. And you can actually program your mind as well. So when you wake up, you might notice, I'm positive, full of energy. I love life because I'm always telling myself that. I live by that. If you go to bed in upset, if you go to bed with depression, if you go to bed, life is rubbish, you program your mind to wake up because that's what you've put in. I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm excited about tomorrow. Warren Buffett is a perfect example. He lives and bloody eats crap, McDonald's and Coca-Cola. He's 94. And he'll tell you he's lived for so long, and we all got these reasons, but he loves his life and he loves his job. He doesn't see it as a job. People say you work too hard. You don't work too hard. You don't rest enough. Some of the people like Jensen Huang, I watched his interview once. He said he works 18-hour days, but he says, I'm not working at all. I love what I do. But when he relaxes deep, right? A lot of these high performers at the end of the day, I mean, they're very lucky. They've got a lot of money, right? Doesn't all take money, but they'll have someone give them a massage, properly relax them, go into a spa, beautiful water and sound and proper relaxation, and they'll have really good sleep, really good. And when he wakes up, poof, I can do anything. And you really need to think that, you know, sleep is essential. And I think it's quite funny, and I'm guilty of this. I'm guilty. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I get it right. I don't. I'm terrible. I'm on my phone. I'm working too late. Faz will tell you. He goes, how come you're messaging me at 3 o'clock in the morning? I know. I'm terrible at it. But I know that I always suffer when I don't sleep properly. So you really need to consider that when you're sleeping, the body literally, I learned something else about it releases certain chemicals that fix parts of the body you don't even know that are breaking. So let's say, for example, you've got a little issue in your kidneys. You don't know about it until your kidneys fall off, and then they can't fall off, you know. Maybe they fall to the right or fall to the left. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but you know the point. When suddenly something goes wrong, you know about it, right? But before it goes wrong, that interim period, that's my technical term, obviously I'm a doctor, the interim period before you know about it, the kidney or the heart or the lung, it's going through some sort of breakdown. Things are starting to break. And in sleeping time, the body releases chemicals and tries to fix those things. And it can't fix them if you're awake and you're on your phone and you're doing stuff. Even if you think, oh, I'm all right. You're not all right. And hyper performers like Buffett and Jensen Huang and people like that, they get really good relaxing sleep. They relax before bed. They get a solid sleep. And this is what I was going to say. I think it's really funny. And I tell myself this, and I wish I could do it. We spend thousands of dollars on stuff, a phone, a computer. But most people, including me, and I bet everyone's the same. Someone in the chat's going to say something different in a minute. Someone's going to go, I don't do that. If you consider you spend, and you should, a third of your life in one place, in the bed, 8 hours a day, 8, 16, 20, yeah, that's a third of your life. 1/3 of your life in bed. How much money should you invest on that bed? Think about that for a minute. 1/3 of your life, the 2/3 of your life you're awake, over a lifetime, you probably spend £100 million on food and stuff and mortgages and car loans and iPhones, don't you? But you'll go out and go, that bed's a bit expensive. 300 quid for that bed. I ain't paying. Can we get a second-hand bed? I've got a nice bed, but it ain't a $20,000. It ain't the best bed in the world. It's just a normal bed. And I sometimes think, you should get a really, really, really good bed. What do you think about that, Vaz? Do you agree with that?
Yep, definitely. Yep.
But do you have a really expensive bed? I bet you don't, do you?
No, I'm happy with my bed. It's just my pillow, because I always sleep like round and twisted, and I always wake up with sore neck. Sometimes if I just want to reset my back, I lay on the floor and I sleep on the floor for the night, just hard floor, and that completely resets every single joint and everything.
True.
But funny you said we spend 1/3 of our lives in the bed. How about the other third, which we spend at work?
Yeah.
Because we literally spend 8 hours, which is 1/3 of our day, at work, seeing the same people, coming to the same place. And
now, hang on a minute. I'm good on that score. Because I spend 1/3 of my day sat in the best chair on YouTube. Yes, this is the chair. This is the chair. This was, by the way, if no one knows, this chair was bought for me by the Lucasades. It's the best chair. It's the chairman of the board on YouTube. This is a beautiful chair, and that's my logo embroidered in silk. Beautiful it is. If you saw it close up, you'd appreciate it. That's in silk, embroidered on the back and the front of that chair. And to top it off, I have, and this is where I did go stupid, I have a $250 cushion that I'm sitting on. It's ridiculous, but I tell you what, it's freaking brilliant. It's from a company called Purple. It's like a silicone, it's got lots of holes in it. And I went, $200 bloody for a bloody sodding cushion? How the hell? Because this is a lovely chair, but the cushion's quite hard for me. And what I'm sitting on is quite firm because it's a good quality. It's firm, right? It's not squidgy, it's firm. However, then my coccyx, the bottom of my back, is just pressing on, on the chair. Well, what this has got, it's got the back cut out. So my coccyx is in the air. But I'm sat on this all these holes of like honeycomb holes, and it's ridiculous. I mean, how can it be worth $200 bloody? But I tell you what, I can sit here for 20 hours and never get any pressure on my spine, never get sores in my legs. I can even spin round. Look, there you go, absolutely brilliant. So I recommend everyone gets a friend. Lots of friends, because you need lots of friends for an expensive chair. They all buy you an expensive chair for your birthday, and then you go out and buy a really expensive cushion. And then so for 8 hours a day, mate, this part of my life is sorted.
Good.
So there you go. Been great talking to you. We'll go to comments and questions. My body CPU is corrupted. Eddie Pooker, I love it. My check engine light is constantly on. Terry Rose. Still heavily invested for long term on AMR and LB. I sleep on a memory foam camping mattress on the couch. Interesting way of doing it. I sell beds. This is true. I use it as a sales pitch.
You can clip it.
You should do that. Oh my God. David Knight, under the video, refresh it if you don't see it. There's a pair of scissors. It says clip. You can clip where I said that. You can share that on social media. Get some views on that one, mate, with a link to your bed shop. No money in my mattress. There you go. No money. I'm the same. I think my mattress is about $100. Skechers don't care if they're old farts. I am one. Skechers don't care if they're for old farts. I am one. They don't care I don't. I guess I don't know. You will sleep anywhere if you're content and at peace with yourself. Doesn't matter about the bed. No, fair enough. There are, of course, people going, hang on a minute. I live in the jungle. I'm in a tribe living in the jungle. I haven't got $1 million mattress. I lie on the grass. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm not going to get into this. I'm not going to get into it. If you want to lie on the grass and you're happy, bloody lovely. All right. So for all those watching in the tribes, in the jungle right now, because I bet you they've got an iPhone, they're watching me, even though they haven't got a bed, they're watching sat on the grass on their iPhones. And they probably sat there going, hang on a minute, I'm sat here in the jungle, mate. I'm perfectly fine. I don't even have a chair. Right. I'm not going to lie. I spent $450 for my gaming chair 4 years ago while I could have bought Nvidia shares. There you go. I'm a traveling chef. What sleep? Oh, God. Furniture Value is the company. Furniture Value is he's trying to get publicity for himself now. Oh, David Knight. He's not even a bloody member. Get out of it. Unbelievable. And money doesn't make you content either. Totally agree.
No, but you can buy a lot of things with money that can make you content and happy.
Do you know what? I've been thinking about that recently because, hang on a minute, that's just not quite straight. Why didn't you tell me? That's better. I like it just like that, look. Dead straight. This is an important point.
Is my mic annoying you?
Because it annoys me because it's grey. Told you about that. Go on Amazon. $1, you can buy a little black sock for that. What was I going to say? Yeah, I totally agree. Money doesn't bring happiness. It doesn't. You can't buy your wife. You can't buy your girlfriend. You can get a woman for the night, and you could get a woman to hang around with you because you got money, but she doesn't love you. You can't buy love. What you can do though is pay the bills for the stuff you need. If you haven't got any money, you can't put any food in the fridge, can you? If you haven't got any money, you can't keep warm. You can't live in a house. So money doesn't make you happy, but it fixes some problems. And I'd rather have money than not have money. So when I get to be old, which is about now, I need some money to pay the bills. So I'm working hard. I love what I do, so I don't see it as work. My body thinks it's work, but my mind doesn't think it's work at all. I love what I do, and I'm making money. I'm investing. So it's going to provide me with an income when I need it. And if you don't do that, you're a burden, aren't you? Now, I had a girlfriend once who was a burden. She says, I don't know why you bother. So what do you mean? You pay, you think you're so great because you got your own house. Well, yeah, but I like owning my own house. I just rent. Okay, that's fine. You know, if you want to rent, that's fine. Nothing wrong with renting. But I like to own my house. But you think you're so great because you own a house. Well, I'm quite happy that I own my house, but you know, if you want, because when I get old, and she was on the dole, unemployed, right? Didn't do any bloody work. She said, that's why I got rid of her. Lasted about a week. I can't stand lazy people. When I found out she wasn't working, I went, not interested, right? So I binned her off. She said, I ain't got a job, I'm unemployed. So I said, well, how do you, well, the council pays the rent. Right, so the council gives you free money because you're not working, and the council pays you. Okay, all right, that's all right. A lot of people unemployed that can't get a job. Fair enough. I'm not gonna judge you because you haven't got a job. People lose their jobs. That's all right. I'm not gonna judge you because you pay rent. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine. A lot of people rent houses. Fine. But why am I stupid because I own my house? Well, you are because you think you're so clever. I said because one day you're gonna have to sell your house to pay for your care when you go into a home. If you go into a home, they'll make you sell your house to pay for it. I said, yeah, probably. That's what happens, isn't it? You work all your life and then you got to sell your house to get your health care for free. Yeah, probably. I get it for free because I've done nothing all my life. I've earned no money. I get my rent for free. So when I get old, they'll put me in a care home and it'll be for free. They'll pay for it as well. I went, yeah, that's probably true. You're probably right. One, it's a really crappy attitude you've got there. So I don't want to be your boyfriend anymore. So that's you down the toilet. Number two, I will get to choose a nice home to go in. You'll get the crappiest one that's available because you've put nothing in. You don't think they're going to give you the best service. They're going to give you the cheapest, rubbishest one they can find. So money doesn't get you happiness, but it helps you do better for yourself. Nothing wrong with being unemployed. Nothing wrong with renting a house. Nothing wrong with being disabled and you can't earn any money. You get benefits. Nothing wrong. But if you have the attitude like that, well, why do I bother? Because it's all going to be for free. And yes, sadly, governments do seem to give people money to do nothing. I don't think they should, but some governments do. If you get nothing, you have no choices. You'll be told where you're going to be housed. You get no option. You don't get a list. They don't give you a list. Which house would you like us to give you for free? And they'll give you one and you accept it or you go on the road. You know, so earning money is essential if you want choices. And the choices will probably make you a bit happier than not. That's all that money does. But you're absolutely right, though. Money on a day-to-day basis doesn't do anything. The quality of your life does. And 5 months ago, when I started with no money, 4 years ago with $5,000, and now I've got 400,000, what's changed for me? Nothing. Nothing. I'm doing the same things 4 years ago as I am today. What's going to happen when I get to $1 million? Nothing. I'm not going to sell it all and go out and buy a Ferrari, but I won't have to worry and I will be able to pay my bills in the future. I don't have to worry. That's why you work. That's why you invest. So if you decide to be a lazy ass and do nothing, and you think everyone should take care of you and the government should just give you everything you need, you don't have choices. You won't be able to choose. You won't be able to have a holiday. You won't be able to choose what things you want to buy. So that's the thing. So when I get to $1 million in 4 years' time, nothing will happen. It'll be a big celebration on the show. Hooray! I'll probably get my maker's mark out and me and Vaz will celebrate with a whiskey. Because if I'm at $1 million, he'll probably be on the way to it as well because he's investing at the same time. Oh, there it is, the maker's mark. I like how you've got it in the studio right next to you. Leah wouldn't allow that. Mine's in the drinks cabinet, right? It comes in the studio for special occasions. It don't live in here. I mean, this is a man's cave already. But if I started putting, beer, whiskey, blow-up dolls in the corner, Leah would go, you've gone too far. Lads mags on the shelf, this studio is one thing, a place for you to live without ever seeing me, not the place I want for my husband. So yeah, so you gotta work and you gotta invest in yourself, otherwise you get no choices.
Martyn, that was a great idea. Cheers.
Oh yeah, for you it's later in the day, right? So it's okay for you. 5 o'clock somewhere. Oh, hang on, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. It's coming up to 5 o'clock somewhere. Yep, over in England. I'll let you have that one. For me, after 10 in the morning, only 5 times a year, remember. 5 o'clock somewhere, 5 times a year.
Best time of the day to start.
Yeah.
Isn't it? If you start early.
Yeah. What are those 5 times of the year? Can you remember? 5 times a year I've been whiskey in the morning. My birthday, the show's birthday, Christmas, New Year, St. Patrick's Day. 5 times a year. 5 o'clock somewhere. You see, you never realised that. You never realised that, did you? All the secret little things that are in my show, all the details in the thumbnails. I drop stuff in on all my thumbnails. Little codes, little words. Sometimes I use GIFs on X to say something that's hidden. No one ever gets it. I stop bothering. No one gets it. 5 o'clock somewhere, 5 times a year. No one's ever realised that until this moment. I bet no one's ever thought about it.
But Martyn's attention to detail is that high, on that high level. If I do it, he always discovers.
What was that? What did I?
Like the Olympics, when I did the lights, when I did the gold and purple, and you said right away, yeah, that's for the Olympics. I noticed.
Yeah.
It's stuff like that.
Yeah, I notice everything. Yeah, Leah says that to me. If Leah changes her women love to be appreciated. They want you to notice the makeup, the hair, the perfume. I notice every detail that Leah does. You've got a slightly shade of blue today, haven't you? She said, yeah. I got that from working one night in Vegas because I wasn't just the singer in the show, but I was every head of every department, from choreography to costume, design, set design, lighting, marketing, finance, the whole works. So I have to be on top of everything. So yeah, details is everything. Yeah. So I notice everything you do. And I said to Vaz yesterday, and it was lovely actually, because Vaz, I'll tell you a little story. Vaz didn't realise that he's done so well with his lighting. I said, Vaz, do you know why you've done the things you've done on the lights? He went, what do you mean? I said, do you know the specific lighting technical mechanics? He says, not really. I just tried it out and experimented. A bit like Elon Musk, by the way. Elon Musk was very much an experimenter. Not like NASA, who knew what they were doing and would go on and on and on until they were ready, even though it broke when they did it. Remember the recent flight? Elon Musk likes to experiment. When he started building rockets, he knew nothing about building rockets. He experimented and he learned along the way. Vaz, the same. I used to hire, I had two lighting engineers that worked for me. We alternated different parts of the country in Europe, and they would join me on the tour. They would run my light show, and they were trained light technicians. They knew exactly what colors of gel to use in the lights, how they work, what they did. There's a science. It's not just stick a light on you, mate, and it works. There's a science behind it. And I understand that. That's why I look three-dimensional. I've got key lights, I've got side lights, shadow lights. I've got all these things. So if you notice, if I do that, look, I'm out of the light. If I go forward, I'm out of the light. There's different angles, the lights are focused. Anyway, whatever. So I said, do you know what you're doing? He says, I just tried it. I said, it looks really good. I said, your key light, your angles, the light, it gives you the aura above your shoulders. That makes you look slimmer, makes you look taller, makes you look more in control. There's all these technical things that lights do, right? Subconsciously to the audience. And the colors he uses and all the rest of it and so on. And he says, no, I just tried it out and it's really great. But yeah, experimentation. If you don't know something, experiment. But look and see how things look. And look how they look to the audience. And, you know, think about what we're doing here today isn't for us. I'm not rambling on now because I've got nothing better to do. I'm watching the comments, I'm reading the audience, and we've got into a good old rant today, and we've been keeping around the 200 all the way through. People like to engage at certain points with conversation. So it's about your audience, your customer, your audience, whatever you want. Anyway, let's look at this. Denise, cheers. Look at Regeneron, crazy. Steve Mariano. We're having a chat in a minute. Hand, a heart on hand. Sophia is ready for a whiskey. Sophia wants to join us for a whiskey. Do you know what? It's getting late enough in the day. If we get some super chats, shots for super chat, and that was it. Super chats for shots for super chats for shots. Super chats for shots. If anybody wants,
we do shot. No, I do shots for super chats, so you can do super chats for shots.
That's it. That'll do. If you want, essentially what we're trying to say, if you're confused, if you want me to go and grab the maker's mark and join in Vaz, what you do a super chat, you buy me a drink, and I do a little joke for you. And I go, walked into the bar, and XYZ bought me a drink, and everyone gets a little mention. Mine's nearly empty though.
It's coming 5 o'clock, and look how many super chats we can get.
Oh my God. You'd be under the table if you drank that much, mate. All right. So anyway, we'll have a go. If anyone starts it, we'll have a go. It's a song. 5 o'clock somewhere. That's right. I knew about the 5 days. Sensei knew. He just wanted to get in, didn't he? He knew. He didn't. He's thinking, I'll just say it. I've been up with Martyn now for 4 years. I'll just say I knew. He didn't know. He didn't know. Byron Jackson. What's that mean? What's all that about? Sensei, now you have to have a song. So Vaz is the Vaz is the favorite now. I told Sensei yesterday we had a production meeting. No, hang on, did I? No, it went back to Vaz. It went back to Sensei yesterday, didn't it? Yeah. We were on a production meeting, and I said to Sensei, I said, Vaz was my favorite, but you're my favorite now, Sensei. It's back to you again. Sensei did something good yesterday, so Sensei moved back up again, and Vaz went down again. So Vaz is down here at the minute. He's like 3rd place right now. Yeah. He'll do something good tomorrow. He'll do something good. Trimming Archer, if it hits 11:50. Sensei benched. Yeah, he's on the bench with a whiskey. Hey, Sensei, why don't you call in? Grab a whiskey. Oh, I don't think Sensei drinks so, does he? I don't know. Well, Martyn, you could expand from investing and music to relationship advice channel. I love it. Relationship advice? What have I done? Oh, you're talking about when you notice yeah. There's a phrase in America. I had to move to America to learn this. In England, doesn't count, right? Oh, hang on. We might have a super chat. This is going to get exciting. Hang on. I've got to put the alerts on. Sorry, Vaz. I'll try and move them. Just for this, I'll move them.
That's fine.
I'll move them. Hang on a minute. Let me do a test one. Super chat. There it is.
Kevin donated $64 through a super chat. This is a test super chat.
It's a test, isn't it? It's a bloody test, isn't it? Oh. Don't get too excited, mate. $64. Hang on. Let me put this to the top. Hang on. I've got to try and get it on the screen without... Hang on. I'll go to this screen here. If I go to this screen here, it'll be easier. If I go to camera 1, there you go. Now if I test it, I should better move it. Let's test it. Super chat. Right, now I should better move it. Why would
Kevin
let me move it?
donated $69 through a super chat. This is a test super chat message.
Oh, there we go. There you go. Stick it up there. Now come back to here. Where's Vaz gone? He's buggered off, isn't he? There it is. I'll put it there for this. Right. So if we get a super chat, I'll get the whiskey out. Sod it. Let's see if Sensei calls in because we were celebrating. Oh my God, Vaz, look at that.
Wow.
Oh, bloody hell. Woohoo. What a day. Let's go through the stocks. Let's see if everyone's winning. Well, if I'm winning, if the stock market's gone up, we're all winning, right? It's just inevitable, right? I can't win on my own, can I? Let's have a look. The S&P is up. All right. Virgin Galactic up 0.79. Palantir, bloody hell, 8.5%. That is now 750 times earnings. Don't buy it, guys. It's just ridiculous. Gold's going back up a little bit. Amazon's on fire, 2.6. Apple is up today, only a little bit though. I bet you Nvidia's up. I see it in real time. As you see it, I see it in real time, all right? So anyway. Yeah, that was Vaz. Yeah, that's his trademark. Oh. He does that. Enphase Energy, yeah, we keep it real. Coca-Cola, there you go. The piggy bank is open. When this happens, the market is hyper bullish.
Wow.
Coca-Cola down today, nearly 1%. That's massive. Oh, and J&J, now we are hyper bullish. Now we're going to move.
Wow.
Now we're going to move into greed. It might be there yet. This will start moving now. Let me refresh that. Let me see if that's moved. Hasn't moved yet. It's in greed, but it's going to move now. It's going to move now because what you've got now, folks, is you've got the piggy banks, which is J&J and Coca-Cola, being raided to buy tech, which always was going to happen. Still a $200 stock. Good time to buy again. When everyone's selling, you buy. FOMO's kicking in big time. Oil's up. Tesla's up. Wait to it. Now, by the way, I just want to tell you, I'm going across the tabs on my screen. I don't know what's coming. Right? You just got to trust me. I can't see the next window, right? I go across. Nvidia is 3 tabs across. I guarantee it, and I've not looked, I guarantee Nvidia will be up. You watch, I'm going to look stupid now, because it's 6% of the S&P. The S&P is up so much, and Apple isn't. And Nvidia has got the earnings coming up, and I've said Nvidia is going to do 140 on the earnings. And we had Nvidia to 85. So I bet you, and I cross my heart, hope to die, whatever you want me to swear on, when I get to Nvidia, I bet you it's up. Now that's called experience, right? I don't have to look at Nvidia to know it's up without looking. I don't need to look. Let's see if I'm right. Google's going up. Yeah. Tech's going up. I bet you Nvidia's up 1,000,000%. God, I hope to God it's not down. Microsoft is down because it's too expensive. The best way to buy tech is Nvidia, and the only better than that is through the S&P. Right, here comes Nvidia. God, my reputation is going to be shot now if this is wrong. Yes, absolutely flying. There you go. Now, that is up 6%. There you go. It's going to $140. There you go. I don't need to go any further, but we will. There we go. Staples going down. Defensive. Tura Brand's worth nothing. Robinhood, $80 stock. Nice. How many times have I said it? Right. IonQ, too expensive. How many times? Going down. Rocket Lab, too expensive. Plug, what have I said? Don't buy it until legislation comes in. It doesn't matter if it sounds cheap. When we bought it at $195, it was better at $195 selling it to $250 or $220 than it is at 82 cents. And I've had people message me saying that, Martyn, why aren't you plugging Plug anymore? You thought it was great at $195. And I said, yeah, it was. That was before Trump destroyed this industry. He's not destroyed it, but we don't know where we stand. So it's got no value. And the debt crisis for them is through the roof. So I said to you, $195, buy it, sell it at $220, and we did it over and over again. Over and over again. And now 82. Bullish signal today, and Plug is nothing. That is terrible. Bitcoin is up 0.71. And now again, I can't see it. Swear to God, swear on my mother's life. I mean, she's not alive anymore, but I swear to you, I cannot see it. I'm going to make a prediction. I bet you XRP has outperformed Bitcoin. I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know. Because it's decoupling from Bitcoin and it's bullish today. Let me have a look. 0.72 for Bitcoin. Here it comes. I move to my next tab. I'm going to say it's going to be up more than Bitcoin. Yes, 2.11. There you go. Now, you might go, well, how are you so confident without looking at a chart which stocks are going to be up and which stocks are going to be down? That's pretty clever, right? It's not clever. It's because I have friends at the banks. I have CEOs buying back their stock. I have friends on X that talk to me from the companies. So I know what the sentiment is of the market. I understand what the economy is doing. The PPI, the CPI, the GDP, So I can virtually tell you, without looking, which stock will be up, which will be down, by seeing one thing. And one thing was the S&P, and that's what I'm looking at. All I'm looking at is that, and that is the S&P 500. That's all that is. So there you go. And now, because if you know that stuff, then you start thinking, well, if I know that, then there's a correlation between everything. And the answer is there is. There absolutely is. You're not going to see at any point the opposites. You're not going to see the S&P surging and tech not. It's not possible. You're not going to see the S&P surging and crypto crashing. It's not going to happen. There's patterns in everything. If you're going to see Virgin Galactic go up, you're probably seeing aerospace going up. You're seeing Rocket Labs go up, and so on and so forth. Because especially attached to a bullish sentiment on the market, everyone's buying from a dip. It's like the RSI. Sensei could probably explain this better than me. People look at the RSI on their Robinhood app and go, it says it's oversold. It's below the 20 line, the channel, it's oversold. And they go, I'm buying this, it's oversold. That is one metric. That is not enough. If it was that simple, everybody would win, nobody would lose, right? We all just buy when the RSI is over. It's just ridiculous. And then we all sell. I mean, it wouldn't work with it. So all of these things don't work on their own. Now, from a chart standpoint, Sensei will go, you're right, Martyn. There's like 20 different metrics. And when all these things align, I'm going to buy or I'm going to sell. Fundamental macro conditions is the same. I'm not going to make a prediction of telling you where I think the CPI is going, the PPI, inflation, stocks going up, going down. Being able to guess all the stocks across the board, which I can do now after 4 years of doing it, on one thing. I need like 100 things. And right now, and that's why I bought when the S&P was below its, when VU was below, or the S&P, when the S&P was below its 200 moving average, which it was when it dipped 25%, alongside macro conditions which were external of the economy, Trump doing all the tariff nonsense, and everything else, inflation coming down, PPI doing good, GDP doing good, the earnings from Amazon, earnings from my staples like J&J, resolution from the court cases for the talcum powder, where crypto is going. We got crypto, we got a bullish administration. All of those things together said buy big now on the S&P. So I did, and now I'm getting the benefit from it, right? So I tell you what, do you know what makes me really happy, Vaz, is 4 years ago, I knew nothing.
Yep.
And I'm sitting here confident of 30, 40 metrics. That's just experience. Like you, didn't know what you were doing with the lights. Now you look fantastic. Elon Musk, the same. How many rockets has he blown up trying to learn how to fly rockets? Brilliant, that. And then NASA spent years and years and years, and then when they finally did it, it broke, didn't it? Yeah. The best bit of advice I would ever give anybody, if anyone asks, and everyone's going, we're not asking, so why give it? Well, I've got to talk about something, don't I? So too bad, you're going to get it. My best advice with anyone in life would be, get up and give it a go. Fake it till you make it. Have a go. Do it. You learn nothing from sitting and reading a book. Get up. Give it a go. Try it. See what happens. Learn from experience. Try it and try it again. Fail better. Remember our great guy the other day, the little guy. We won't say midget again, shall we? But the little guy. What was his name? What was the name of that actor he was in Game of Thrones? The little guy. Anyone remember
Peter
him?
Dinklage.
Yeah, Dinklage. Was it Peter? Peter Dinklage, yeah, him. He said, yeah, fail better. The world is yours. Never give up. And absolutely right. That's always the case, you know. People on YouTube will say, just turn the camera on. Make a video, go live. Don't spend too long. You were like that for a bit, weren't you?
I watched my first video the other day. That was like a couple of weeks ago, and I'm looking at it. I was saying, why? But it's exactly what you told me, that it's a journey, and the only way, I told you before, I'm not editing my videos. I'm doing them all in one take. Yeah. If I mess it up, if I lose trail, I just start again, and I'm getting better and better at it now. And that's also why I wanted to do it, because I wanted to improve my presentation. I wanted to improve my sort of how I navigate through my thoughts as well, because it's not easy to keep talking about something so it makes sense. And that's probably the reason why the earnings call are so enjoyable now. And the Saturday show, I hope everyone is enjoying it. But I had to learn it. I had to go through it, and I had to learn it. And if you look back, well, I don't know if it's a good idea, but if you look back at the first videos in my playlist, that will be just, you will see a massive difference.
Yeah.
And
it's the journey, and it's not being afraid it's not being afraid to fail. You know, it's like today we knew we'd get less numbers with the EVTOL vertical earnings as opposed to a pump on the stock market. It's obvious, but not afraid to fail, not afraid to invest and add something else to the pack. You know, you've got to allow yourself to experiment. You learn nothing, and you learn nothing from success either. You learn from failure. You don't learn from success, because when I started trading in doing this show 4 years ago, we were coming out of COVID, and there I am on YouTube. Now, one thing I learned from day one, I already knew. No matter how rubbish my show is, no matter how much money I lose, I knew I'd never give up. That doesn't have to be learned. I know that. That's who I am, right? I'm never giving up. So I sat here for 1.5 years with nobody watching, earning no money. Leah says that was the proudest moment, not the getting to 100,000. It was the fact you did it for free for nobody. Literally nobody watching for months. Until Mike and Bill came in, and I had 2 people, and off it went, right? But we came out of a bull market. And I remember making an arse of myself, an absolute tit of myself, when I played at Mark Cuban's party. I told you, Mark Cuban, the guy on Shark Tank, right? I did the Jerry Jones gig as well. He owns the Cowboys. And I played in their houses. Billionaires. I'm in their houses, chatting with them, right? And I walked up to these Wall Street guys, Wall Street managers who work the floor of the Wall Street, multi-millionaires. I told you I know 2 billionaires. It'd be Jerry Jones and Mark Cuban. Millionaires. I'm on YouTube for 5 minutes. I'm an expert, right? And I went, have you heard of Tesla? Have you heard of Bitcoin? Right? Telling these guys who like 60 years of age, multimillionaires, been doing it all their lives. I know what's going on. I said, I'm up 30%. Oh, you should buy Tesla. No, we wouldn't buy it. Have you got any oil? Have you got any Texas Pacific land? Have you got any railways? Tesla, Bitcoin. Anyway, I said, I'm up. I'm brilliant. And, Sensei's calling in. Sensei's calling in. Hang on. He says he's calling in.
Martyn, I just noticed something.
What?
The earnings call has got 1.4 thousand views. Vertical Aerospace. 1,400
you crushed it, mate.
People watching it.
You crushed it.
Oh!
You crushed it, mate. You crushed it. Hang on. I bet it's better than that. Sensei, there's the link. You want to call in. So they turn around and they were like really polite, because you always notice the people at the top are the nice people. People that done it, you're going to smile. You know what I'm referring to right now, right? The people at the bottom, the people at the top are really nice because they've done it. Nothing to prove. They just want to help people. People that have had success just want to help people. And I hope I'm in that category. I've had success. I love helping people, right? People at the bottom can be a pain in the ass. They think they're better than they are. And they listened very, very patiently to me, and they were very nice. Anyway, later on, what happened? Stock market started going down. I lost 30 grand on Virgin Galactic. I thought I knew what I was doing. I'm Mr. Smart Guy. And I made a complete tit of myself. I thought, flipping heck, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have a clue. But you know what? I'm really bloody glad I learned. I learned the hard way. Because if I'd have gone up and up and up and up and kept going up, I would have kept thinking, I know everything. I'm telling these flipping Wall Street managers they're idiots. I know what I'm doing. I'm Martyn Lucas on YouTube. I'm way smarter than you. But I didn't, and I lost, and I thought, you don't know stuff all about this. And that's the moment I started thinking, when you did One Night in Vegas, you were successful because you made friends at the top. You had the best orchestra in the world, British Philharmonic, you knew people, you made friends. You need to now make friends in this space. People who are smarter than you. Don't listen to people on YouTube. Don't you bloke your mate down the pub who ain't got any money, who tells you what you should buy because he's heard about it on YouTube, the same channel you were watching 5 minutes ago. Speak to the millionaires who work at Wall Street, the billionaires. Have a conversation with Jerry Jones, Mark Cuban, whoever it might be. Have a conversation with them because they're winners. So I started doing that. Started reaching out, making friends, getting the CEOs on the channel. I talked to them on X, have a conversation. And I thought, okay, now I'm learning from the people that actually know what they're talking about. This is better. There you go, look. Isn't that better, look? Isn't that better, Vaz?
Savage Faith Creations donated $5 through a super chat. Sorry for covering your face, Vaz, but wanted to say congrats, Home Slice. Keep it up. Smiling face with hearts emoji.
There you go.
You.
Cheers. Does that mean I've got to get a drink? I've got to get a drink. Right, let me change this over now then.
Chat as well from Dennis. Just saying.
Oh, have I?
Drinks, yeah, already.
All right then. So let me do this then. Let me put you in 8. Hang on, what have I just done there? Sensei in 8 and Vaz in 9. Is that right?
You're saying this, Martyn.
What?
And I always love. I know I put myself in the spotlight with my opinions and insights on EVTOL market. But anytime somebody corrects me and proves me I'm wrong and explains it to me sensibly, I'm so happy I've learned something new.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. You got to learn. You got to learn something all the time. Sensei, can you take off your... There he is. How are you? Can you take off your tickers at the bottom of the screen? It won't matter too much.
Can you just zoom me in?
Lazy. That's just lazy. Can you zoom me in rather than me press a button and turn it off? That's just definition of lazy right there. That is unbelievable.
There we go.
There you go.
Hello.
Look what I'm going to do. I flip myself.
Yeah, very good. They're very nice. There we go. You've got a new chair. Is that a new chair, Sensei?
Yeah, I got jealous.
Do I notice things or what? We were talking about that a minute ago. Nice chair, mate.
No, I've had it for a week, but yeah, you still notice. No one else has noticed it.
I always notice it. It's because I've zoomed you in now because it's different lighting now. You had a lot of light yesterday coming from the window, and it was definitely a lens flare. I would imagine, and I bet you I'm right. Tell me I'm right. Let's see if I'm right. I was looking at it back, and I was looking at the reflection. See, I know about camera. I know a lot about cameras. I was looking at the reflection and the little auras and the little spheres on the lens. And I'm making this prediction that your lens is plastic, not glass.
There was dirt on the glass.
Was it plastic or glass?
Glass or plastic, but there was dirt on it.
It's plastic, right?
I don't know. I don't.
Tap it with a little spoon. Does it go ding, 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 or sort of plasticky?
I think that part's a mirror, but then the behind it is glass. So I don't know what that's glass, and I think the camera itself. I don't know what it is. I can't
plastic,
touch it.
100% plastic. I can tell by the spheres because glass doesn't do it the same way. Different colours. You can argue if you want, mate, but I'm telling you, it's plastic.
It was a dirty mirror. I don't know what the glass.
Well, bloody clean it then. We're all getting sympathetic.
I had to. I don't know if anyone noticed during that stream. I had to call my wife and be like, "Where's the cleaning solution?" And then she was like crawling in the room and giving it to me, and then I got the cloth.
That's terrible. That's very sexist. You called your wife for the cleaning products. You actually told me more about that yesterday when we had the conversation. You actually added to that. You actually said she came back from work to show you where the cleaning products was. You just missed that bit out. Yeah.
I was really upset with her because I was like, I put it in the studio and she comes on this desk and sometimes works. So I didn't know where she put it. So I was messaging her and she wasn't picking up. Then I was calling her. I was like, you have to come back right now. I've got a very important stream and the quality's not good. Martyn's going to tell me off. And then
I didn't know, did I? I didn't know.
No, you didn't.
Because I thought it was a Sun issue. And I thought, well, it's like the old saying, don't pick a fight you can't win. Right? Sensei isn't going to just get up tomorrow morning and put a black cloth over his window. He should, but he isn't. So there's no point suggesting it. See, I can't win that argument.
I don't like living in a black box.
What's wrong with that, mate? I love living here. I'm like a bloody vampire. Hey, brilliant. Great having you on the show today. What a wonderful result today. Markets absolutely exploding.
Incredible.
It really is. This is just like I said, face ripping rally. Over 60 grand now from the trough to the peak, and there's still plenty of room to go as well. And if we get a good beat on Nvidia, and we get rate cuts, it's just going to keep going. There's nothing to stop it at the moment. It's not because it's an amazing year. It didn't. It's Trump drove it back down to basically start again. Those that bought the dip think this is a great year. Those that didn't do anything, it's not a great year. It's an average 10% year. End of the year, go, It's an average year. Not done anything at all. Hardly worth putting margin on it, really. If you're getting 10%, it's costing you 4%. But don't forget, there are many brokerages, much more known than Robinhood, like Fidelity and Schwab. They charge like a 10 or 11% for margin. So there's no point even doing it. It's like you're just paying to get back the same money. There's no point doing it. Robinhood is really quite exceptional about that. So, Sensei, you calling in? What do you want?
Well, I felt left out.
Yes, you were left out. We wondered where you were. were.
It's a very good day in the markets. I mean, I'm just looking at the charts right now. Nasdaq up 1.5, S&P 500 up 0.67, and they're both going through the last. Well, the Nasdaq has, S&P is just about to, but last level of resistance. So you can really see this going to all-time highs now. As long as these trade deals keep coming in, we get more news about the China deal. I mean, in 3 months' time, it might be a completely different market. But for now, we've got time to sort out China. We've got time for new deals to come in. Trump closing deals in Saudi Arabia, and everything is breaking resistance. Nasdaq, I mean, that's the tech sector is going through the roof right now. Last level of resistance, all-time highs. I mean, that's going to have an effect, as you said. S&P 500, Nasdaq, all intertwined with the crypto market as well. So what a day it is on the market. It's one of those.
And
days
guess who owns every single crypto on Coinbase's exchange?
Not yet.
I know. 3 more days. 3 more days.
Yes, how much? The Coinbase is up 20% today.
What did I say? I said the time will come. Well, not only will I own the networks, I will own more crypto than most people here who tell me you should be in Binky Bonk Coin. You wait and see. And then you're going to go, no, you're not. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. When my portfolio is $1 million, which it will be by the end of the decade, we could probably work that out. At some point, Sensei, work out what the allocation to Coinbase is on the S&P 500, wherever that's located. It must be somewhere. It's going to be on their prospectus, I'd imagine. But at some point, we can work it out. And I can sit here and go, I own about 20 grand, thank you very much, of all the crypto. So there you go. Coming on with your Binky Bonk, you got $300. I got more than you. See, I'm loving that.
Yeah, but also, I mean, it's interesting to see, though. I mean, Coinbase, when you look at it individually, it's like, oh, well, we bought it at $30. Would we buy it at $251? But it's that premise of, well, if it's part of a broader thing, part of a broader diversified portfolio, it's just going to, all you need now is 10%. You don't need 300% growth, do you? All you need is a 10% growth a year or more for Coinbase, lowered by other safer assets, the S&P 500. It doesn't really matter.
this is the message that we've been delivering for a while now. And I'm really glad it's kind of happened, because this is kind of where crypto grows up. And I said, and you agreed with this, when it gets the ETFs, when it gets this, when it gets that, institutions can buy it. It can be on management companies for pensions and stuff like that. A much more mature investor can buy it. Certain people that couldn't buy it can now buy it, right? And this is proof of it right now. Yesterday, you did a great stream, by the way. It's now currently at 15,000 views just now, 15,310. You covered the round table yesterday. Still disappointed. Didn't see any King Arthur, any round tables, rubbish. Straight tables, rubbish. No knight to the round table. But apart from that, I loved when Franklin Templeton spoke.
Yeah.
And then there was another lady who you gave the name Crypto Mum. And I clipped it. And if you've not already noticed, they went viral, those two clips. And I'm going to ask you for the third time today, have you seen it on the text I sent you?
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah.
Thank God for that. Even just lie would be better than saying no for the third time. So I sent it to Sensei, because he was covering a great stream. And those two moments stood out to me. And they didn't just stand out to me. They stood out to everybody who is in my camp of SNP, old school, da-di-da-di-da. Why do I know that? Because within minutes, they had 4,000 views. Boom, straight out the can. My best shorts ever. Like within a minute, boom, I couldn't believe it. It's quietened down since then, but it really trended well. And what it was, if you've not yet seen it, I'll show you in a minute. There's a little clip that I took, a short that I took from the Sensei's wonderful presentation, and Franklin Templeton, and who was now affectionately called the Crypto Mum, delivered some facts and information which for me made crypto grow up overnight in 1 second. That's the SEC. Now we know how the SEC have been like Gary Glinzer, it's rubbish, whatever. We know all about that. And a lot of people got all excited, and saying we should get rid of him. He's a bloody idiot, blah, 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 blah. And he probably was. I'll rephrase that. He wasn't a bloody idiot. The guy doesn't become the chair of the SEC by being a bloody idiot. He's probably got lots of qualifications. He's probably very smart, right? However, he had some difference of opinions when it came to crypto. But of course, those that understand real crypto and the real science, and I call it a science because it has to be a science, like Sensei does, that's why he buys XRP, could see the benefits. Well, of course, there are people like Sensei who understand what the hell they're talking about and go, yeah, Gary doesn't get it. And then there are ones who buy Fartcoin and Binky Bonk who just call it the guy a bloody idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about because they're bloody idiots as well, because they're buying stuff that's just as stupid, right? But yesterday, we heard from the SEC, which is now much more bullish, talking about crypto in a way that made it sound a lot more mature, and everybody sort of ears pricked up and thought. And I think you gave a quote last night. You said something about what the CEO of Coinbase said, something about everyone hates you, everyone fights you. Do you want to repeat that? Because that was perfect.
Yeah, it was something like everyone. I'll find it, actually. I've got it right here.
Yeah,
I think.
You find it. Come back to me on that. But you said something. You got it?
Yeah, it's the saying, at first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then they add you to the S&P 500.
Yeah, beautiful. And I listened to that, and I listened to what everybody said, and I thought, there's no point something being great until everybody else realizes it's great. What makes the difference between those that fail and succeed in life is the ones that deliver. There are people on YouTube who are fantastic entertainers, singers, musicians. I know I've met many of them that have nobody watching them. No views, no members, nothing. They didn't get lucky. They didn't get the success. And yet they are just as good as Elton John, for example. There's many people in those certain fields, right? I use Elton John just because I personally know them, right? But anyway, the point I'm making is, yesterday, in my opinion, with the SEC and the whole thing, the whole structure's changed. It's something I can buy. I can definitely buy it. And I'm not the only one who thinks like that. There's going to be millions of people like me who go, this isn't some... I still wouldn't buy Binky Bonk and Fart Coin. Just the name itself says it's stupid. But I can buy the exchange. I can buy Ripple when that IPOs. I can buy Coinbase. I can buy Bitcoin. I can buy XRP. I know, even though Sensei's keeping a straight face, he's loving this. He's going, Martyn gets it now. So... I got it before, but you know why I changed. But the point is, I think for the industry and the crypto world and the S&P, for me, old rubbishy stuff falls off. That's why Discover dropped off. Discover's failing. Coinbase comes on. What the strength of the S&P is it's the American economy. Great American businesses enter the great American economy. And... they rise up the ranks. Now, you might find in 5 years' time, you've got Apple, Nvidia, and Coinbase right at the top. 6% of the S&P could be Coinbase. Just think about that. If that ever happened, now that'll make you smile, because every bugger in the world's going to be buying it now, and they're going to buy everything else on the exchange as well. Maybe too much. But anyway, the point is, I think crypto is maturing, and people are looking at it differently now. And that quote you gave was brilliant. But those two videos, those two shorts trended straight away. I've never seen anything like it. I don't do well on shorts. And 4,000 or 5,000 views at like 1 minute. Poof. I thought, bloody hell, look at that. So anyway, that's interesting. So you might want to draw something into that. I'm always looking at these little signals and signs, because it doesn't do it by itself. It does it because people make it do it. And everybody loved that, and everybody watched that, and everybody, shared that, and it did well. You got anything to add to that, Sensei?
Yeah, it's a turning point in crypto. I think it's you've got governments buying it, you've got strategic reserves, you've got the SEC changing their tune on it, you've got massive asset managers, Franklin Templeton, BlackRock, anyone you can name. They are 4 years ago they were calling it the worst things ever. They'd never invest in it, don't buy Bitcoin. That was only 4 years ago. 2 years later, in 2022, they've started implementing the blockchain. 3 years after that, they're talking about ETFs and bringing ETFs onto the market, and how it has to be part of people's portfolio, and how they want to use not only the crypto infrastructure, but crypto as investment. So it's come to the point where now it's part of the S&P 500. It's 500 best companies globally, or technically in the US, but basically globally you're looking at. It's the tune is changing with crypto, and anyone who ever had any doubt in it will look at it now and say, this is, we can't fight it anymore. You can't fight the trend, you can't fight the Fed. One more thing you can't fight is the blockchain and the use case, and you can't fight it anymore. You can't go against it. And people are realizing that, whether it's, even if it was the worst thing on earth, even if it was the biggest scam ever, which obviously we all know it's not, you can't fight it anymore. When the biggest companies in the world are embracing it, and it's part of the biggest assets, you can't go against it.
Every single fund manager in the world, every hedge fund, every financial institution, every bank, every pension organization, anyone has allocation of the S&P 500. They now own crypto.
Yeah,
that is a turning point. I don't think it's really recognized enough at this moment. I think it's still quite new, and I don't know. I'm not seeing enough of it. I'm seeing the usual bloody nonsense everything's going to $1 million nonsense, but I've not seen enough credible, and hopefully we'll play a part in that, but not enough really credible weight put on that story of Coinbase entering the S&P. And then there'll be Ripple. Ripple's bound to enter.
100%.
Yeah, especially if it's the one everybody uses. It becomes the main, the main thing, the main network, and it replaces Swift and all this other stuff, or accompanies Swift or whatever it does. Then you could see. Then I can't see why you wouldn't see. Actually, then I can't see why you wouldn't see Ripple up in the top, the Mag 7, the Mag 10, because if it replaces all the money, surely it'd be bigger. It'd be up there with Nvidia and Apple. It'd be bigger. Imagine that being the case. The number one asset on the S&P is essentially crypto. Oh my God!
if Ripple does what it's set out to do and what it's planning to do, it could become the most valuable company in the American stock exchange or ever. I mean, the highest market cap company. I mean, right now you're looking at Coinbase with a $64 billion market cap. I mean, Ripple's holdings of XRP itself are over 200 billion, I think. So just that alone, without all the services they apply, would shoot it much higher than Coinbase if it does enter. And over time, a couple years, 3 years, 4 years, XRP's price grows. They've got more of that. They're providing all these payment solutions. It will be top 10 straight away, in my opinion. Yeah. It's changed. I mean, this IPO could be big. I mean,
I'm talking myself into it, aren't I? I'm going, I should have some crypto on my thing, shouldn't I? But then I guess I do now. So
yeah, you do.
Yeah, but that's or at least I will do in 3 days' time. This is fascinating. Vaz, I want to make you smile now because Sensei just smiled with all that. What would you say in your video did this morning?
I saw 1400 on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. Archer Aviation. What did that do yesterday?
That was, I think, just touch over 3,000.
Okay. So another channel that focuses on nothing but that, and that's their whole audience is just that. Last time they did the earnings got 2,000. You did it for the very first time, and I can tell you, your Archer Aviation, which was only last night, so it's not had 24 hours yet, 3,285.
Okay. I told you,
wow.
The biggest live EVTOL show.
Correct. Correct. And the one you just put out a few minutes ago, which didn't help me following it, talking about inflation. So it was going up against a show that was going to be more powerful because of the inflation, not just because I'm better, obviously, but the inflation, right? That's done 1,563.
Wow.
More than you thought again.
To me. That is massive.
Yeah. And it's being watched. It's being watched consistently every hour. I'm watching it now. Still being watched. It's still being watched. It's 1, 2, 3,
wow.
4, 5, 6, 7. It's 8. Our eighth trending video of all videos.
So that means
and I've got 7,000 videos.
That means people are now researching vertical aerospace.
Correct.
Coming back to it and rewatching it.
Correct.
Good.
I've got 7,500 videos, and I don't know if anyone knows this. I'll just share this little bit of a exciting thing. I just got told yesterday on YouTube. They gave me a little prize. They gave me a little prize. It's not really a prize. It's a little trophy, little animated trophy, but it's a prize. I'll call it a prize. So there you go. And
10K
it was
bonus.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, they're not going to give me a pay rise, I'm afraid. But I will tell you. So there we go. Oof. Right. So we're coming up to 8,000 videos, Vaz, and yours is 8th watched video right now, and we've just hit 7.7 million views.
Wow.
They are. 7.7 million. There'll be a party at 10 million views because that will hit the 100,000, I would imagine, when we get to 100,000 subscribers. But 7.7 million views. Yeah. And yeah, there we go. Anyway, let me come back to it in a minute. So it's pretty exciting, isn't it? So well done, mate. You did really, really well.
Thank you.
I'm really proud of you, mate. Proud of this team.
You helped me and Sensei as well. Sensei had a good build-up yesterday and today.
Well, me and Sensei are both. We're both investing in you because both of our shows were cut shorter. Yeah. Come on, Sensei, join in.
I don't know if I like that.
Hey! Okay. He's not seen The Office, has he? He's not seen The Office, David Brent. That's why he's not going along with it. You got to see The Office. David Brent goes like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's nothing weird.
No, it's nothing weird.
It's not like this, Sensei.
Yeah, it's
not,
whoa, steady on. Yeah, it's unbelievable. There's always one wild one, isn't there? We have. I was talking to MSK. He was talking to me last night, like midnight, talking to his friend. He said, "You got all these friends watching you now, all my mates." And I talked to him. He's a wild maverick. He is. You never know where MSK is coming or going. He's a bit of a maverick, and now we've got Vaz just gone off the rails there for a moment. Anyway, very good. So I'm only joking, Vaz. You're all right. You're thinking, oh shit, I'm in the shit now. No, you're fine. So you've done really well, mate. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm blown away by especially the vertical. Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for everyone watching and joining this morning. That was
You're going to get more on the next stream. It's going to keep going now. You're going to keep going. You're going to own that space now.
You are not realizing this, but the more the Lucas is, you are obviously you and Sensei, but the more we are covering the EVTOL market, and the more we get attention, we bring more attention and more audience to the market, the better chance we have, so we can engage directly with the market members. So if we have videos like these, if we have good earning calls videos, we have better chance to engage with the actual companies, and they would be more willing to do interview with Martyn and you name it.
Absolutely right.
Thanks everyone. Thanks. I do appreciate it. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
That's great.
Yeah, we all do. We're all with you, mate. We're all supporting each other. We all support each other, even though Sensei doesn't want to join in. Oh, we got a mug. Hang on a minute. This has turned into a chat show, isn't it, today? So this is what happens. Sometimes someone said to me, what was it yesterday? I thought this was an investment channel. You do this, you do that, the other. The point of being an investor is you do the hard work, and both of our guests today, I shouldn't say guests, both of our broadcasters, Sensei and Vaz, will both, because you're not guests, you're part of the show, both of our broadcasters here will tell you the same thing, that you go to work on the red days. The green days, you don't have to do anything. There really isn't that much to do. You just sit here and go, it's great, isn't it? I mean, I can read the news, but it don't really matter. The news is for everybody else jumping in, going, oh, I got to buy this. We're the investors. We're sitting there looking at that going, I got loads of money. I ain't got to do anything. We don't do anything. That way we can sit back and relax. You might have noticed, I don't know if anyone pays attention to this. Does anyone ever pay attention to the details? I wrote this in my bio right on top of the channel. If you look here, look, it says here, if you go to the more section, you see the channel, look, more section, what does it say? It says here, I say, welcome to the Martyn Lucas Investor Channel. Martyn Lucas will share his stocks and crypto trades with you. I had to include Sensei. I don't do any crypto trades. That's just to bring Sensei into it. Crypto trades with you. Discuss the latest news in the stock market and the crypto world. How he keeps stress-free at the piano as he trades, focusing on the future value, not the price. See? So today is one of them days, other than the fact I'm not going to the piano, but it's about relaxing on days like this. Sensei, you were going to say something then. You look like you were anyway.
Well, I was going to say something earlier about this whole when we were talking about crypto and being part of the S&P 500. The reason that we really like what Vaz is doing is because I see, to me, crypto is not all about the technology. It's not. That's why it's great, but it's about identifying new markets before the mainstream investors and the mainstream individuals and funds, and that's what crypto still is, and what it was over the past couple of years. But with EVTOLs, it reminds me of the early days of Tesla. I don't know, now it's probably 7 years ago when I was looking into it, and no one was covering it. People were shorting it. Everyone was saying it's going to zero, but the underlying technology was there, and if you were looking into it, you could see it's going to be the next thing. Then crypto and how that's been going for the last 10, 15 years. EVTOLs, we're not going to start covering oil and gas or stuff like that, because that's happened. It's part of a general investment. You want information about EVTOLs and the aerospace industry, and that's what Vaz is providing. So it goes along with my thesis on investing as well, and finding all these new companies and going a bit more high risk, but managing to get them before the masses, and the way that Vaz presents his ideas, and the way that the research he puts into it is unlike any channel, unlike any other sector that we've seen, and any other broadcaster, and it's so great to have Vaz, and that's why I'm very happy to end streams about crypto and pass those viewers over to the EVTOL, because the viewers it's actually beneficial for the viewers of the channel. You're identifying this new industry, learning about it from one of the best broadcasters or the best broadcaster on the EVTOL space. So
Easy.
that's what I was going to say back then. So it's incredible that I'm so lucky to have Vaz on the channel and what he's providing for all you guys. So I really recommend always tuning into Vaz's EVTOL, because if you like crypto, if you liked Tesla back in the day and you regret not getting to them, either of them early, we're still early in the EVTOL sector. We need to identify which ones are the best players, and who better to us than Vaz. So thank you, Vaz, for everything you're doing, and thanks, Martyn, for allowing it to happen and bringing Vaz on board.
Well, you just tapped in there to the philosophy of what it's all about. It's about providing value. If you're going to be successful, whether it's a YouTube channel, investing, your business, your life, it's about number one thing. The only thing in life that matters for you to be successful in business, investing, friendships, relationships, whatever it is you do, if you do this one thing, I guarantee you'll be successful and beat everybody. Everything you do, whether it's work, a product, a service, or a relationship with your wife, your partner, your husband, whatever it might be, is you provide value to everything that you do and everyone that surrounds you. If you provide value, if there's a use to you, if you serve a need, provide a value, you grow. No matter what it is. That's the number one. Provide value. We could go Sensei. Me and Sensei could sit after the show and go, what's our number one thing? I could have told you yesterday. We didn't even talk about it. If I'd done Soundhound, 30,000 views. Definitely. It blew up. There's a big story on it. I could have done it. Boom. Sensei, you could have done you could have found some stock, some crypto that was going to go through the roof.
I could have carried on with the SEC
You could have carried on the SEC.
Yeah. And the reason just quickly on the SEC thing, it's not because I don't want to cover the SEC. We covered enough of it to get a very good idea. And we had something better that we've already covered the main part of the SEC thing, and then we had something better. So it's not like we're just ignoring the crypto space. We're integrating in the best way possible for the viewers. Sorry, Martyn, you can carry on.
No, that was great. No, but you're adding value rather than what can we do to make us money right now? What can we do to get the most out of this second? As opposed to what can we do for the benefit of the viewers, not us, and thereby widen the company, the business, and be bigger going down. Because if you're always investing and looking for the next thing, that's what investing is, isn't it? I mean, no one wants to millions of YouTube channels get up every morning just to rah their favorite crypto coin to get everyone to buy it because everyone follows the leader. And those channels they grow and they make money, but they don't keep growing. There's nowhere to go with that. It's just a quick rush. There we go. Now we're all rich. Now what do we do? You actually haven't got anything, because the next person can rah the same as you. If you build a community and you build value and you provide value, you build an audience that watch you all day, every day. Everyone's a member. That's what you build. That's what you do. So what was the best thing to do? Repeat and keep going and going and going as long as we can make money, more views, more ad revenue, or bring our audience what we believe is the next big thing. That's why we're focusing on Vaz, why we're giving a lot of our time to him to get him to grow. And he's growing quicker now than I did, and quicker than when you did. And now he's the third one in. He's growing even quicker. I mean, Vaz, me and Sensei talk about that a lot. That when I started, I was the slowest. I had nothing for ages. Sensei had to work on the sidelines for 2 years, and then he got going, but he got faster than me. And now you've come in the third person, and you're growing even faster because you're growing off the Sensei and me. It kind of accelerates. So, that's how it goes. But that's what it's all about. Providing value, and I think that what you're providing now is a service to our viewers, because nobody needs to know that crypto is great now. We know it. Sensei bought it at 38 cents. He's not buying XRP at $2, $5. He's stupid. He bought enough at 38 cents, right? So we don't need to keep repeating that just because we can keep selling the videos over and over again. XRP is great. XRP is great. I mean, okay, unless there's a story, the ETF coming out, Ripple's going to be IPO. This is something to talk about. Whereas now we're looking at what's next. What's next is One of the sectors is what you're talking about. So no one cares about it right now. No one's bothered about it right now, but they will be in a couple of years' time when the Olympics comes out and everyone's like landing on the field in an EVTOL. Number one EVTOL channel on YouTube. Well, you say on the internet. I like that. That's not very old school. Have you heard him say that, Sensei? He goes, the number one on the internet. I think, bloody hell, you sound like my granddad. And he's dead. Yeah, on the internet. I love that. But he's right. He's dead right.
What was very satisfying to me today when we watched the earnings call for Vertical Aerospace, and I could actually see people in the chat talking and considering this as an investment. And we sort of brought a new opportunity to our viewers, and they are now seriously sort of thinking, and they saw the fundamentals in front of themselves. There was nothing I would be inflating or pumping up. They just had the plane in their plain sight, and they are now considering it, and maybe they have invested already. So that was the biggest satisfaction to me. As you said, we brought the value.
I think, yeah, what can we do to provide the best service? It's why I said, and I remember we had the conversation right at the beginning. I talked to Sensei about this because he was going to have his own Discord. I know you've got a Discord channel coming up. We'll talk about that soon. But Sensei said we were doing the crypto challenge and he was having a Discord service. And I said, oh, hello. What just happened then in the chat?
Oh.
What the heck?
Oh, yeah, that was
I
one mate. He always comes in and he spams the whole chat, and he just has conversation with himself. And
oh my gosh,
it was a good conversation.
He's all right. He or she is a good lad or girl, but it's just too much, and somebody got
quite
fed
cool.
up.
I thought it was the best spam ever.
How did
That's always like that. It's weekly.
How could you possibly copy and paste that quick?
That's not copy paste. That's just through the course of time. It's just message, and the person is having conversation with themselves, and somebody just got fed up because it was too much, and it just.
It felt like it was part of the conversation. I was reading his comments. I didn't think anything of it.
But someone was able to delete it, like every single one, hundreds in one go. How's that even possible?
I think Stacey timed it out.
Stacey got fed up. Yeah, she timed that person out.
Like every single message just disappeared. Vroom! Like, what the hell was that?
VC Fat Cat 13. Don't worry, we can see your new messages. Don't worry, you're here. It just sometimes looks like spam when you speak, but as long as you're not saying anything rude or you're not spamming too much, you're fine. Don't worry.
No.
Maybe just slow down in the chat. Let other people speak as well.
Yeah, we sometimes invite you to come in and spam the channel for fun, but otherwise it's not a good idea. Yeah,
we're not blocked. You were just timed out because there was a lot of your comments. You're not blocked. You're still here. Don't worry.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just interacting with you guys. I love you. Please don't block me. We're not blocking you. No, everyone has a say on this show. If you're a member, you can call in and be on the channel. If you disagree with me, if you troll me, if you're one of those haters I have, and there's a few, if you're one of them, you can still be on the show and challenge me. Ask me any question you want. The only thing I won't give you is my social security number, my credit card number. Other than that, ask me anything and I'll tell you. So, you're free to say whatever you want. You're free to disagree with me or say the S&P's rubbish or Sensei's got a funny little beard. I don't know. I mean, say that if you want.
Why would you agree to this? Maybe I'm not okay with people coming on to say that.
Well, I get people say I'm bald, so why can't you have a funny little beard? It's fair enough, isn't it?
And I'm bald and I've got a funny little beard.
Yeah, you're bald and a funny little beard. Yeah, you're completely broken. You are. You're completely just lost it. All right, I tell you what we'll do. Right, I'm enjoying this. I might go and get a whiskey. So here we go. I'm going to give you some links. If you want to call in and join in the conversation, you can be on the show. So you have to be a member though, folks. If you want to call in, I'm going to get a whiskey. Sod it. I'm going to have a whiskey. It's getting late enough in the afternoon now. Vaz has got one there. He's got his maker's mark, the whole bloody bottle.
You're already behind.
Yeah,
I've got the insiders whiskey.
Right.
I started drinking an hour before you.
Yeah.
You are already an hour behind, and I'm already getting the benefits. I'm already.
Yeah. Okay. Steady on then. Steady on then. Right. Here's a few links that you might need, folks. So if you want to follow me on X, there's the X. I've dropped it in the chat. Now, when you go to X, you can follow our other broadcasters. It's a wonderful way of doing it. So this is what you can do, right? Go over to here, go to X. There you go. And right at the top, you can follow me and you get everything that we're doing here on the show. Then you can click on following and you can follow my music channel, which is my personal me. You can follow Sensei for all the crypto, the technicals, the charts and all that stuff. And then you can also follow EVTOL Hub, which is Vaz. So when you follow me, follow everybody. All right. So, you know, if you go on EVTOL Hub, then see you can do this. Look, you can see who's Vaz following. Oh, hang on a minute. Who's he following? Who's he following? He's following the Hustle Brothers. he's following me. Good lad. And he's following Sensei. So there you go. You can see who he's following and you can follow them if you want. I can't show you Sensei because he follows everybody.
Why? I don't follow everyone.
Well, he does.
Martyn, can you show something whilst you're on there?
Hang on a minute. Let me finish with this. I'll come back to that. Sensei's getting better. He's trimmed it. He was following like 3 million people. Went Sensei, for God's sake, mate.
Wasn't.
He's following 18. He's very, very good now.
They're not bad. Click on them.
He's better than he was. Give some
people? You don't want to share any. You don't want to share my following.
Do I? All right then. Okay. Am I going to give promotion now to the wrong people? I don't know. Who you're following? You're not following anybody naughty, are you? Let me have a look. Okay, he's following EVTOL Hob. Yeah, we like that. He's following Eleanor Terry. These people are getting sponsorship for free. I'm not doing this. We like Zach, though. We like Zach. Yeah, we like Zach. That's our charity partner. Pal Group, we like Rod. Yeah, we like Rod. I'll share that. I don't know Into the Macroverse. I don't know who they are. He's following me. We like that, especially like that. Zach, he's followed him twice for some reason. We like that. Moon Lambo, I'm not showing it. Benjamin Cowan, who's he when he's at home? David Schwartz, Chris Larson, James K. Fillon, Jeremy Hogan, John E. Deaton, Crypto Law, Brad Garlinghouse, trying to make friends look to the top, Ripple, and ChrisCrypto.com. There you go.
It's not bad. What does the chat think about my following? I'll let the chat decide. Is it good people I'm following?
Who thinks Sensei should only follow me and Vaz? That's what we do. That's what we. Should he be like that? Should he be like us? All this following everybody. Well, he's 18. 18.
Sensei, you are following everyone, and we had somebody from Archer. Well, not somebody. We had the second man in charge in Archer, just liking our posts and probably watching our cast as well.
I don't want to say it, but you're. I don't know if I should say it or not, but you're following someone other than me and Martyn. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we saw that.
Than me and Martyn. until you just follow me and Martyn, then I'll start following just you and Martyn.
Yeah,
as well.
That's right.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, that's a good point. There's no comeback for me from that.
I'm not getting involved. I'm not involved in any of this. I'm keeping out of it. Nothing to do with me. I'm not getting involved in any of it.
Stay away from that, Martyn.
Yeah, nothing to do with me. I'm not getting involved. Let me come back to there. So there's the first link. If you want Instagram as well, there's Instagram. I'm going to also give you the membership link right now. If you want to become a member, you've got, this is a very special day actually. I think everyone's forgotten. I'll tell you all about it. If you are a member, you can get members-only live streams, members-only videos. If you are a member, it's only a couple of bucks. I promise I will never increase the price, including inflation. So actually every year it gets cheaper. Every year it gets cheaper. And we provide more services all the time. All of our CEO interviews are all... Sorry, Sensei?
Every day it gets cheaper.
Yeah, every day it gets cheaper. Yeah. We're always adding new services. If you comment to a video on YouTube, I reply to every single member and post every comment. I don't show non-members' comments unless Sensei will approve one or that he wants particularly to see, but I don't as a rule do that. I only post the members and reply to them all. I will engage with you on social media, so I'll help you grow there. There is, you can also order a stock review or an earnings. Somebody wanted the EVTOL earnings, like with us. So they did a $5 super chat. They get the earnings calls they want. So there's many, many benefits and perks that you get. We've also got Discord. Now, this is very important. There's the Discord link. I'm going to put Sensei on the hotspot now. Here we go. Oh, my God. I knew I shouldn't have called in. There's the Discord link. When you click on the Discord link, I'll show you what it does and explain what it does with only 48 hours left to go. This is what happens when you click on that link in Discord. At the top, it says, we have 99 server subscribers. We are only subscribers now. But you go, oh, no, you're not. I can join for free. I don't have to pay. And that's correct. You can join for free. We can't take this button away because we want you to come in and discover the channel. However, you see nothing. No point. We don't offer the free service anymore. Go down here and you purchase it for $2.99. If you do it on the app, it's $3.99. So do it on a browser, you save money. You become a member. Now, why should you do that? Why can't I get it for free? Well, because we are now providing a much, much better service. That's why we've got 99 paid members now. What we're doing, we are adding some stock training videos, some chart training videos. Sensei, can you record me some in the next 24 hours?
The next 24 hours, yes, I can do it. We're basically wanting to get Discord, everyone onboarded first, which is happening in 48 hours, isn't it? That's the deadline.
So 48 hours then?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
That's the plan. We're getting Discord. Yes, 48 hours. People will have some videos. We're gonna.
There you go. There you go.
It all out.
So what Sensei is going to do, I'm going to say something. So Sensei is going to record one end of the video. I'm going to record the other end of the video, and then we're going to put it on Discord, a channel for Discord Premium. And I'm going to say, Sensei, what is a trend line? And Sensei is going to explain what a trend line is. What is a Fibonacci? Sensei is going to answer it. There's going to be a section of videos that can help you navigate the charts, okay? You also can talk to Ed Nevius, but the benefit of being a premium member is, for a couple of bucks, you get that service you don't get otherwise, but also you can message, you can friend request me. I only accept friend requests from premium members, and you can direct message me. It's the only way you can direct message me. I don't do email, don't do phone calls. You can't, do any of that, but you can message me. So if you are a sponsor, a business, or somebody, one of my members that wants to know something personally without it being public, you can message me. All right. And you can go, hi, Martyn, can you help me with this? And I can, and I will reply to all of your messages. So when you do a comment on YouTube, it's public. Everyone sees it. But if you have a question you want to ask me and you don't want it to be public, you can send me a direct message. And I provide that service for Discord Premium members only. And there'll be more things. There's the merch club. Sensei's got all these merchandise because Sensei runs the shop, and you can get all of those benefits and all that stuff. So that's the reason. That's what happens when you click on that link. Now then, I've always said we provide value and service above everything else. So we have some members that have been members for years and going, you said we would never lose our free service. And that's right. I said it and I mean it. So if you are on our Discord right now, this is our Discord service, and you can see all these people here. The ones that are in red, Alex, he is a moderator. Me, I am in gold. You can see I've got gold next to my, I'm in gold. I've just noticed our badges have gone away. That's because we've just lost the boost, Sensei. I've got to boost it back up again. See, our little badge, my little badge of owner has gone away. We need someone to boost the server. Anyway, I'll tell you about that later. So anyway, I'm in gold. You can right click me and you can see I'm the owner and the rest of it. JJ 8baller, he's a premium member. You see he's in green for money, heart of gold. That's the icon he gets because he's a Lucasade. He's part of the premium club, right? And Kazansky, he's a regular member. Now you might say I can't access it because when we upgraded our account the other day, everybody got booted out, not permanently. Just they got their roles removed. Okay, so what you do is if you don't see anything and you've got until the 15th, 2 days to get the free service. After that, it's premium or nothing. We've given everybody like a month to do this. You click on right at the top, help ticket. Click on the help ticket and read it. No one ever bloody reads it because then they say, what do I do? How do I do it? I'm not going to read it all out now. Expires May the 15th and it tells you what to do. Open a ticket, da-da-da-da-da. I'm not going to read it all out. You can go and read it yourself, right? What it will do is it will open a ticket and someone has just done it by the looks of things. Look, it's glowing white. Someone has done it. Now, I'm not going to show you what it says because it gives them a secret code. So I'm going to come off it a second. I'm going to click on the ticket and I can see ATJ Vision has opened a ticket. He wants to get the free service, right? So I'm going to give him a code. I've given you a code now, mate. That's now in there. So if you're watching the show, whatever, it tells you what to do. Come into a live show or a comment under a video and give me that code. So I'm not going to show you that code on the screen. But essentially, if you then do that, you'll then get the free service. Now, the free service isn't going to give you can't talk to me directly. You can't friend request me. You won't be able to get the premium videos. You're not in there's many other services that are coming. You won't get any of that stuff, but you have the service you had before. Because I said you always would, and it's free, and you'll have the service you had before. All right, and that runs out on the 15th. Now, if you create a ticket, but you haven't updated it and done anything, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't. That's it. You've had a month. After that, too bloody bad. All right. Anyway, there we go. I think I've done all those things. What else was there? They're all also. I'll mention this now. There's Robinhood USA. There's Robinhood UK. If you want to get free stocks, free shares. But lastly, I'm going to share with you our new store and explain how this works. I used to have a shop. Sensei will tell you. He thought it was rubbish. He told me he could do better. The jury's still out on that. All right. I've never seen any money from the shop. Have I? Have you ever sent me any money from the shop? Have I ever got any money from the shop? No.
We can do this two ways, Martyn.
No.
Have I ever seen...
No. Never seen any money. I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know. Has anyone ever received any items of merchandise? I don't know. I've never had any.
I'm running the biggest Ponzi scheme out there.
Yeah. There's no merchandise.
It's worse than Bitcoin.
Nothing ever turns up. Nothing ever arrives. Anyway, he's got this wonderful shop. And I want to explain this. Sensei runs the shop. He's like a franchise. It's my store, but he runs it. He runs it and takes care of the whole bloody thing. So this is the store over here. It's martynlucasshop.com. Right? There it is. The link's in the chat. martynlucasshop.com. See, it is mine, isn't it? Martyn Lucas Shop. You all know. Don't worry. It's my shop. I just don't see any money, I tell you.
It says official. That makes it official.
It makes it official. Yeah, that's all it does. It makes it official. Doesn't give me any money, but it makes it official, right? Anyway, so what we got here is all the items. Now then, when I used to do it, it didn't have any of this stuff, right? First of all, it had a little mug. Not a big mug. We now got big mugs. I couldn't get hold of the big mug. Sensei knows somebody who knows somebody, and he's been able to pull it off. We got big mugs now. But what's better is this. When you buy stuff, when you bought it with me, it was all self. You bought a mug, I got all the money. Oh, I made loads of money on it, right? There was nothing in it for you. Well, you got the mug. That was it. It's a fair deal. I got money, you got a mug. Leave it at that. It's better now, though. It's not so good for me, but it's better for you. Because when you buy something, let's say you want a mug like this. You go, oh, I quite fancy the XRP mug. Is it not there now? It's sold out, isn't it?
It's in the XRP merch, but most of them are sold out, I think, right now.
Yeah.
On the
it's
XRP
not on the,
merch.
When I click mugs, it's not on the mugs page.
Yeah, it'll be in the XRP merch.
Will it? XRP merch. Okay. Why is it not in the mugs page? Just saying, Sensei.
Because XRP is special. It needs its own
space. Oh, for God's sake. All right. Okay. I'm not going to win this argument. I just don't get involved, right? So let's say, see what it's like. You see what it's like in my world, Vaz? You don't want to own your own business, mate. It's terrible. Right. So if you go on to this one's not sold out.
Savage Faith Creations donated $2 through a super
Whoa.
chat. Poll. Sensei versus
Shots
Martyn.
fired.
Who did it better, lol?
Not answering that. So look, this is what you get with Sensei. He's younger. He's got the new ideas. He does Shopify. I did Spring, and apparently it's out of date now. No one does Spring anymore. Loads of people do it. Mr. B still does it. All right, I'm just saying. In fact, no, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
He doesn't. He'd have his own shop. He wouldn't use Spring. He probably has his own manufacturing warehouse. He makes it himself, probably. Anyway, look, enough about Mr. Beast. This is about me. Get out of it. Right. So you could buy a mug, which is what you could do on my shop, but with Sensei's shop, which is better, you could go, oh, hang on a minute. I could buy a mug, a t-shirt, and a hoodie all together, and I save $30. You see, this is why I didn't do it. This is losing money, right? This is losing money. But so you can buy a bundle, right? Now, if you think, well, that's pretty good, that's much better than your shop. Well, it is for you. It's rubbish for me, right? But this is the problem with it. It gets worse, right? That's not the end of it, because once you buy a mug, right, in a bundle, where's it gone? Where's my little thing gone? There was a thing here a minute ago, down on the right-hand side. It's disappeared. But anyway, it pops up from time to time, and it tells me I've won a free mug. I got a prize. Because when you buy a few things, you end up getting a free gift. We give you, I don't know why we do that. If people want to buy a mug, they want to buy a mug. Why have we got to give them another mug to say thank you? They got the mug. Sensei said to me, Martyn, you always on about value. If you give people more, they'll buy more. You'll make more money. Yeah, but giving mugs away, and then you go on his show. He does it on the show as well. He's always doing it. I'm totally against it. Anyway, it will pop up down here on the right-hand side once you bought a few things. Anyway, on top of the discount you got by bundling, then we give you another 20% when you buy it. See, it's just giving it. I don't think Sensei's done the numbers right. This is why I've never seen any money, right? He thinks it's working out well. I don't think it's working out well at all, because I've never got any money, right? So when you order a mug, buy a few, buy a bundle, get a free one, get a discount. It's great. And from time to time on Sensei's show, I don't do it on my shows. Don't tune into me to get free mugs. On Sensei's show in the morning, Sunday show, you'll watch. Faz will start doing it soon. You'll be on it as well. Free mugs, giveaways. You don't want that. You want to tune into this show. There's no free mugs on my shows, right? So anyway, that's how it works. MartynLucasShop.com. Do you want to add anything to that, Sensei?
We're not going bankrupt yet. We are. It's sort of like, I think we are at break even, especially with the give. I mean, it's good that we've got a shop. I mean, it's there to support the channel.
Break even.
And also,
Faz, does that sound like a shop? Does that sound like a business to you? We're breaking even.
I'm buying 500 shares. I'm placing order now. Buy order for 500
Yeah, if you buy
shares.
500 mugs, if you buy 500 mugs, Sensei will probably give you like 3,000 free hoodies.
Look, Martyn, I can't complain. I can't say anything bad about Sensei, because I won a mug and I got a hoodie instead, which I love. And
you bought a mug and you got a free hoodie.
No, I paid for it.
Right.
Didn't buy it. I won it.
Oh, you won it?
The last Wheel of Fortune, I won.
Wheel of Fortune? Well, I don't even know about the Wheel of Fortune.
It's like a year ago. It's like a year ago.
It was on your show, Martyn. It was your doing, not mine.
I don't remember that.
I just upgraded him.
I don't remember that. I don't remember any of this.
You were giving away stuff. Then Vaz messaged me saying, well, I want a mug. Can I get a hoodie instead? And I was like, as long as Martyn doesn't find out.
Well, I'm finding out now, aren't I? I'm finding out now. We make more money on the mugs. Why did you give him a hoodie? There's not much profit on a hoodie. Loads of money on a mug.
No, but also you get. Please do. A lot of people are going to get their orders fulfilled coming in very quickly. And remember, these orders, you order it and it comes.
Oh.
When you get it, please do go on to Discord and post a picture of you and the mug, or just ideally you and the mug. And you'll
you and the mug. I don't want a picture of the mug. We've got loads of pictures of mugs. I'm sick of the pictures of mugs. Sensei's always sending me them. I've got a new mug idea. I go, all right then. He said, you did say I have to proof it with you first. I said, well, yeah. So here's the picture then. Oh, another one. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Is it all lined up? Is it straight? I like to all be straight and professional. And yeah, okay. Good to go. I said, this is what happens. This is what happens when you when you send us your pictures. Right, you ready? I got some new ones today. I got some new ones. You ready? I got some new ones you've never seen before. Here they come. Here's the gallery. Here's the gallery. Let me play the gallery for you. So it's select. I've got some new ones. You're gonna love it. Stacey, new ones. You ready? Here we go. Play memory video. Here we go. Watch this. Watch this. We got some new ones. You're gonna like this. Right at the end, there's some new ones. I'm leaving everybody on. I don't take anybody off. Some people say, why don't you take the old ones off? I leave everybody on. I even leave Fight Channel on. I know we don't get on anymore, but he still won a mug. He deserves to be on the thing, doesn't he? I take nobody off. I'll stay friends with anybody. All right, here we go. So here we go. They've got some new ones. Now watch to the end. We've got some really good ones coming up you've never seen before. All right? I really should have got a whiskey. There's Bill. I think we may have lost Bill. He was very unwell. We've not been able to get hold of him. So I've tried several times. There's no response. I hope he didn't pass away, but he was very unwell. We've not been able to ever get hold of him again. So these are the Lucasades, Virgin Galactic mug. Now these are some of the original ones. See how small the mug is. All the mugs were then. Much better now. So I can see Sensei smiling in the green room going, yeah, my mugs are way better than they're much bigger. Yeah, they're much bigger. I like them. They're much better. So if you're any of these guys with the small mug thinking, I need to upgrade, you do. You need to get a bigger mug. There's Lestin Win. That's one of the new mugs. He bought one of the small ones though. The small ones. Oh, there's Stacey, look. There's Mike. First anniversary. We had an anniversary mug. Hey, it's the 4 years coming up soon, Sensei. We'll have to have a 4-year mug. There's Sablet. Lovely Vanessa. Have you noticed we've got a lot more ladies now on the show? Well, all the ladies love to buy a mug. There's Elba. Who's that? No one knows who that is. You won't recognise him because he's had a wash that day, right? There's Fight Channel, look. He's still got his mug, though. And there's Jerry. XRP, now you see the new mugs coming in. Look, see all the magic mugs that turn colour. Some people didn't understand that. They bought a mug and went, it's all black, it's rubbish. Put some water in it. Put some hot water in it, it lights up. There's Crystal. These are the new mugs now, look. Signature, they signed. Special now, look. Now this one came in yesterday. There's Vaz. He's got a hoodie and a mug. Lucas Age Win. These are our last ones. These only came in a couple of days ago. Look at this. I love it. These are all the new ones. Look at the hoodie with RB. I'm loving it. That one came in last night, and this is the latest one. Stacey Bailey says, I remember me. I've not had any pictures. There you go. There's Stacey with my very good leggings. Hey, you don't have any of those, do you, in the shop, Sensei? You don't have any of those leggings? Stacey loved the leggings. How about that?
I would buy a pair for myself.
There you go. There you go. Vaz would buy a pair straight away. Don't give him any. Did you hear what he just said? He would buy a pair. Doesn't need a free pair. Yeah. Don't give him a free pair.
That's why I don't want to put them in the shop. I don't really want to see Vaz with
No,
leggings,
I don't. Yeah, true. I don't. Yeah, we don't want to see that. No one needs to see that in their life, do they? No. Brilliant. Final chance. If anybody wants to join in the call, would you like to have a say? Let me
look at Vaz's mug.
That's the pasty one, isn't it? That's the only one in the world. Greg's pasties.
I'm not showing off, but
yeah, it's the only one. The only one that is. I love that. I tell you what, it's a good mug, isn't it? It's actually quite a funny mug. But actually, talking about funny, right? Because some of you are watching thinking, yeah, but I want something funny. Everything's just got your logo on it. A logo's boring. We want something funny. We got funny. We do funny. Oh, yeah, we do funny. You're probably thinking, you're not funny. Yeah, I am. I do funny. I do funny better than anyone, right? Look at this. You don't need Ricky Gervais. You don't need any of these comedians. You got me, right? Look at that. Isn't that good? Vu, how do you do? See, Peter Kay, Ricky Gervais, they come to me for comedy tips. Vu, how do you do? You don't think that's funny? I do better. I do better. You see this? You see this? Take care of yourselves. and each other. See? I do funny. I know what funny is. Free chicken. That wasn't my joke, but we thought we'll capitalize on it. We'll capitalize on it. I think Jim said that, and I thought, right, put it on a T-shirt. Put it on a T-shirt. What about this one? This was me. This was me. I come up with this one. Buy like Buffett. Buy with conviction. You can get a mug and you can get the T-shirt. Buy like Buffett. It's good, isn't it? In black as well. Look at that. So there you go. How about that? I know. It's brilliant, isn't it? And there was something we did, and I thought this was good, right? This makes it official. You know, when you go to an England game and you pay like $300 for an England jersey, you pay like there's people outside the stadium selling you. I got T-shirts for £2, right? But you go into Wembley and it's like £300 for a flipping T-shirt. You go bloody, and they go, it's the official one. And do you know how you know it's official? When they do this. When they do this, look at this. Secret. I love this. Sensei come up with this idea. I thought, that's good, that is. That makes me look official. Look, he put the logo inside like that. See that? Look, in there. So it's not like on the front, obvious. It's just in there.
Click it.
What do you mean, click it? Oh, yeah. There. See it? Yeah, click it. Oh, yeah, I can zoom in. It's good, isn't it? That makes it official. When you see a logo on the inside, you know you got you know you're special then. See, on the back, you got the big...
Try do that with spring.
Do what?
Try do that with spring.
You can't do it with spring, so why even bring it up? Why even mention it? Once again, it's not enough that you've made the shop look better. You're just compounding it now. Yours was rubbish.
Sorry.
So there you go. Go on the shop, martynlucasshop.com. Do what, mate?
So no, I got what I wanted. I don't know why I'm still going on about it. Sorry,
no,
spring.
You won.
Spring was good back in the day. 10,000 subs. It was good. That's what we had.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Anyway,
it was something.
Anybody else want to call in, join in this nonsense? Anything you want to say or not? Or are we all good? Should we wrap today's show up? It's been a very long show. I love it. I became a member. Truth Seekers. No, you're not a member. Truth Seekers. You are a guest. You don't have a badge. So you're not a member. If you become a member on Discord. Oops, hang on. Someone's opened a ticket. Here we go. So I can't read it, show you the code. Hey, Martyn, how are you? Can I get a code? Yes, you can. There's your code. Now, obviously, you have to be a member with a 3-month badge. If you're just signing in for free,
become a member on Discord.
I don't know. Is that Polmon Go Busters? That's what they call themselves. We don't know. Everyone has different names. But I became a member. Truth Seekers. You DJ Lee on Discord. Let me have a look. Have you gone into the chat yet? Well, I haven't seen you comment anywhere yet. When you comment, I'll see. Welcome all. Oh, there he is. Yay! I've arrived. Here he is. It's true. He's not joking. He's real. There we go. Look at this. There you go. So DJ Lee. Hi, everyone. I've arrived. I like it. Can everyone go and give him a warm welcome? Let's give him a warm welcome. Let's give him a big love heart. There we go. And then say, hello, mate. Reply. Let's give him a big Lucas A welcome. Welcome to the family. There you go. There he is. Now, DJ Lee, as you are a premium member, you're in green, you've got the love heart, all that stuff. They are. Sensei's already in. Yeah. You've had the royal welcome now. Once Vaz does it, you've had everybody. No one else is important. Apart from Mike. Mike's important because you've got Vaz and Sensei. That's the royal family. That's like the inner circle. And then you get then you get Mike, the old guard, the original old boy, the one who was here on day one. Then you've got everyone. Everybody else not important. I'm only joking. Now, there you go. Vaz has done it. Hang on. How come Sensei's not a moderator? Let me just do that. Oh, you're admin, aren't you, Sensei?
Yeah.
Let me just, I don't know what I can show on screen. So let me just right click you. What does it say? Profile.
Wow, Lyston Wynn has been boosting the server since November of 2024.
He
So
has.
shout out to-
Oh,
Yes, I know. It's because of Leston Win we got the level 3 and our badges. But we need to get one more boost because we've just lost our levels. It doesn't show the badges anymore.
If anyone boosts, it gives you a special badge as well, and you can see that you're a big supporter.
It does. I'm giving you a moderator as well. I don't think I need to, though, because I think admin out-trumps it, doesn't it? There you go.
I don't know what I would do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It hasn't changed it. Yeah, it hasn't changed it. I've given you moderator, but as an admin, it doesn't change. It's like me. I'm gold because I'm the owner. If I gave myself a moderator status, I don't go red. I stay gold, see? So anyway, look, here we go. RB's in. Eugene McCombs. Ah, look, he's getting a lovely welcome. Yeah, so basically, because we haven't got boosted now, Leston Win's been great. He has. Leston Win. He's been brilliant. But we've lost it. You see, we've lost all our badges. It says up here somewhere. Look, see? We're on level 2. We've dropped. We've got to be on level 3. So if anybody wants to boost the server, what you do is you do this, and you can boost the server, and then you get special privileges. Now, most people don't understand that. They go, what's all that about? But you get perks and benefits, and you're the reason why we've all got badges. So it's a kind of thank you. It's kind of like, thank you, Leston Win, for my badge. Thank you, Leston Win. So you can go and thank him for your badge. Right now, you can just moan at me going, well, we don't know you're the owner anymore. Well, it's because Listing Win hasn't boosted. You know, it's Listing Win's fault. Well, why don't you boost your own server? It's your server. Well, the idea of the boost function is the people that use it. It's not really much point if I'm boosting my own server, is it? It's like buying subscribers. I just buy subscribers. Yeah. It's not the same, is it? Right? You're just a cheapskate. You could pay to boost it yourself, couldn't you? Yeah, I could. But it's not as good. Yeah, because it costs you money, right? You want everyone else to pay for it. Yeah. Well, that's not very good, is it? Well, it is because they get special perks. Yeah, but if you boost it, they don't have to spend any money. Yeah, but I don't get any perks stored in my server. I don't get any benefit from boosting it.
This could go on forever.
This could go on forever. I could just boost it, pay for it, run it, do what?
Because you missed 2 super chats. One from Denise, one from Stacy. You should have a glass.
You're right. I'm doing it. Okay.
Oh, Martyn's gone.
He's
Let's take control, Baz.
He's doing it.
You can say anything you like, Baz, while Martyn's not here.
Not really.
You could do your I'm not gonna say it. You could do your special what's it called? Your thing you did with don't worry, I'm rambling now. Yes.
You think it's rude?
No, I don't know. I didn't know where it was from, but now I know it's from The Office, so I guess it's not what I thought it was.
Well, it's the same as you're shaking hands, or if you do high five with yourself or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, we're not very good at this, are we, Baz?
No, we need to iron out a few things. I wonder when Martyn is on holiday, how this is gonna. Oh, I'm not. No, I did forget about it. No,
yeah, I'm back now. Yeah. What was you saying?
Nothing. We were talking about crypto. I was talking about. I was asking.
Exactly.
I was talking about my favorite crypto.
Cheers.
We'll talk about EVTOLs.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Beauty.
I am celebrating.
What are you celebrating?
What I've done in the last 24 hours.
What have you done in the last 24 hours? What have you done?
Not much, but I'll be on it tonight. Don't worry. I'll be on it tonight.
You'll be on it tonight? What?
Yeah. I need to make some more videos, some more insights and wash down of the earnings call.
Wash down. Wash down.
Yeah.
Call it wash down, please.
The wash down. Never heard it called that. The debrief, the after the earnings video.
I want it to be called wash down.
I like wash down. Wash down's quite good. It sounds very professional.
Please, in the first 10 seconds, make sure you call it the wash down of the earnings.
Yes. Hey, you know what time it is? Time for a wash down. No, don't do that. That'll sound like a completely different video. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know what time it is? Time for a wash down. Oh, I like this video. Oh, I'm going to watch this more often.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. We're celebrating. We're making even more money. It's getting ridiculous now. It should be illegal, shouldn't it? It should be illegal to make this much money this quick, shouldn't it? It's 63 grand now from the bottom. 63 grand now from the bottom. Oh, beautiful. Palantir's up. Oh, that's silly. Palantir is $130 a share.
This exactly goes in line with Archer, because these are I don't want to call them meme stock, but they act like meme stocks, and they just on this positive sentiment, they just shoot up.
Ooh.
You can't fight them, though. You can't fight it.
Can't fight the Fed. 21%.
Can't fight Palantir.
Look at that.
Yeah, wow. There it is. The market's there to punish everyone, isn't it? Unless you've got a good plan and you know what you're doing, it'll punish you whether you sell, whether you buy. It punishes everyone. But certain things like Palantir, fundamentals horrific, or at least at this price. But you can't fight the trend. The trend.
No,
is
and you try and tell people who bought Palantir at $9 and now it's 120, 130. They're stupid and they shouldn't be buying it. They'll go, you say what you like, mate. I've just made fortunes. Yeah. So,
I mean, back at $9, you were talking about it. You were buying Palantir.
Oh, $9, it was great. But it's like, I don't. What's the? Let me see what the latest the valuation is now. PLTR. What's the earning valuation of it now?
I've got a good one for you when you finish this.
Thank you, babe. Forward PE 203.59. 203 times earnings. 203. The S&P was 17 times earnings, and that was still expensive. And people are like, "Ooh, it hasn't reached the bottom." This is 203. It's ridiculous.
Not much to say about that.
No, nothing at all. Forward PE 203. That's the forward PE. What's the current PE? Hang on. It's probably worse than that, isn't it? I'd imagine it is. The forward PE is always better. Not always, but it generally is. Palantir. Oh, this is crazy. I'm looking at it now. It'll be more than that. It is oh, yeah. Price to earnings ratio, and that hasn't reflected today's price yet, is currently 512. 512. I told you it'd be 700. That was my estimation of where it is. I bet you it's 700. That's before the open. That'll refresh tomorrow. 512. That's the current. The forward is 200. Still insanely expensive on its future growth. That's ridiculous. You can't buy that. And if you do buy that, I don't understand how you can.
You're buying it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's in the S&P. Yeah, I know. Every time I want to run down crypto, you're going to go, you own it. Yeah, here we go. I don't own Fartcoin. Don't tell me that crypto. Oh my God. Does Coinbase have Fartcoin on its network? It does, doesn't it?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, so I own Fartcoin now, do I? I knew it.
I've got a good one, Martyn.
Go on then, mate.
Inspired by the recent earning calls you covered, I bought Levi's, which I'm up 25%.
Yeah,
and they are paying solid dividend. Yeah. And they will definitely go much higher.
Yeah.
I bought BP as well.
Yeah.
That's up only 10% in last week.
Yeah, not surprised.
Only.
And I bought only 2.1 shares of Robinhood, but that's up 30.1%. That's your last earnings from a couple of weeks back.
Yeah. I like it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're spot on. If you're calling in, you got to let us know you're calling in the chat. You've got to be a member, and you can call in if you want to call in. We're running out of time. I'm going to go have my lunch in a minute.
I've got shares of Arch Aviation, Vaz.
Walker wonders why. Walker wonders why. Spot number 10.
I have no idea why and how I've got Arch Aviation shares, but they're up 71%.
Walker's wonders why. You said you're calling in, but you're not on camera. I'll disconnect you and please call back. Sensei's got the lights coming through the window. Look, he's got the light coming through the window.
Does it have spots on my screen this time?
Yeah, but you can't avoid that.
Spots on my screen.
Yeah, it's the light. You're not going to avoid that with a cloth.
I've got the spray, but not the cloth.
The cloth won't get rid of that, mate. That's like You can't get rid of that. That's the sun on the plastic lens.
Can you just put something?
Oh my God! He's literally washing. He literally sprayed.
Sensei, can you not just put curtains up your window or something?
See, the dots are still there. It's not going to go away.
Yep, that's on the inside.
Yeah, it's the sun. You ain't never going to get rid of that. That's because it's plastic. That's where a nice lens... That's the reason why my camera costs what it costs. He wouldn't do that. That's a plastic lens you got there. You can't tell me it's not. Look at him.
And Sensei, I've got a little tip for you. Look.
We lost your audio.
How about that?
Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that, Sensei. A little stand.
Oh, God.
And you see how amazing...
Here we go again.
You see how amazing that backdrop went with that light on it? That's just a pop-up stand. That's about... You can buy those for about $100. Yeah, look at that, Sensei. $100 that is. That little stand.
I feel like God now.
Yeah, let there be light.
The sun's back. It's that time of year.
Walker wonders why. Is called in. Let me just zoom out for a minute because all I've got is the top of his head. Let me just zoom out a little bit. How are you, Walker?
Yeah, not bad. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we've got a bit of wind, mate, but we can hear you good enough.
Yeah, I'm just going to find somewhere just to get out of the wind. I just thought I'd phone in. So that last time I spoke to you, I was a bit, depressed, probably the best word.
Sorry to hear that.
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on, and obviously the stock market went down and what have you. I think I'm in a bit, and maybe it's working out a bit better now, to be honest. Seems like stuff's turning the corner. Nice.
Well, I'm glad you felt. I'm glad you felt you could call in and be on the show. That's awesome. You know, you felt bad, but did you buy the dip when it went down that 25%?
Yeah. So I lost quite a bit on the Royal Caribbean. People say Caribbean. Royal Caribbean. And I phoned in. He said basically just stick it out, and eventually it'll, basically just stick it out. And I have, and now it's all sort of turned the corner. I've been green pretty much every day for like the last week. I've actually started making money now. I'm up. Made back what I've lost and then some. I've rebalanced my portfolio with some of the EVTOL stuff. So I like the look at that. Vaz has sold me on it. So I like all that stuff. Bit of nuclear. Bits and bobs. I just rebalanced it a bit because I think when I first started, I was pretty much gambling and putting it all in on things. It backfired. But you live and you learn, don't you, I suppose? But yeah, it's much better now.
How long have you been in the market? How long have you been in the market quite recently?
Yeah. I'd say December time.
Yeah, it's no time at all. Everybody who enters who's only been in the market for a couple of months, very rarely you're going to be up because the markets go up and down, and you got to look. You got to look at a year from now, 2 years from now, and see how you're performing. You got to give it time, unless you are just a trader and you're trying to catch momentum and sell in and out every 5 minutes. But I wouldn't recommend that either.
I tried that at the start, and that's why I found your channel. Because a lot of them were just I've got a cap on now. It's like baseball cap and you know,
Well, they're
they've
just trying to
got
sell
hoodies
videos.
on and all
They're
that.
trying, they're trying
Yeah.
to tap into people with emotion, and they're tapping into your emotion and telling you can get rich in 5 minutes, and you can get lucky. But that's the reason why we show it at the bottom of the screen that 95% of day traders lose money is for a reason, because most do. And why would you think that you're better than everybody else? And people that have trained for years, who are extremely technical and read everything, still get it wrong. So the chances of you getting it right, it can happen, but it's no more than saying you could win the lottery. You know, it's not the way to do it, I don't think, anyway. I'd rather be a consistent winner.
Like the chart shows and stuff.
Sorry?
Yeah, watching the chart shows and stuff that Sensei's had on. That's good. So I don't. My brain doesn't work that well with the charts. I feel like the fundamental stuff that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, but
but
the point of the chart show is, even though you might not understand the chart, Sensei is going to give you the likelihood of where the stock will go without you understanding the chart. He's trying to teach you how charts work, and that's why we're doing the training videos for the Discord premium users. And if you watch him, when he does the charts, he explains the lines. He doesn't just go, I think it's going to go up because it's crossed this line. He explains what the line is. And I understand it's technical, but if you combine the technical chart, even if you don't understand it, but what he's saying with the fundamentals that I'm saying, then at least you have a broader understanding of the market.
Yeah, that's what I like, because I don't want to be all in fundamentals and don't know what the charts, and vice versa. I like the mix you've got going on with
Thanks,
between you all. So that's good. What else was I going to say? I think in terms of Trump and stuff, I think it's pretty much. I know you don't know, and it will change every tweet and that, but I think it's pretty much settled, hasn't it? Near enough, I'd say.
What was that? I just missed that last sentence.
I think everything's pretty much settled out a bit, hasn't it? Obviously with the UK doing the deal, and I think China, it'll all start to be like a domino effect, and I think they'll all settle down again now.
Yes, but it's not over, because it's only you got to understand. I mean, the stock market always overbuys and it oversells, right? It's a trading market. The people at Wall Street aren't investors; they're traders, and the market is what it is. It's a market. It's just not buy and come back in 20 years. The market goes up and goes down. Macro conditions change by the second. You got to just pan out and look where we're going to be in 5 years and so on and so forth. Unless you are a trader, it doesn't sound like you want to do that anyway. But everything hasn't gone away. We've still got all the issues that we had when Trump came in. Trump's style was create chaos, throw everything up in the air, throw unrealistic, ridiculous tariffs up in the air, get everybody to have a conversation. That's what he's achieved. Has he got the resolution? No, not yet at all. We could end up back where we started from. So there could very well be in a few months from now, in the 90 days, we could be back where we started from. We could be.
True.
We could be. So should you be buying this now? No. Did you buy on the dip? It sounded like you did. I did. I'm now concentrating now on just reducing my margin. So if it goes back down again, I'll have more buying power and I'll buy some more again. And long term, it'll be up further than this in the future. That's what the S&P always does. The broader market always sets all-time highs at some point again in the future. And it doesn't do that just because that's what it's always done and it's a magic trick. It does it because we make it do it. The governments, the Fed, the stock market, the whole industry, it doesn't serve anyone and doesn't work if the market just goes sideways. So the mechanics of it will make it happen again. And whatever the S&P was, its all-time high a few months ago, it will surpass that. And a year from now, 2 years from now, it will pass that. Not because it's a magic trick, just because that's what it does, because that's fate. No, it's because the systems make it do that. Everything about printing money, the Fed turning on the money printer, all those things make it do that because money has been devalued. The stock market has not necessarily become more valuable. Money has been devalued, like your house goes up in price. Your house doesn't gain value. It's money that's devalued.
We've had a rate cut here from the interest rates, but it's not been massive.
No.
I think it's only Like my mortgage is at 2.3, I think, which is like half of. We were just lucky. We just locked it in just out of pure luck. It's paid off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it runs out next year. I don't know what it'll be by then. Hopefully it's dropped. It's one of them. You can't control it, can you? It is what it is.
No. Let me just interrupt you a second. Please stay where you are. The market is pumping again. The S&P 500 is absolutely pumping again. This is phenomenal now. Look at that. Look at that. 33 from there. But the bottom is about 62, 63. The market is pumping again. Look at that. It's absolutely amazing. So, yeah, the S&P is pumping again. Well, Walker, it's lovely that you felt comfortable to call in and say you've had a hard time, you've been depressed, mate. We've all been there. Every one of us. We've had every kind of emotion. We've had the worst, and I'm not going to describe it, but we've had the worst possible thing happen on our show, live on our show. One of our members had an incident in their house. We've had the happiest occasions. This family is here for every situation. So if you feel depressed or frustrated, know everybody else has been where you are now. And then at some point, you'll be where we are now. And at some point, we'll be back where you are before, if that made any sense. We're all on a journey, mate. Yeah. So I'm glad you're feeling better. Yeah. If you're not comfortable with your positions, if you're not comfortable with your positions and you think, oh my God, I lost a lot of money, but now I've got some back, consider trimming, consider taking some money off the table, because there will be another dip. You can't rally like this every day, all day, every day, forever and ever and ever. Take some profit. If you're a long-term investor and you're okay leaving it there, I'm happy for it to go down 50%. But Sensei will say, Martyn, yeah, but imagine if you sold it now, how much more you could buy if it goes down 50%. I mean, he's right. So consider those things. Maybe sell a few. Have you thought about that?
Well, I was listening to what... I'll be honest, I think Vaz has saved me a bit of money because... I saw the Archers, it's gone up, like shot up this morning. And I was like, do I put a little bit in? Like, could this start like a bit of a ball rolling? Obviously, after he said about the balance and stuff like that. So I've set, I know you don't like stop loss, but I've just put it on so that if it drops when I'm not looking, at least I've got something. Like, I'm gonna take it out anyway. So I think it is going to crash, isn't it, looking at it? So at least I've got a little bit of a buffer. But
did you hear on the show earlier, Vaz told you he has taken some profit?
Yeah.
Did you hear him tell you? Did you hear him tell you about the dilution?
Yeah.
Right. There's somebody who knows more about it, I'm guessing, than you do, and he's taken. I'm not saying you should follow Vaz, but it might be worth selling. How many shares have you got of Archer then?
I don't know. If I'm being honest, I put £75. Like,
okay.
That
doesn't matter.
I'm up 53%.
That doesn't matter.
So it's
Yeah, that's fine. £70, £7 million. It doesn't matter. Okay, well take a bit of profit maybe. Not a bad idea.
I don't know how to do it on eToro. I don't know how you take a little bit. So I literally only just got the one lot. I don't know how you do it in lots on that.
Okay. Now there'll be somebody on the show that uses eToro. I don't, so I can't tell you. I've not used it. There'll be lots of members here who use eToro. Are you on our Discord server?
Yeah, but I've not paid. I haven't paid for membership yet, so I'm waiting for you to upgrade it. You've done it now, so.
Have I upgraded it already?
No, I'm not on mine. I wasn't in the members, founding members.
Oh, you haven't got a 3-month badge. Okay. Well, if you ever consider being on Discord for a couple of bucks, I will tell everybody now. If you go in there, look out for Walker Wonders Why, because there'll be lots of people that use eToro who go, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at Vazzy's nodding, and Sensei probably knows. There's probably loads of people who can guide you through it and explain it all to you. And if that still doesn't work, then we could even do it live on the show. You know, we could do a video on it, you know. But consider that. But you might want to take some profit off the table, mate.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to. It's probably dropped to what I wanted to now anyway. I don't know, but I'll take a little bit. And then I'm thinking I'm annoyed as well, so I was going to put an Ockler.
Yeah.
And that's shot up, hasn't it? That was a bit annoying. But there we go. if I'd known that in the a couple of hours ago, I'd been laughing.
If we all knew that, eh? if I knew 100% that later on Trump's going to say something to crash the market and send it down 50%, I would sell every single share of the S&P right now, even with tax implications, and buy it at 50%. Of course I bloody would, but I don't know that, do I? So I can't.
It's like, it's good. My wife thinks I've gone mad, so I'm always watching you or, I don't know, Trump or whatever he's saying.
Who? What was that last sentence?
I watch, like when Trump's doing his speeches and, I don't know, like Keir Starmer. I'll watch all that now. Because you never know, they just say one thing and it spins a whole lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. So but I'm going to say, and this is really important for everyone listening right now, a little bit of information is dangerous. Don't go what Trump says alone. I know you don't. You're a smart guy. But when Trump says something, there's a lot of stuff behind that and this and that and the others. Like I said to you, when I went all in my margin, there was like 100 macro reasons, conditions. I'm talking to Sensei. I'm looking at the charts. I'm looking at everything. And then I go all in. It's not just... When Warren Buffett bought Coca-Cola, he would have sat down for months before he went, I'm putting $1 billion or 10 billion. You know what I mean? You've got to really know. So, Trump says stuff, that doesn't mean that's not enough. That's like I mentioned earlier before Sensei called in about the RSI. People go, the RSI says oversold, so I'm going to buy. And Sensei, I know you'll agree with me, the RSI on its own is not enough to say buy a stock. It's one indicator. And sadly, a lot of people, and this is something you've got to like think about as well. And it's lovely and it's wonderful. And we appreciate it, but we also take this responsibility seriously. You just said you're listening to Vaz, and because of Vaz, you bought this. You bought it because of you. You made the decision. We do not offer financial advice, and we always say don't follow us, blah, 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 blah. But we also, even though it's not our responsibility, we've got no legal responsibility to what you do, we do care. And I chose my team very wisely. I've had hundreds of people asking to be in Vaz's and Sensei's position. And I chose wisely because these guys care, and even though they know it's not their responsibility, they take it as a responsibility to deliver a service because they understand you have just watched Vaz's show, and he smiled like, wow, this person bought because of me. So don't be careful with that.
Yeah, no, I'm a grown up and understand like Vaz, send anyone. No one really knows. We'd be billionaires if we really knew.
No.
But you're wiser men on subjects that I'm not as wise on. So why not?
Yeah. Well, we provide information, and then you make your decision. I mean, I can tell you that I've got a house for sale. That's a beautiful house, and it's undervalued. It's a deal. But you might go, it's not the house for me, though. It's in the wrong location. It's not the right size. It's too many bedrooms. But I go, it's a brilliant house. It's an amazing house. It's undervalued. Buy my house. But you go, it's not the right house for me. So we can provide you information, and then you have to decide what is best for you. And it's like there's three of us here. Vaz is doing well on his investments. Me, I'm probably doing better than the other two because I'm smarter than they are. But there's me. Then there's Sensei with his crypto. He's rubbish, right? But we're all making money in different ways. What's right and wrong? Well, it's right for Sensei because he knows the ins and outs of crypto and he cares about it. He's passionate about it. Vaz knows all about EVTOLs, or at least he thinks he does, right? There we go. And I know everything about the S&P, obviously. But we're all winning in our own way. So you've got to find what interests you. So is there a sector that you are specifically interested in, or just a broad...
Nuclear for some reason.
Nuclear, great idea.
The nuclear stuff, I find it quite... I don't know, it's a very simple way of putting it, but everything needs energy, doesn't it? It doesn't matter if you're building a tank or a computer. Toys. It all needs energy. It's all going to need some machine of some
What was the name of that stock, guys? Can you guys remember the nuclear one?
Agincourt, was it?
Agincourt. That's the one. Look at that.
I can't find it on any of
No.
the brokers I'm with.
No,
I don't
it's
know-
not on everything. Yeah. It's still a privately owned thing, and it's just sort of leaking into the
Yeah.
Sensei.
How does it spell? Agincourt?
Yeah,
I haven't heard of it.
Azincourt. Yeah, I think it's on. I did a stock analysis of it the other day. AZIN. I think it's Azincourt. Let me just find that a second because
Azincourt, yeah, I think I
Yeah.
pronounced it wrong.
hang on a minute. I'll just search for it a second. But this is one
Well, like
that
AOU? A0U?
Bill Gates, a few of the big, I forget the name now, but a few of the top trillionaires. Who?
I know now. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah. They're all like quietly buying it and no one's paying attention to it. Martyn Lucas, investor, was it Azincourt? Have I got that right?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. So there you go. Big Azincourt energy winner. The billionaire bet on uranium. Why Azincourt could win big. So I gave you some analysis on this, and I'll show you a little clip here. You'll see there's a little section here. Here are, these are the guys that are buying it. Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Sam Altman. And now that doesn't mean to say, oh, well, they're buying it, so they're billionaires, so I'll buy it. It doesn't mean that at all, but it's certainly worth looking at it. That's why I brought it to your attention.
It's the green energy as well. It's quite green, and that's like the flavour of the month at the minute. And
Yeah. Trump likes
yeah,
it.
you know.
Admin.
Well, yeah,
The
that's why he
administration
wants
like it.
Canada, isn't it? Because Canada's full of uranium. I found out, so that's why he wants it. Yeah, it's interesting. So
Yeah.
that's probably the one I'm sort of keeping an eye on.
Sorry, Sensei?
Looks like it's down 23% if I'm looking at the right one today.
Yeah, it was not Robin Hood, so I couldn't bring it
I
up.
think it's got a $6 million market cap.
Oh,
it
tiny.
looks like a
Tiny. Yeah, unheard of. No one's paying attention to it.
Massive risk, yeah.
Yeah, but huge upside as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a $6 million market. There was someone else did a chart request the other week, and it looked pretty good. It was a uranium stock. It was called something like uranium as well. Trying to find that as well. Uranium
UEC,
energy.
was it?
UEC, yeah.
There you go.
That's uranium. That's a big one in US. Market cap's 2.4 billion. That's looking all right, chart wise. So it's a big sector, but again, even if you only like one sector, you still want to be diversified within other sectors as well. You want to have the ones that you're pretty bullish on, your sector, and then you want to be exposed to the general market as well. That can always back you up.
I made that mistake in the new year.
Sorry?
I made that mistake in the new year. I just basically had everything on like cruises and stuff like that. And
Right. Too small.
Yeah, a lot of people buy things like that they like. I had that conversation with somebody says, I'm going to buy Carnival. I like Carnival. Carnival looks cheap after COVID. And I went, why? What do you know about Carnival? Well, I like Carnival. I like cruise ships. And during COVID, it lost a lot of money. So that's good, isn't it? Because it's going to go out again. Very simplistic way of looking at it. And I said I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole because I used to work for Carnival. I know the business. And I know the debt situation. And I know, it's competition and blah, 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 blah. For me, it wasn't investment. But other people who cruise on Carnival thought it was brilliant. So, that's not a reason to buy a stock because you like it. Is it a good business? And we often talk about that on the show. I'd be a customer, but I wouldn't be an owner. So, you might like a product and buy the product from somebody, but wouldn't want to own the business. So I always think it's right. You should invest in a business, not a product, because it might be a great product, but it might lose the money, might not be sustainable, but you really like the product. You're not buying a product, you're buying a business. And when you think about Coca-Cola, probably my favorite business, actually, from a future standpoint, if I only bought one business, I'm right with Warren Buffett, I get it. Because Coca-Cola isn't Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is the dominating bottling business of the world. That's what they are. It's like McDonald's isn't a burger business; it's a land business. It owns land. I mean, have you all seen the film, The Founder? And have you seen? Yeah, brilliant. And he turns around and went, "You don't know what business you're in. You're in the land business." I remember that. Brilliant. That was the moment. Bang. Yeah, that's great. And Coca-Cola is bottling, and we're always going to need bottling because liquid has to go in bottles. And their domination of that sector is so insane, you can never, ever take them off the spot. It ain't never going to happen. And if we had a nuclear bomb tomorrow and half the world was wiped out and then we all got over it, the few people that would be around, Coca-Cola would come back because that brand and that license and that intellectual property is the value. That name on a bottle is everything. So there you go.
Right, I'm gonna let you go, lads.
Well, thanks for calling in, mate. I
love
to talk to you. Proper England boy. Got the accent there. Wolverhampton. What? Is that right? Wolverhampton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I recognised it. Love it. Wolverhampton Wanderers. Spot on. Thanks for calling in, mate. Good luck to you. Take some profit. Might not be a bad idea.
Will do. See you in a bit.
Cheers, mate. How about that, Vaz? That's what happens when people watch your show. Yeah. I saw Vaz. Yeah. See that? Oh. What we do is really important. You might sit in your studio, but you're talking to the world. You're having a real effect. That's what I love about this job. It's a real responsibility, even though it's not our responsibility. It's a self-imposed responsibility. Anyway. Final thoughts from you guys. I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning. It's bloody 10 to 1. I'm back in an hour and 10 minutes for a closing bell show. That's ridiculous. I'm not eating all day yet. So talk about taking it easy and getting rid of stress. I've spent the whole day talking on the camera. Final thoughts from you, Vaz?
Just want to say, following on from Walker, how many people probably bought Archer today when it spiked up to 11? And now it will cool off, it will retract, it will go back to 10, 9 after a few weeks, and everyone will be just selling for like 20-25% loss.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to people, that it's very fancy. I don't want to say meme stock, but it's got that meme sentiment, and it's same as Palantir. It just goes up on nothing, and then it cools down, and people are just buying it on the way up. And people are not waiting for when it's for the reasonable price. So that's why I'm here, and I'm trying to explain to people.
Yeah, judge yourself harshly. Do you want to be an investor, or do you want to be a stupid influence? You've been influenced stupidly, and feel bad about that. Take that to heart. Feel bad about that. Don't sugarcoat that. Feel bad and stupid about that. What I mean is if you're an investor, what you did was you bought a company that you've identified through research, study, listen to Sensei, listen to me, listen to you, read a book, whatever it is, you've discovered a business, and you bought it when it was down, and you bought it when it was out of favor, and then it goes up. That is an investor.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or do nothing and then suddenly see a stock going through the roof and go, oh, I like that. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? That's like trying to get on a merry-go-round when it's already spinning. Wait till it stops, get on it, and wait for the fairground man to turn it back on again.
Yep.
Why would you jump on it? Well, it's going up, isn't it? Yeah, but that's the worst time to get on it. If you thought it was great, you would have bought it when it was down. You're buying it when it's gone up. So you're not investing in it at all. You're not an investor at all. What you are is a momentum idiot because you got excited by the momentum. You saw it going up and you thought, I want a bit of that, so I'm going to join in. Well, that's the very definition of the opposite of what an investor is. Buy when it's down. Buy when, because you know. I mean, if I was not in the S&P 500 now, and I was doing what's right for me, finding the best stock, that was it. I would go for all my businesses and look at what is the best business to own. And I would probably say Coca-Cola, right? And then I say, right, when can I buy the business? I can't buy the business what Warren Buffett paid for it. Ain't never going to happen. So when can I buy it? What is going to make the price, not the business, but the price of Coca-Cola less? What's happening today? When you get everyone selling the piggy banks, the J&Js, the Coca-Colas, the Golds, to buy tech, because tech was oversold, and this will happen over and over again, hundreds of times throughout history. It will continue. It will happen again next year, the year after, the year after. So I can't get it for what it was 20 years ago. Forget that, because Coca-Cola is still a great business. It's not got worse. It's got better. The price has gone up because everybody bought it. You can't help that. So what can you do? You go, I want to buy Coca-Cola, but I'm going to buy it at the best price possible. So that way, maximize my profit. And when to buy Coca-Cola, defensive stocks, is when all tech is rallying and it's being dumped. That's when to buy it. So you wait for that moment. That moment comes every few years. It's happening today. So today, you know, you've been following the earnings. You know Coca-Cola is great. Oh my gosh, look at this. Yeah, look. Coca-Cola is a great time to buy Coca-Cola. It's only going down now because everyone's selling the piggy bank to buy the tech on the way up. But in a minute, tech's going to get too expensive. People will take their profit, and where will they go? Back into Coca-Cola because it's down. And you've just bought it when it's down. So what happens next? It goes up. And you don't lose, do you? You win. That's what an investor does. Buy Coca-Cola today, either go all in, knowing you've got more money coming next month to buy if it goes lower, or put 80% in. You can be bullish with it, 80%, buy, and then wait for it to go, when it goes up, trim to catch another dip and start to accumulate and build a bigger portfolio. That's what I would do. If I wasn't in the S&P and I wasn't doing what was right for the show, I know what the best businesses is. Coke's one of those. And I would buy it now. I'd go all in 100% right now. And I wouldn't care if it went lower, but I know it's going higher. And Walker did he buy it today or no? He bought it when it was lower, didn't he? He bought it when you talked about it before today's pump, I think.
Yeah.
That's good. So he invested in it. He learned, he bought it when it was down, and now it's gone up. Now he might take some profit. That's perfect.
Just a great example on this. I was going to buy, I was contemplating, shall I buy another 200 shares of Vertical Aerospace before the earnings? I was thinking about it yesterday. They have great fundamentals, a lot of good news. I was expecting the earnings to shoot the stock through the roof. It didn't happen. And now I stopped myself from doing that. I was happy with my position. I was saying to myself, I've got 1,000 shares. That's my target position. Could have done a quick trade in and out, but let's wait. Because if the stock crashes, I'm going to use the money, and the money will be locked in Vertical Aerospace for another certain amount of time until the stock goes up, if it goes up. And then I wouldn't be able to buy anything else. So I stopped myself, and my thesis is that I'm not buying the stock for the price I'm not comfortable with. Does it make sense what I just said?
Yeah. Spot on.
Yeah. If it's like the Levi's. I watched the previous earnings and I was thinking, wow, that's amazing. I really missed that out because they had that, I don't know, they had 15% up and it was like touching $30. And then I'm thinking, yeah, it's too expensive. I'm not buying it. And now I got the opportunity on your earnings call. I could buy Levi's, and I will just probably hold it forever because I bought it for almost half the previous high.
You've got an evergreen brand. Be around forever.
Yeah. Same
100%.
as the BP and same as I bought Robinhood. I will just probably hold it for a while and but I wouldn't have bought these stocks on the regular price. I just bought them for the price I'm comfortable with.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Before I go to Sensei, that's perfect. Before I go to the final thoughts from Sensei, just to talk about price, our dear friend Mike is making the biggest mistake that a lot of people make. He's in the chat now saying, I'm almost to my VU average of 549. Remember, he bought it at the top. When I sold my Tilray to buy bloody VU, well, I'm not saying bloody view. I'm saying bloody great view because I bought view at the bottom as well as the top. Selling when I reach even. Okay. This is one of the fundamental principles that people get wrong every time. You bought VU at the top. We didn't know. It wasn't your fault. So did I. I also bought VU at the top. Nothing wrong with that. Long term, year from now, you'll be up from that position. So why would you want to sell it today? Number one. Number two, when you bought, you obviously didn't have any money left to buy it when it dipped. And I always say, if you're going to buy, always allow some more or a way to buy on the way down as well. Obviously, you wasn't able to do that, so you couldn't buy the dip. If you'd had the money, would you have bought at the bottom? Probably not. I did because I was able to trade some and earn some more money, whatever. You might not have had enough money, or maybe you didn't get the bottom because you'd already bought on the way down and run out of money. Whatever reason, we don't know. No one can say that, right? But the point is, you've waited for months to get your money back. You're about to get it back and you're going to sell it for no money at all. So effectively, you've wasted 6 months, 3 months, 4, whatever it's been. Money could have been in something else, or it could have been earning 4% on uninvested cash. You've been through the hard time. Why would you want to sell it just because it gets to zero? Because what are you going to do then? You're not considering the next step. If you've only got that one share, where's it going to go? What are you gonna do with it? Buy it when it goes up? Because everybody else, I mean, what are you gonna do? So I'm just seeing what you're saying now, but you had lots of money to buy the dip. Yes, I did. And I've always said that. You can't make money unless you've got any money to buy. I mean, that's the reality. I've always said about that. You've got to have the engine. The stock market is not a cash machine. Too many people use the stock market as a cash machine. I've got no money, and how can I make the stock market give me money for free? And it does work. Sensei will say, yeah, I know. You buy a Binky Bonk coin and tomorrow it's 1,000% up. Hey, $1 turned into $1,000, right? It does happen, but that's just like buying a lottery ticket. I don't trade like that. I don't invest like that. I have an income. Now you don't. Mike is struggling now. He hasn't got excess money to buy. And you're right. And remember when I said when it went down, don't gloat. Remember I made a video when I could have celebrated. I said, don't gloat. There are others that didn't have the money. They're decent people. They work hard. They haven't got any money to buy the dip. If you haven't got the money to buy the dip, don't matter how smart you are. We all knew it was cheap, but if you haven't got the money, you can't, can you? So I appreciate that. You can't buy the dip. But what I'm saying is, why would you sell when it gets back to value or gets back to a zero wash? Just leave it for another 6 months. Otherwise, you just wait to the last 4 months. You're back where you started from. And then you probably end up buying it on the way up. Or you'll buy something else. Yes, I would have averaged out. So Mike said he would have averaged out. Of course he would. But he didn't have the money. And that's what happens a lot of time. People go, oh, I would have done, but I couldn't. And that's fair enough. So, Martyn, can you add me to Discord? Username Big Tommer. Big Tommer. It doesn't work that way. You create a ticket. So I've got to end this stream now. Big Tommer, you go onto Discord. There's the link. Create a ticket. If you've got a 3-month badge, which there isn't a 3-month badge, but I can see you're 3 months old. It shows you've got a 2 months, so you could be 5 months and 30 days. 6 months is the next badge. I can see that. And once you open a ticket, I'll give you a code. You put the code in the chat or below a video. As it says in the information, just read what it says. And you've got 1 day left, and I can do that for you, and you can get the free service. Been a member for 4 months. Yeah, I can confirm that. But I need you just to go and create a ticket. Right. I gave final thoughts to Vaz. Final thoughts to you, Sensei, with anything I've just said, or comment to Mike or anything else?
I would say, firstly, the crypto markets are about to start waking up. So get ready for Bitcoin all-time highs, even today, tomorrow. That's going to happen, and once that happens, $130,000 Bitcoin is on the way, and that money will flow into altcoins, and then we'll see XRP flying. So get ready for that, to be prepared for that, to get prepared for your plan for them. It's looking more likely than not we're breaking up to the upside now. Nasdaq breaking 786 on the Fibonacci. That means all-time highs is next. S&P 500 is nearly there. Donald Trump's come out a few hours ago and said the stock market's going to go a lot higher. Bitcoin's breaking out all-time highs. So get ready for the FOMO season to start. In relation to Mike's comment, well, I'll take a slightly different approach in terms of it doesn't matter what your, in my opinion, it doesn't, and I'm sure you agree, it doesn't matter what your average price is. So there's no real such thing as, in my opinion, it's very complicated and it depends on everyone's situation. But let's say you bought the stock and it's come all the way down and it's gone back to break even. Well, at one point you were basically down 40%, and over the last three weeks you're back up 40%. Yes, you're at break even, but your situation might have changed throughout that period. What I always say and what you always say is when you're buying a stock, don't go all in, because you want to have a way of buying money, whether your risk tolerance is high and that could be margin, or whether you're a normal person and you're just investing for the future, your risk tolerance is medium, where you'll have cash on the side. Or if you're a long-term investor, if you're buying the stock market, if you're buying equities, you have to go in with a 5-year plus view. So in that case, in all those cases, you should just be holding and continue for the long term. If you bought lower, then if you're buying equities, 5 years plus. In terms of just day trading, because it seems like Mike wants to come in, come out, sometimes stocks go down, go back up, and then you end up selling as a wash, and that's the right thing for you because the market's changed, your views have changed, and if you are one of those swing traders, day traders, which it sounds like Mike is at the moment because he wants to sell, then it doesn't matter if you're at break even because the situations change. A lot has happened in those 4 months, and if you're going to break even and you have a plan, you have something you want to do with your money, then go ahead. But if you went in thinking this is an equity, I'm buying it for the long term, which most of the time you should when you're buying equities, then you should just be holding. But day traders, a lot of the time, you buy a token, it goes down, or you buy a stock, it goes down, it goes back up, and you actually end up selling at break even, and that might be the right thing as well. So different ways of looking at it depending on the way Mike is deciding to invest in the markets, whether it's long term or he's trying to day trade or whatever's going on. It doesn't sound like it is a long term investment because of the way he wants to sell today or tomorrow.
All fair points. Exactly. He might need the money for that. He might want that money back out, and he didn't want to sell it for a loss. Now he can get his money back out. Maybe he's lost faith in it, doesn't care about it anymore, wants his money back out. Nothing wrong with that. You don't lose money by selling, getting your money back out. Absolutely not. Yeah. Well said, both of you. There we go. So, yeah. We're both agreeing with each other. It's just different. It depends on you. Yeah. What you want from it. I think there's 10% in the year left. So a share review is $520. You got $52 you could make this year, or get it out now and then earn 4% on uninvested cash. Either way round. Well, that was great. Lovely to hear from Mike. We had a comment. And not actually spoke directly to Mike for months. Oh, hello. What we got here? Hey.
MSK donated £5 through a super chat. Just showing some appreciation to my favorite YouTube TV trio. Great stuff, lads.
YouTube trio. There we go with the YouTube trio now. Bloody hasn't that needs to go on a t-shirt. That needs to go on a t-shirt. The YouTube trio. How about that one, Sensei? Take on a t-shirt. That's 20 quid right there. $20 right there.
I'll give it away for free.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Yeah. He ain't playing along. He don't like doing it. All right. Okay. Well, we're out of here. Thank you guys for being part of the show. A real pleasure. Can't believe I've been live since 6 until 1. Bloody hell. We had Sensei this morning, the breakfast show. We then had Vaz, did a great show with his earnings. Look at him, look at his bloody logo. Have you got a logo like that you can flash up like
that? No, just the glass.
Just the glass. Oh, look at you. Oh, very good. Very nice. I like it.
I'm not saying who it's from, but
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can guess. I love it. I love it. Listen, guys, that was absolutely... All right, Sensei, we've seen the bloody logo. He signed off. He said, bugger it.
I was leaving the room. I'm back.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's your professional when you need the room. Oh, that's better than Vaz. When Vaz goes for the toilet, look, he just does that. He just leaves us with a blue screen. Not very professional. Do we wait? Oh. What the hell you got there? He's got one of those racing helmets, hasn't he? One of those old-fashioned car helmets.
It's a pilot helmet. I'm a pilot.
A pilot helmet.
Martyn.
EVTOL.
Bye, everyone. Oh, you off?
I'm off.
Hang on, let me say goodbye then. I'm out of here. Yeah. Right, hang on. Just 1 second. Bloody hell, Sensei, you're too impatient. Let me send you everyone to the extra channel. Yeah, that's set there. Yeah, extra channel. That's it. Stay where you are. It'll take the extra channel. Join the conversation. It's mad as this always on the extra channel. Going to restream the show, then some more on the breakfast show, and then Vaz's wonderful earnings. Join us there. That's it. Goodbye, everybody. Until next time, take care of yourselves.
And each other.
And each other.
Vaz, you missed it. Ta-ra.